So, it's time for Bad Idea Theater all over again. You may remember from, I think, a little over a week ago now, the 500 game shuffler I did for 500 followers. Well, I did say I was going to do a second session of that at some point, and well, today is some point. It's longer away from when it last happened than I had intended, but Thanksgiving got in the way, and then other projects took hold, you know, things happened. Twitch was taking its sweet time to connect everything again, too, so some of that explanation may have gotten eaten, too. Honestly, I have no idea. It's impossible to tell what the hell Twitch is doing half the time anymore. Point being, we're doing 500 games again. It's not actually going to be all 500 yet again. Since it's going to be the same seed, I have no idea what it's going to end up doing. It may very well just play a bunch of the same ones again. The only reason I'm still using the same seed is if I don't do that, I lose the save states from the ones it did go to. Which I could do, but I'm fine with letting it be what it'll be. I put the Inspector Gadget game up just because I wanted to hear the music from it. And it may or may not ever show up, so I figure let it play its music. This way I have something going background sound-wise while I give my explanations and everything. Do remember that there is a command to spawn an explanation of the shuffler and everything if people need it. Anyone can make that command happen, so shouldn't have any concerns there. Be prepared for scuff, as usual. The shuffler is messy. Bear that flashing light warning at the top in mind, because some games are going to be flashing, some aren't. I don't know all of them off the top of my head, so I'm leaving that warning there. As you can see, the text is currently inaccurate. That's because the shuffler last did Captain America, and I have not started the script up yet, so it hasn't changed. But that will be telling you whatever the shuffler has chosen at that exact moment, since not all games are going to be immediately recognizable, such as Inspector Gadget. With the brief explanation out of the way, first Gadget perishes in a spike trap, and now we will start the script and get things moving. I did remove a majority of the N64 games because upon retesting, half of them didn't work. So they've been removed to make sure that we don't have any further surprises in that regard. Nothing else really has been removed. I did find that I had a couple more duplicates than I had realized, but I don't know which ones were used yet, so I'm leaving them alone. That does mean some things are going to be played weirdly, because you're going to have something come up that we had played already, but not have a save state. So I'll have to redo things. That's okay. I have accepted that. That's basically just filed under price of doing business with this many games. Yep, I think we're good. Let's go. Oh, apparently the shufflers decided to put us back here. Or with Captain America, but that's okay. That gives me a chance to remember things. Oh, we may have one other slight complication with N64 in particular, and that is the fact that I did switch which core it's using, and I don't remember if I redid the inputs or if I need to. So there may be a horrifying surprise when N64 comes up, and I may have to quickly set inputs for that. We'll find out. This is already a much better stage than I remember the stage we were dealing with being. And I'm gonna blame that on the fact that some stages in this game probably are just much better than others. Like, the platforming seems to be fine for this, but the actual beat-em-up segment may not have been the best design. Or, well, oh good, that doesn't kill you, surprisingly. And I guess Captain America can swim. Why wouldn't he be able to swim? No, I want whatever's in there. Give. Give thing to me. we're leaving for something it's struggling to switch to. I don't know why it struggled that much to switch to RoboCop versus the Terminator, but you know what? This game struggles to be a game, so maybe this is a sign. Oh yeah, that's gonna be the one major downside to the fact that I've kept our progress in anything we were playing. Needing to remember what we were doing in anything. Which, most things it won't be too bad. This one's a little problematic in that regard. This sure is a video game. And if I were to remove anything without it being a duplicate or broken, it probably would have been this one. But since it was neither a duplicate nor broken, I didn't remove it. As I am a stupid person sometimes. Which, for those that have been around for a bit, that really shouldn't come as a shock to you at all. Looks like we have to use this pipe to get to that ladder. And I would highly recommend those other than me should avert your eyes from that background until... There we go. Now that we're out of that hole, you can look again. Just the flickering background wouldn't do anybody's eyes any favors. That's more the point. One of the many reasons we have the flashing light warning is question mark design like that. Interesting that they just keep pointing their gun out the window. Oh, we completed the stage and went to a different game on a completely different system. It's time for Shockman, one of the few things I put in from the TurboGrafx. We can do absolutely nothing in normal, regular man form. Oh good, we can get fixed. That seems like we have no context for this conversation that's happening, but you know what? Sure. Don't trust the one that says they can repair you. Why would you trust someone that will help you? As we get tripped by a bunch of construction workers. No, totally not. Behold, they're actually big evil construction robots. And then we pose and become our true selves. Okay, contact damage is a thing. Destroyed that side. Now we got a little bit more room to move, but... Oh, they are in actual boss form now. Okay. So now I can actually harm the health bar. They don't really give you much room to move here, huh? Oh, and you're gonna go faster. I may as well just stand here and shoot you, because I feel like moving is actually hurting me more than trying to just gun you down. That's a very good question. Well, that's a picture of a lady. I'm assuming it's a TV screen. This text is also going rather quickly. Not that there's room for much text anyway, so I guess it does have to go reasonably quick. Hang on, gotta play the theme song, then we'll be allowed to move again. There we go. And now there's enemies everywhere. Because the invasion has begun. And, you know, as someone with a hand that shoots bullets, it's kind of our responsibility to take care of things like that. Apparently I blocked that shot? Interesting. I played a little bit of this once upon a time, but I remember literally none of it. Thankfully, we do have health pickups, and we can shoot upward and leave this video game. This, I think, is something I just threw in. Rings of Power. I don't remember what this is in the slightest. But it sure is in this list. It was made by Naughty Dog.
Let me in! Let me
Ouch, howdy. How goes? Glad to hear it. Well, this is a lot more involved than I thought this was going to be. Huh. You know what? This is fine. We will figure this out in the 1 to 3 minutes I'm allowed to keep playing this. Sounds good. Go make the breakfast. Oh, there's a fire. Let's see if the fire hurts me. Well, I'm not allowed to walk in it, so that's probably a good idea. This is what happens when you just throw nonsense into the pool. Oh, good. Something I do understand. How to die. There we go. That's how you're meant to deal with that problem. How do I get back down from here? Oh, I probably... Yep, there we go. Flip gravity and then do that. Okay. Immediately understood. Really is surprising just how much detail they crammed in an NES game compared to some of the incredibly low detail, impossible to comprehend games that this system had. There we go. I was trying to line up the jump enough to kill that, but it was taking some doing. Because we can shoot up, down, left, and right, but we can't shoot diagonally. So, life is complicated at times. Okay, good, we had a shield this time. So we did not immediately die. Come on. Up, robot. There you go. Am I supposed to be able to kill this, or is this supposed to just chase me out of here? It is supposed to be able to die, okay. And thankfully it doesn't respawn. Yeah, gotta remember, they're affected by me flipping gravity because we affect the entire place. And this should be first boss, I think? First boss, Pink Donut Shooter of Doom. Oh, well, we'll deal with that later. Set up another missile launcher over here, and another one there. In fact, let's just make a bunch of them. We have the money. Make a bunch of missile launchers. Speaking of missiles. Now they sent 3 so far. 1 made it through and found a base, so that's a problem. Oh, they sent a 4th missile that didn't go anywhere. Did they send Marines? No, they're still sending more missiles. Okay, hang on. Wow, that was actually a really lucky missile for them. That's upsetting. I mean, it's only right that we send a return, right? We know where some of their stuff is, so let's send our missiles directly at their anti-air. That'll also free up the Marines to be able to get over there easier. Which we will send them, because I have no reason not to. Except it's time for basketball. Whose team is whose? Okay. The ones with the white jerseys are mine. Hey, we actually scored, finally. Back to punching. Get back here. You are not allowed to shoot. No. That's why you're not allowed to shoot. I wish I was as good at punching as they are. Because apparently they're really good at it. It's like, you can see this guy just waiting for me to line up with him to punch me in the face. Trying to block me really hard here. Like, look at that. How are you meant to react to that quick enough? Meanwhile, there's that face. Just throw the longest shot in history here. Look at this. Look at how badly we were getting destroyed here. It would help if I'd stop hitting the wrong button, probably. Nice. I'll be happy enough if we even get, like, half what they have by the end of the game. And that's if this even lasts long enough for it to matter. Apparently, when you're jumping, you just can't grab it. Either that or I need to hit a button while I'm jumping in order to grab it. And I just don't know what the button is. Because in case people haven't figured that out yet, I don't know what I'm doing. Oh, right, this was another one of the ones that's technically a folder. Okay, yeah, that volume looks okay. It's a little on the loud side in my ears, but for you guys it looks okay. But what I might be able to do... we'll knock that down just like a touch. There we go. I'm glad it's showing off a few new things. Like, it's not doing just the games we had last time. Which, you know, with 500 games, I would certainly hope so. I mean, Ghidorah's balanced. I'm tempted toward Megalon or Rodan, but no, we'll take the balanced Ghidorah. Meteor hit the planet. Bad things are happening. Ta-da! Rodan's our first opponent. Okay. Let's do this. So anybody familiar with King of Monsters may recognize exactly how this is laid out and looks. To my knowledge, this is actually a pretty good game. I've never actually played it, though. Okay, that reversed my controls. That probably is not what I wanted. Well, that's a neat trick. How do I do things like that? Okay, there's a block button as well. We started off doing really well, and now it's all gone horribly wrong. Now, it's a Game Boy Advance game, so there's only so many buttons. But let's see if we can, like, find a heal or something. Never mind, we'll figure that out later. For now, it's Vector Man. We may never see Godzilla domination ever again. I'm glad it's immediately giving me things I don't have to think too hard to figure out. There's the jump button. Okay. Now, this game does have, like, an inbuilt code to just cheat immediately, where you just input Call a Cab, but I've never actually really played Vector Man, so I'm not gonna break it that badly. Apparently, these are just a bunch of invisible platforms here, so that's good. Did I break this? Yes. Good news, everyone. I got a thing, and then immediately went to Game Boy Gauntlet. Okay. This could be worse. There we go. It's up, down, left, and right. Chooses your choice here. Wizard. There's no music, which is resoundingly upsetting. But you know what? We'll just make do. We will just walk around and throw bullets at things and hope for the best. We could leave, or we could open up the thing full of monsters and cause immense slowdown. There's not even really much in the way of sound effects either. Like, I know this is on the Game Boy, but goddamn, this certainly is a thing. Thankfully, we found food. We can make up for the damage I took walking in here. Now, the more important question is, what was the point to coming over here? Other than finding a little bit of food and getting more score. Probably mostly just a matter of making more score and then leaving this game for the Jungle Book. At least this has music. Be real weird if it didn't. Level 1, Jungle by Day. God damn, you can jump high. Okay. And we seem to have an infinite supply of things to throw at our problems, so we got that going for us, at least. Don't seem to have a run button or anything. Oh, wait, we have... Okay, so we have infinite bananas. But we can switch to other things that are probably not going to be infinite. And that's a death pit. Okay. Okay, so that's how you want to be. But what is this, like, a checkpoint? Or... Because, like, obviously we started here. So... It doesn't seem to do anything. So I'm going to assume that that's just indicating what a checkpoint's going to look like later. Double tapping doesn't let us run. So we... Like, is this just a pixel perfect jump? Oh, turns out that edge is a little worse than you might expect. Very good. Like, I don't think jumping up and then trying to move horizontally is gonna help. But maybe I'm just supposed to grab this vine. Like, we seem to be able to jump high enough to reach it. Yep, that's exactly the thing. Okay. You calm down right now. Do I just, like, hurl myself into the void and hope for the best? I'm gonna go with that. Wah! That got me nowhere. As all that did was put us back where our same terrible choice is. Like, I'm gonna go back to the logic of this as a pixel perfect jump then. Yeah, I think it is actually, because we were very close that time. So, you know, just enjoy the first, like, 6 beats of this song as I throw myself into the void 17 times trying to make this jump. Maybe we can't make that. Because I know if I stepped one more step further forward, we would have fallen off. So there's something wrong here. I don't know what yet, but there's something wrong here. And I know this has to be completable. How reasonable it is to complete, that's a whole other question. Oh, wait. There's another branch above me. How do I get to that branch? Will it matter? Is the game... Yeah, was about to leave. That's what I was figuring was gonna happen. I also forgot to do a thing, so while this loads up, I'm gonna fix that. There we go. Yeah, sure, I can play some pinball. This will be fine. Got California Gold Rush. Got Black Gold, Hollywood Mogul, Golden Chance, and that's it. Let's go for some oil. Hey there, Jay. So far it's going alright. The shuffler has already thrown many a monkey wrench at me, including one actual monkey, but everything's fine. How you doing? Now, how do I control this pinball table? Okay, it's the shoulder buttons. am accomplishing things. We have a score that isn't 0, which is better than the last pinball game we had show up in the shuffler. But then again, I am actually figuring out how this one controls. What do you mean too soon? What am I supposed... When am I supposed to go in there, then? Explain, table. Explain to me things. This table seems incredibly basic and disappointing. Because there does not seem to be a whole lot happening here. Can I just leave this table? Is it possible to leave? Yes, retire. Let's try a different table. Let's go gambling. What could possibly go wrong? I mean, already the music is slightly more interesting, and there's a jackpot mechanic, so that could be interesting. Now, if I could manage to accomplish anything, that would make things infinitely more interesting, probably. But we'll deal with it later. Oh god. It's time for Amagon. This game is certainly a thing. We are man with gun. Man with gun that runs to the right. We have an ammo limit, so bear that in mind. There's many other things to bear in mind with this too, but right now we'll only worry about the fact that we have an ammo limit. Everything else will become awful here in a moment. It would help me immensely if I could remember anything else about how this worked, but you know what? We'll figure it out as we go. There we go. I'm pretty sure that, like, muscle thing is actually important. I've got a go sign, but I went the wrong way. You'll notice the go is gone now. I'm presuming that I need to find another crown in order to leave. Leave successfully or something along those lines. You'll notice it also kept our ammo amount that we used, so that's great. You know, we didn't need those bullets anyway, right? Bullets are a crutch. Oh yeah, this is a one-hit death game, by the way. Because why wouldn't it be? Can I, like... Nope, that is death, okay. With how many things were really high above us, I'm like, maybe I'm supposed to jump on those in order to launch myself high enough to shoot those birds or something. The answer to that was no. All that does is launch me high enough to go to heaven. If Amagon even goes to heaven. Which, you know, some debate on that one probably, with the amount of random acts of violence we're doing so far. I thought I could jump fast enough to shoot that. Turns out, no. At least they gave us multiple lives that I immediately lost. Get down here, you little purple freak. I don't really know if there's a reason to be killing all of these. Well, doesn't matter. It's time for a defense force. And our incredibly broken homing shots that we selected last time. Okay. I was gonna say we can enjoy the background for a second, but no, they want me dead still. crazy concept, that. You might think that they would just let me leave. But no. No. That would never be allowed. That'd be crazy talk. I should know. I'm a specialist in that. I'm gonna assume... Yep, there we go. I was gonna say, I assume this is going to start shooting at some point. Thankfully, with our homing shots, it's not nearly as big of a problem. And the options will catch bullets for us, as long as they happen to be in the right spot at the right time. Obviously, that second time, they were not as well positioned. You will die eventually, weird spaceship. Ideally, before I do. Or you can leave. I guess leaving's an option. Oh yeah, there are speed settings, I just realized. I think I didn't notice those last time, and I probably shouldn't have noticed them this time. That doesn't seem to have helped me. So homing was really good. I wonder if I should actually try something else. Like, I know we used, I think, basic Vulcan first. Homing was really good. Let's try grenade. Grenade seems like bad enough of an idea that it'll be fun. Hello, ABC. Okay, grenade already might have been a terrible decision. Yep, because we have no coverage. So yes, we will not be using grenade any further. Let's try atomic then. See if atomic is any good. Never mind, we're leaving. We're going to a different game. It's interesting how it keeps doing batches of the same system. Except for when it switched to Amagon. That one was different. It's time for the Great Circus Mystery. Why is there a mystery involving a circus? Well, they're trying to figure out why a circus even exists in the first place. And I say that as a joke, but that's not actually entirely inaccurate to what this game's plot was, if I'm remembering it. What is the right button to do the thing? There we go. That's how you do stuff in this game. You jump on somebody's head and then you pick them up. Yes. This is actually a Disney licensed game. I think even made by Capcom ages ago. There's actually a whole series of these. Every single thing in this shuffler set I have here is an actual game. Even though some of them may really seem like they shouldn't be. Oh, never mind. We'll come back to that at later. It's back to driving cars and realizing I can't afford anything. Yeah, there's your explanation of what is happening and why things may make no sense at all. Come on, I would like to do better than last, at the very least. Though, if we just grab... no. That's one lap down, and we're still in last. I thought it was a one-lap race for a second there. I was very concerned. We can make the ground up. As you see there, I just need to steer a little bit better in order to maintain any of the ground we're gaining back. And ideally stop hitting those oil slicks all the time. And we took third, at least. That's better than I was afraid it was going to go. Considering I didn't remember how to drive the car at first. Oh wow, it ended up in a perfect tie so far. That's actually incredible. Skinny tires are too expensive. Oh, never mind, we'll deal with that later. Time for another game I don't recognize, so this could be interesting, this could be terrible. Only time will tell. They're getting all of their title information out of the way before we even get to the title screen. All the credits and everything. So they must be very proud of what they made here. Let's see how good Time Slip is, if we even get to play the video game. Okay, we're in, we're doing the thing. We're shooting dudes, apparently. Oh wait, I have seen this game. I recognize this now. I just never knew what game this was. Yeah, this is like weird discount Contra. Yeah. It'll leave a save state where we were when it left the game, so we will reappear quite literally in the exact same position we were when we left, which is going to be really awkward sometimes. Like that time where I left a game while I was over a pit. I will probably fall in that pit when I come back, and that's just how it's gonna be. Yeah, just weird time travel Contra is basically what we're dealing with now, it seems. This guy, there we go. I just needed to tank the damage and get rid of him, otherwise we were never going anywhere. The fact that you can't freely run and shoot is unfortunate. Oh, never mind. We'll deal with that later, too. It's time for us to return to Solar Jetman, which is a perfect example of what I was talking about. We got dropped right back in where we were with this game, as we had played this in the last session. And there's technically less than 500 games in there now because I had to get rid of a couple things that were broken. And I realized it won't actually let me put things in. Well, I should say I could put them into the folder, but it wouldn't read them without me restarting everything. And I couldn't be bothered to restart everything. It would be much funnier for me to just appear in the middle of a situation. Well, that's fine. We can't actually go in there now because we lost our ship. We need to go back to the station and get another one. But we need to go into that little hole there in order to actually make progress. I'm just fighting with this game's physics a lot right now because I need to remember how this game moves. Is physics in an NES game is a thing? No. No, I do not. As I mentioned with Time Slip, I was aware of that game, but I did not know that game when I saw it. I know what the names of all 500 games are because I'm the one that put them there, but that's all I know about some of them. Some of them are surprises even for me. But I do know the vast majority of them slightly. Mostly in that I know that they will be playable and that they are functional enough within the 1 to 3 minute time frame. I thought I was supposed to go in there. I think I'm forgetting something. I'm probably forgetting a game mechanic. Right, that's what I'm forgetting. I need the fuel, not the warp thing there. The warp thing there is something completely different. Now, this I believe we've played when I was doing a random batch of games before. Looking at that title, I think I'm correct. Or did I play the Genesis version? So I believe there's both a Super Nintendo and a Genesis version of this game. Yep, nope, we've definitely played this. As good or not good as this is, I have definitely played this before on the channel. Okay, we've acquired an evil face. Why must you blow up my bridge? Now there's bats, because why wouldn't there be bats? Rude. Just dropped the bridge out from under me and killed me instantly. So anyway, I guess we're just gonna run down this field again. Okay, the birds do hurt you if you're too quick. There are multiple dogs. Behold, I can make the orb fly around. Oh, wait, we have a triangle now because I did that. What does it mean? Oh, I have activated the triangles. And failed to make the jump, so activating the triangles doesn't matter. An important thing to note for a lot of these is they play way stiffer than they look. Like, you see all these nice animations that this man has? All of them take priority over me having any control over what he's doing. So, I can't do anything till he finishes crouching. I can't do anything till he finishes his walk cycle. If I try to jump, it's very, very specific based on how I'm moving. Like, there's a lot of things like that. So just bear that in mind as you see things go horribly wrong. Aha, that's how I get rid of the bat. Oh, wow, he really launched me. He launched me so hard we became Felix the Cat. Go ahead and grab all those bonuses and carry on with our cat in a tank. Except he's not in a tank anymore because he lost that power. He became cat in a plane again. Don't worry, we can get the tank back. It'll be fine. Too heavy for these little platforms. Oh, well, this is awkward. We got downgraded again. Now we only have a close range attack, which is going to be really awkward to use. There we go, now we're back in the plane again. Everything's fine. Alright, ABC. Oh.
I really must do some heavy research into this bed. 8 or 9 solid hours should be sufficient.
No. Not all of them are hard. In fact, a lot of them really aren't going to be very difficult at all. We just have been getting a row of dangerous, difficult games so far.
Unseen University, Thermaturgy 101. Failed. Well, it's not little trinkets and paperwork that really count in life. I've got a really pointy hat. That's a start.
Does this version have subtitles that I can activate? Oh, wow. The answer is yes. There we go.
A snoring chest? That's novel. Well, I'll soon fix that.
Then again, this is a PlayStation game, so I suppose I should have expected there to be a decent amount of options.
This sodding thing hasn't got a doorknob.
You're a wizard. Figured it out, Rincewind.
Aha! Portalis Exitus, or the common doorway. See? I'm not a wizard for nothing, you know.
It's a door.
Aha!
Open the door.
See? I'm not a...
How do I access... There we go.
Aha!
No, go out the... Don't just open and close the door. Exit, please. There we go. Each of the face buttons is actually a different interaction. That's why it's taking a second sometimes to accomplish anything. Like, square is actually telling him to move, as it turns out. We will make our way to anywhere eventually. Dining room's that way. Kitchen's down there. I suppose we should see what's going on in the dining room. Might be important. Nope, doesn't matter. We managed to walk out of a room, and then we walked into a whole different game. Welcome to basically Legend of Zelda Bomberman Edition. Or Bomberman Quest. I don't need to save, I just became real. It's okay. Can't go through there, huh? It's too dangerous for me to go that way. Understood. I am a slow-moving Bomberman who can currently accomplish nothing. Teleport armor. That sounds useful. I'm sure we'll never encounter teleport armor ever. Got an old man. Probably not worth talking to him. There we go. That looks like the place for me. A place with bombs. Okay, he can't help me at all right now, but he will be able to help me in the future. Oh, I do have bombs already. Okay. I had assumed that this was one of those games where I was gonna have to find somebody who would give me bombs. We can just kind of blow this town up. There we go. That's how you solve problems, right? Oh, well, it solved the problem enough that we're in a different game. See, this isn't very difficult. Just walk around stabbing slimes. It's going to get difficult, but we're probably not going to play it long enough for it to get that difficult. And you know, difficulty is also relative. Like, a lot of these games would actually become incredibly simple once you become familiar with them. It's getting that familiarity where a lot of old games have their difficulty. Oh, this is actually a perfect example of something that's not that bad once you understand it. Because it's time for the Super Nintendo version of Aladdin. Which I think of the two, it's the easier one? I want to say it's the Genesis one that's harder, but I don't know that for certain. Okay, stun with apple, then do acrobatics to defeat my enemies. But you know, it's a Super Nintendo Capcom game, so it's gonna be pretty solid across the board. I've seen this one played, but I've not actually played through it myself. So there's gonna be a lot of nuance that I'm just like, I don't know what I'm doing, but I will figure it out. But like, already reasonably satisfying movement for a Super Nintendo game. Open the box. There we go. You have to jump on the box to open it. Understood. There's a 1-up. That's probably gonna be important. Why are you trying to murder me? Don't answer that. I already know the answer to that question. I just don't have to appreciate it. That's shiny, so it's probably worth grabbing. Oh, I'm out of apples. That's why I'm not throwing anything anymore. I was trying to figure out why I couldn't throw anything, and then I noticed we were in a different game. Has it gotten confusing yet? Because it isn't confusing me yet, but I could definitely see how it'd be confusing for anybody watching. I have the advantage of being adapted to this nonsense. Because this is, once again, not too far off of how my brain normally works. So really... Huh, that looked like a closed door, but apparently it's not actually closed at all. So we got a bicycle kick, we got a horizontal kick in either direction, get a jump button. We got a ranged attack that costs us whatever those things up there are. Okay. I think I figured out what I'm doing. Somewhat. We apparently kick hard enough to make things explode. What the hell's going on with this thing? The answer, it hurts. That certainly is a death animation. Okay, going up was a bad idea. Can we go down? We can go down. Is there better results down here? Okay, so batteries heal us. That's somewhat expected. Well, just sent that guy. Apparently going this way was a much better decision compared to going up. Oh, you respawn, huh? Go away. Oh, I guess everything respawns in this game. But that includes the healing item, apparently. So, you know what? Maybe that's not the worst thing that he respawns. Look at all these Frankenstein's monster adjacent things that are running around, trying to kill the radical version of Frankenstein's monster. And we kicked that guy too hard, and we are not allowed to be there anymore. There is no game, only Zool. Another one that I've seen and heard of, but never played. God damn, this little bastard moves fast. We're gonna die to sliding off of somewhere, guaranteed. Because this camera is a thing. Pretty sure this is something that like started either as an Amiga game or like was on a DOS setup first or something, based on that UI and how this feels. Mostly just the very incoherent, fast nonsense that's happening here. And we're dead. But no, the main reason I say something like Amiga or such is actually the UI down there feels right for that. Kind of surprised this has wall jumping. Or, I should say more wall climbing. But we'll address that when I get to play that again. This is another one that I genuinely had no information on. I just went, oh yeah, Taito's not too bad. We'll throw that in there. What is Supernova? It's got a picture of a bird. Oh, it's another shmup. Okay. We got Type 1, Type 3, Type 2... Napalm Beam, Guided Bomb, 6-way laser. Wave Shot, Multi-Bomb, 6-way laser. High Press, Laser Shot, Break Bomb, Round Laser. Let's try this one. It's my colors, therefore it must be the correct choice. It's the only one without 6-way laser though, so it's probably the worst one, but we'll find out. Nope, those got some health on them. Okay. Ah, you split. Okay. Understood. Do I have any other buttons? Nope. Seems like... Oh, wait. We had bombs there before, and now we have lasers. Oh, I figured out how to switch things, I think. I thought I had figured out how to switch things. Nope, there we go. The shoulder buttons allow you to switch whatever your secondary is, it seems. Starting to figure things out. Going places now. We're not immediately dying anymore. Now there went our shield. So that could be awkward. Then there's this thing. Why would I just fly above you and shoot you? Until you get so high up that I can't do that anymore. That seems like a much safer idea than shooting you from the front. Except you left, so I probably didn't do enough damage to it. Because these type of games love to do that to you. And we're dead. Jetman has perished. But thankfully, you respawn with a ship wherever you were, so it's fine. Oh, come on. I grabbed that and immediately just got shoved into the wall by the green thing. So we lost the fuel. Now, bear in mind, carrying something increases the gravity as well. So we got a double whammy of gravity fuckery there. There we go. I don't remember if these respawn, but I'm just gonna clear a path here if I can. I think we've been here too long is why those green things even exist. Let's go back to the station, get a new ship. We only have so many of those left. Oh wait, no, we got a ship back down there, so I think actually as long as we don't die, we're okay. God damn it. It is so hard to navigate this thing in a useful direction, but also not screw yourself as far as gravity goes. You kind of have to take it slow, and I don't, as we all know, I'm not good at slow. Thankfully, we've left that game. Not that we went to something that'll go better for me, but we've gone to something else. R-Type DX for the Game Boy Color. Right, you can charge shot in this series. There you go. And our little option thing in front of us, I do believe protects us from frontal shots. We can also toss it out like that. Not a series I've had a ton of interaction with, but I do know a few things. Like how to get myself killed. Not that that should be any surprise, given how me playing a shmup's gone like any time we've done it. Okay, we gotta speed up, so now we're a lot less terrible. Okay, I thought I could move fast enough to get in the middle of that. I couldn't. Well, we moved fast enough to leave the game, though. Here we go with another Game Boy game. Yep, there's that familiar Digital Eclipse name. That sure is music. Surprisingly well animated Batman, though. Got, like, complete, like, flips and shit you can do. I want whatever this thing is. It went blue. I don't know what that means. That heart down there is presumably health. Not that we have a UI to tell information like that. Oh, there we go. The Batman symbol is our health bar. Understood. Oh, there we go. How do I use the tool I've selected, though? Oh, wait. I have placed a bomb. Ah, you have to have it highlighted and then you can use it. But you have to use it in that moment. Or maybe not? No, I just need to stand still to use this, but it doesn't seem to be accomplishing what I want it to. So I'm just trying to get past this truck that's too tall for me to jump over. But if I'm inputting any direction, he just does different attacks. And the attack button is the same button that's using the grapple. Now, from one Batman to another. In the middle of a boss fight, awkwardly enough. Okay, we just have to hit the machine that's running the crane. Ow. Okay, this isn't actually that hard then. You just bait the crane out this way, then you go in and attack the thing. Wash, rinse, repeat until the fight is won. And just enjoy the great sounds of the crane. There we go. My nunchucks disappeared. I wonder if it's because we went through a load zone or what. Oh well. Kick, punch, it's all in the mind. More spying. I just want to make this clear, since there was some confusion before. If at any point it looks like I know what I'm doing, trust me, I don't. I'm just making it up as I go along, and it just happens to look convincing like I know what I'm doing. If it's a game I understand, you'll know it, because I'll actually be consistently doing well instead of just occasionally doing really well. Like this, for example, I do not know anything about other than having seen it a bit. Ooh, okay. And yeah, we did lose our nunchucks. I guess they do have durability and it just doesn't show it. But now we got a staff. Whack him with a stick. Whack him with a stick. Not really sure this qualifies as a staff with the bats at the end of it. It really ends up making it just look like you've got two axes at either end. They're not kidding when they say it's powerful, though. It's just taking these guys out in one hit. I'm probably wasting it. Put that away. As fun as that is, it probably will break like the other one did. Because it was item 1 instead of item infinite like our fists are. Well, that was convenient. Walk through a door, end up in a different video game. Time Soldiers. Another one I don't know anything about. But there's a big dude and a lot of little dudes, and the little dudes all exploded. Rescue peoples. Okay. Deimos is looking for your help in the World Wars. That sounds upsetting. Primitive Age. Oh, we are straight up just traveling through time. Okay. Behold, technology! I'm ruining the timeline with technology! Very ineffectively, I might add. I think these guys have the right idea throwing axes at me instead of using whatever this weird little pew 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 gun is. Why am I finding crazy technological bits inside dinosaurs? The world may never know. Also, we die in one hit, it seems, so that's concerning. Want more of whatever these thingies are. Oh, it's... Okay, my other button became a spread shot when I picked those up. Okay, so you basically get sub-weapons. And good luck telling which one's which, because they all look the same to me. So far. Maybe there was a slight difference. Now we got like a heavy piercing shot instead of the spread shot we had a second ago. Oh, back to witnessing Little Explorer Man getting eaten by a spider. Yeah, we found some knives, and that was about it when we were playing this before. Maybe we should just leave town. Town seems to be infested with people that don't want to talk to us and spiders. And whatever that hunchback boy was. Do you talk to me? Sir, have words with me. Oh, apparently we know this man. Okay, good. He knew where Dr. Livingston was briefly. Amut still haunts the jungle, huh? That's great information and all, except I think we have no context for any of that. You, small child. That's great, but who's Chilo? Well, it doesn't matter. We're getting in a Jeep and it's time for Jackal. Okay, we only shoot straight upward. I forgot that that was a thing with this game. I know... If I'm thinking of the right game, we have to go find POWs and things like that in order to accomplish anything. I think we, like, blow this place open? Yeah. There we go. I remembered a thing. And I believe if we turn them in at a helipad, I believe that's how we get upgrades? Question mark? At the very least, that's the whole point to what we're doing here. Oh yeah, now just picking that up, I guess, got us an upgrade, because we now have a missile launcher instead of our grenades. Quick, get in my Jeep. Somehow you'll all fit in here. All aboard the Jeep. Come on. Everybody on. We're leaving. Oh, it's the glowing one. I guess that gives me power up, question mark? Free all the dudes. Yeah. One Jeep saves everyone. Most powerful Jeep ever. Oh, there was still a bullet. Okay, I got a bunch of dudes back, but I'm assuming I lost... Yep, I lost my upgrade and I lost a bunch of the dudes I had, probably. Unless they stacked together somehow. Oh, doesn't matter. It's time for the Game Boy. The Inspector Gadget game instead. We still haven't seen the one I had shown at the start. Go forth, brain. Save the day like you would usually help to do. Okay, all he can do is punch. His whole thing is he has a double jump is the whole reason we're using him. Except he's dead now. Okay, we can still switch back to him, though. Okay. Not that Gadget's attack is any better, but at least it worked. Brain can scramble into the narrowest passages. Yeah, I guess Gadget can't fit in there. Oh, I get it. I understand now. Very good. We have a ranged attack now. But yeah, you'll notice on this menu, we can also switch what we're using. Like, I think I'm using the arrows now? Yeah, okay. Or the rubber darts, really. Choo. Stop sliding off the ladder, Gadget, please. Oh, doesn't matter. Okay, pits hurt us, which makes a degree of sense. There's in. How goes? No, there we go. I was gonna say, I want that item, and I was able to reach it, so everything's fine. Grab all the things. No, I need to go get the key to get access to that guy. Nice, nice. Hopefully work is going well, which, considering things are going great, presumably yes. Yes, it is. Now we got bats and zombies instead of, like, orcs and dark wizards or whatever any of that was. Except now we have Captain Planet. One of these things is very much not like the others. Fun fact, I still do not have control yet. It's just showing me all of this regardless of my input. And I do know my NES controls are set up as we started with an NES game today, so. This is just a thing it does, I guess. It wants to make sure you know everything you're getting into. Or have my controls broken. Let me check to make sure NES is configured correctly, even though it should be. No, it's set correctly. There we go. Now I have control, for some reason. Okay, that's actually not a bad animation. Oh wait, no, maybe I don't have control, because he's still doing things on his own. Huh. Interesting. I don't know why I have no control over the Captain Planet game. But we, for some reason, just have zero control over anything in this game. Because I've pressed every button, and nothing has happened. It's just playing demos over and over again and not letting me do anything. Which will honestly probably show you more of the game than me playing it would have anyway. Because from what I remember, this was one of the not-so-good games. But I'm genuinely confused why it's not letting me do anything. Like, I know all the controls are working because we just reset them. Like, I'm genuinely not sure I'm upset not to be able to play this, but I'm confused. Nope, it doesn't matter. I'm pretty sure we'd gotten further than this when we had this show up before. Or did I do a silly thing and put both of them in? No? Maybe I fucked things up and put in more than one copy or something. Oh no, that was all in the Necronomicon. Oh no. This appears to not have sound. Why does this no longer have sound? I was wondering, I had switched which setup the N64 was using because of the ones that were broken before. There we go. For some reason, the sound setting was ticked off, which doesn't make sense. Yeah, these controls are all set correctly. Just gonna reset them all right quick. Yeah, because I can jump, I just can't move. Neither D-pad or stick are moving. What the hell has gone wrong here? Like, I can do everything but move. Did I break something in my attempts to fix something else? There we go. There was an extra layer of controls for this core that I didn't realize existed. Because even though analog was listed in the controls list, it had a separate control list for analog for this N64 emulator. It's very weird. But we're moving, we're grooving, we're playing the Castlevania 64. As much of a joy as that is. Look, dead people. Oh no! Laggy skeletons! I can slide, that's neat. How do I pick things up? I had assumed crouching on them would be enough, but it seems to be incorrect. Because like attacking over them didn't work, jumping didn't work. Probably something on the C-stick. Oh yeah, we also have a sword. Because, you know, a whip just isn't enough on its own. Skeleton. That seems like a problem. On guard, big bonehead. You have a lot of health, sir. Ow. Aha! It's right on the C buttons for some reason in order to pick things up. I feel like that's incorrect, but you know what? We'll work that out in a second. Power up. There we go. Now we're doing damage. Now we're doing the thing. Hey, don't run away. Just because I started winning doesn't mean you're supposed to run away. That's right, take out all your skeletons for me, you fool. Knife. Apparently we just don't have any items. I wasn't sure if the power-up had to be used. This may come as a surprise, but I've not actually really played this Castlevania game very much. I actually played the other N64 Castlevania a little bit more than this one. So I actually tried to make progress in that one, much as that was kind of a mistake. Oh no, he's so angry. Wow, really? You're just gonna jump in the hole? Thanks for making a bridge, I guess? Question mark? Huh. Hopefully decent of him. Ba-da-ba-ba. Ah. Give whatever this is. Apparently I can't have whatever this is. I probably have too many gems. It's the emulator lagging a bit. It's not doing well. N64 emulation remains scuffed. Some games emulate fine. This one apparently just wants to be a pain in the butt. Because you notice, like, certain rooms goes back to being fine. Like, the foot crunching and everything sounds perfectly fine. And then at certain angles, especially like when the skeletons were there, it just started falling apart. Which I don't remember how much of that is just this game is bad and how much of that is the emulator having issues. Okay, this is a solid fence. There must be a way to open it. If this continues to have issues, I might try switching back to the other core again. Because in theory, the other core should be better. And I think I had already removed the ones that weren't working on that core anyway. I just was trying to be smart and head off future issues. And instead, all I did was cause different issues, as is pretty much the way of things with this kind of thing. I got a moon card. Moon. Which, thinking about it, switching the cores might also be why the save state for this one didn't do anything. Because we definitely started this very briefly before. Also, I feel like this should have shuffled away by now, so I'm getting a little concerned. But I don't think it's been 3 minutes yet. Especially not with the pausing. Because anytime you go into, like, the setup menus and such, it pauses the timer without pausing the script. Okay, we went around in a circle. Unless there happens to be another identical bridge to jump across, which there might be. Okay. Maybe I should have went with my first thought, which was just remove the N64 stuff entirely. I'm still very much confused why the NES Captain Planet game just didn't do anything. Right, that's a thing you can do in these games. I'll explain that in a second. You can just kind of mash the jump button and have him flail on the ledges. That works in both of these, by the way. Both of the N64 Castlevanias, you can just ledge freak out a bit. You just don't want to do it too much, or like you saw there, you fall. That's just a thing for some reason. Is you like full reset the animation every time you press the button. I'm gonna jump across these because no, that is a different spot. Just happened to have the exact same looking bridge, so I thought it was the same. Oh no, bats! Goodbye, bats. You accomplished so much. Well, gee, would I want to operate the mechanism that opens the way forward? Honestly, probably not, but I'm doing it anyway. Oh, you got rid of the bridge, huh? I have to fight the were-tiger first. Oh god. He can pick me up. I don't want to be picked up. No. Bad. Apologize for your sins. Wow, having multiple whip power-ups made that guy really not much of a thing. 3 hits and he died. Well, guess that was a thing that happened. Give me this. I guess I can't have any more power-ups, question mark? Because I'm pressing right on the C buttons, and it's not doing the thing. Oh. Guess I can only have 2 power-ups then. Which I guess this makes sense, because we are doing a lot of damage. Oh, that guy's gonna explode, isn't he? Yep. Just watch him laggily run at me and explode. Nom nom chicken. It's a shame that this is not great. Because I've never been one of the people that are like flat against the 3D Castlevanias. Like hell. Curse of Darkness is one of my favorite Castlevania games, and that's one of the 3D games, so. I feel like I definitely have no room to be like 3D bad for this series, because it isn't. I was not super into Lament of Innocence, even though that's closer to a proper Castlevania game than Curse was. Curse is much closer to a later Castlevania, like post Symphony of the Night Castlevania. Which is probably part of why I like it more. That wouldn't surprise me. Getting tired of these bomb skeletons. At least when I can actually get a chance to attack them, they're not so bad. Shocking, I know. I get to hit the thing and things go better. Weird concept. But, you know. I do really wish this actually had functioning music. Like, I could have swore this game had music. But apparently, multiple things have broken. And about how the N64 stuff is working. Which is not really a shock. But it is disappointing. There we go, just do the same thing we did a minute ago again. Watch as the platform disappears and presumably we will be assaulted by some kind of creature again. Oh, come on. Spawn the creature. Where is the creature? Need to walk over enough to realize the bridge is gone. Oh no, this is a different problem. We have to platform. I think I'd rather fight into the creature. Oh. So, the platforming in this is more competent than it may seem. Ah, yes. He clearly drowned when he's not in the water. Yes. Well, can confirm the water's bad. We just fell in and melted. Huh. Game over. Restart this stage. Oh, they weren't kidding when they said restart this stage. That puts us all the way back here, huh? You know what? Then hang on. I'm gonna do a thing. We're gonna go ahead and try switching the core back and see if that fixes the issues it's having. And well, if I'm wrong and this turns out to be worse, well, meh. I'm just double checking options first. No, nothing to be done here. It was the fact that it, like, turned off sound and everything was fucking weird. You would think I would have tested this more beforehand, but, well, you know. Is the script still running? Looks like the script's still running. Or, no, it definitely isn't. That looks like it's stopped. Yeah, at some point the script had gotten stopped, and I don't know how or why. But now we're back here again anyway. So we're gonna have more Castlevania time, I guess. And let's see if the other core makes this behave itself. Yeah, there's the music. I knew there was supposed to be music, just apparently the Ares core was way worse, and I should never have done it. See, that's what was supposed to be happening. And I should have realized something was wrong the moment that music wasn't playing.
Transylvania.
Yeah, because there was dialogue there. Yeah, there was so much that was broken. And yeah, now this is moving properly. Apparently that other core is just really, really bad. That's on me. I done fucked up. This is what I get for trying to fix things. This is why I just use the standalone on emulators usually. A lot of these all-in-ones are fucking jank. Nope. We'll just do all of this again until things change. I'm just gonna occasionally check on the damn shuffler now, because apparently it just up and broke, and I don't know why. I must have ended up like hitting a button in combination that caused the shuffler to stop. Look, it's not even slowing down or anything now. Yeah, genuinely everything about using Ares 64 was just a fucking mistake, apparently. We just might end up with games later that just straight up won't load, though I think I got rid of all the ones that didn't load in this one anyway, so it's probably fine. Doing much better than the eerily silent version of this game. And there we go. It finally shuffled away properly. Can't say it's necessarily shuffling away to something better, but it's at least shuffling away to something else. It's not letting me skip this, by the way, in case people are wondering. Because I've been hitting all of the buttons. This is when we find out, like, everything is just broken. No, it's still working. Does it let me press start there? And all of this is moving and working. Just gonna go ahead and give myself as many of everything as I can. Now, I don't really have that many memories of the tick as an entity, but it is a thing. I forget how long the show went for, but it went for a bit of time. Okay, yeah, we can call for our companion to swoop through. Ah, there's the kick button. That's probably gonna be better than punching. It can't be worse. Yep. We're back to Alien 3 now. I'm glad this is at least working immediately again. Working perfectly to get me killed. I still feel like these doors should open. They don't. Oh, found a grenade. Oh, okay, that button swaps weapons. Okay. That's why. Okay. Turns out select is a weapon switch. I see you up there. You can't fool me. But we're making progress, at least. Oh, neat. You can just drop those off the ladder. Can I ledge grab or something? No. So how am I supposed to... It seems like you can't drop off a ladder. So what am I supposed to do here? Like, I can't drop through the ladder. It's not like dropping off of there is the correct answer. I can't drop through the floor. Okay, I thought I was like super jumping for a second there, but no, that's not how that works either. Well, it doesn't matter, we're leaving. We'll figure that out if that game comes back up again today. When in doubt, rely on magic to save us. I had heard decent things about this game for the longest time, but I've never actually like looked into Arcus Odyssey. And so far it seems to be living up to the, yeah, this is a fun game statements I had always heard. Like, nothing especially remarkable, but nothing bad either. Cheap shot there, though. Walk around a corner straight into getting spiked. Which, that is a thing. I don't think this is a very easy game. Escaped from the prison that faces the waterfalls. Yeah, I was gonna say, I presume free the people from the prison. Okay, look carefully, door will open. Understood. Some manner of secret. I really thought he had fired already. Oh, there you are protected when they have their shell pointed at you. Game over. Oh yeah, completely game over because we're leaving for another game. Which there's a certain amount of humor to this one, because we played the other one of these that I put in here last time, and now we're playing the last one of these, I think. Yeah, exploding seems like the winning idea. Or I lost this save state too. Yeah, this really feels like we played this one specifically, but maybe I'm just remembering wrong. We'll just pretend everything's fine. Look at the trees scrolling with us. They actually have depth. What a wild world the Game Boy Advance can be. As we get murdered. Yeah, these guys attach to you and slow you down a lot. They are a problem. Nope. I don't think I can get rid of them now that they're attached either. Upgrade our weapon. So, you know, enjoy me going super slow and then turning into a buff man with a giant sword. Oh, that's something I walk on. Okay. Those looked breakable, so I thought I was supposed to break them. Hello, alien-headed skeleton man. I'm going to stab you until you cease being. I wish I had more health. I have opened a fire. Now I'm determined to hold my ground at any cost. Okay. I guess that was a boss? Because we've seemed to have gone on to a new stage. Why was that such an easy fight? You know what? I'm not going to worry about it. These things seem to be immortal, so I'm just going to leave them alone. And we're dead. Back to just sword and shield of sadness. Oh, wait. Power up. Yay, I've got big sword again. Okay, those things can be killed. You just have to hit them at just the right angle, I guess. This shield is incredible. Just blocking bricks from the sky. Who wants sword and shield? Pah. I do kind of want the robe, though. Okay, the robe doesn't do anything. I guess it's just points. That's mildly disappointing. Oh, well, I guess I'm stuck with sword and shield. Sad days. Look at how weak these little pokes are. Just, What's this? Health. Okay, very good. I'm gonna poke you. I'm gonna stab you. I'm just gonna shank you. Shank all my problems. I mean, it's effective with regard to speed, I'll give it that. Now get a load of this guy. Just a cloak with a skull head. That died very quickly. He really looked like he'd be more threatening than that. Okay, that's just rude. That's definitely haha newbie trap. Though, still better off going up there than going down there. Okay, I can clear that jump. I guess that would be the idea why you'd want to go down below, though, is to make sure you can make that jump instead of falling into the pit. Oh, we're back to Archon, huh? Okay. Now, let's not move that, then. Fly 5. I'm sure this will work out great. You know, they totally don't have a better weapon, more health, and everything than me. Yep, there we go. That went about as expected. Now they get to move a piece. Interesting. Just move the troll over there. Oh, the wizard is imprisoning the dragon. Okay, that's upsetting. Yeah, because the leaders of either side can do special things. Teleport. How do I select a different spell? Well, fine, I guess we're teleporting something. You know what, let's teleport the troll over to you. Whoop. It would help if I remembered how the troll attacked. I thought he was gonna do something more significant than just small projectile out of his face that immediately got deleted by the thing in front of me, so I couldn't tell anything happened. Okay, this is going well. This is going very well. This is a bad time to remember that I'm awful at Archon. Yeah, that's the thing with the troll, is it hits like a truck, but it takes it like 3 years to fire. I'm starting to remember now. Oh, and you're summoning an elemental to fight my imprisoned dragon. Well, we'll deal with that later, because it's time for Tailgater. And I'm absolutely not gonna remember that whole situation's happening. Because who knows if Archon's even gonna show up again. Honestly, wouldn't be that upset if it never reappears. There we go, got a nice healthy health meter. Let's see if we can actually do a thing here. Which is gonna involve remembering how to accomplish anything in Tailgater, but you know what, we'll figure it out. Because, like, obviously we use these keys to open the doors to go further along. I just don't remember the actual, like, long-term plan here. Like, look how pissed he is all the time. He really is my spirit animal. Just like, you know what? Fuck everything. I'm just gonna beat the shit out of all these random things that are in front of me. We did not get the key. Does an enemy have the key? No, there's just another chest that I forgot about over there. Okay. We'll get a lot better once we can actually get another level of power and actually start getting some range. But for now, slumming it up. I think that's gonna despawn before I can get there. Oh right, they don't despawn, they fly away. And then despawn. Well, either way, we're not getting that. Not quite enough power yet. I think it's one more gets us range. Which is precisely why we're not allowed to get it. There's the key. You're guaranteed to have a chest with a key in it in the stage, considering you need to be able to leave. Oh, and it's time for something completely different. King Arthur's World, a game we are probably not going to make much of any progress in. King Arthur searched far and wide to find soldiers worthy of his first crusade. He needed soldiers capable of handling a bow and arrow. The king put them through a simple test. What if King Arthur but lemmings? And then you basically have what this is. As you notice, I've summoned dudes. Dudes with arrows. Dudes that will only follow my directions as much as they can. There are enemies to the left of us. I might have waited too long. Not sure that fifth guy is gonna make it. Nope, they all made it. Excellent. Behold, though, there are enemies within the fortress. We already shot the guy off the wall, I think. There we go. Murderize that guy. Yeah, we can cycle back to Arthur at any time. I believe you can shoot that bell. There we go. And now that that soldier's not in there, by the way, that's what stops the fire from being poured upon your head. And as you might imagine, you do not wish fire being poured upon your head. It will end very poorly for you. I think we got him. Like, I just kind of sent a pile of arrows in his general direction. I hit him. There we go, he's dead. Yeah, there we go, there's no more dudes. They weren't kidding when they said this is a simple test, though if you don't know how to control the game at all, this can actually be quite difficult. I think I need to bring Arthur over now, and he's the one who can collect the treasure. Because, you know, of course he is. Now we just gotta wait for him to slowly walk his way over there. But that's basically the whole thing with this game, is you go clear a path with whatever troops are available to you, and then you go play a better game. Which, It's not actually a bad game, but it's very slow. Some of the puzzles later on can be very difficult. It's time for Donkey Kong Country, though, and we will think more on King Arthur's World if it ever reappears. Just quickly do tradition. FDK be very sad that his bananas are gone. And then onwards. While I quickly remember what my buttons are. There we go, that's how I switch. Burr. Grab us the golden ostrich. It's kind of wild how much faster you run with a barrel in your hands. Go forth for glory, Rambi. We will not be doing the bonus game, because we have no reason to. There we go. These early stages are a non-issue once you remember how to play game. So let me tell you, it's not going to take long before this starts to become an issue for me, because I'm not super familiar with these games. Like, I think I showed that when we had played one of these previously. I think it was even this one in particular. Not that long ago. Because I believe I had this in a different shuffler. Come on. Okay, fine. You don't want to use the rope? We don't need to use the rope. We'll have Mega Man take care of things instead. I keep forgetting the stick that those guys pole vault with does damage. So you kind of got to do a weird, like, mid position to avoid getting hit by those. And, of course, they blocked the ladder. Rude respawn. Rude. Apologize, video game. And no, I do not accept that heal as enough of an apology. In case anyone's wondering. Just quickly gonna check on a thing. Okay. I just had, like, the horrifying thought in my mind of, like, you know, when everything else was acting weird with the shuffler and everything, did the stream die? The answer is no. Everything's fine on that side. Just, like, everything to do with the shuffler and BizHawk, for some reason, just had a moment. And I really don't know if I'd, like, hit some weird hidden hotkey or what. I fucked up the jump. I think that's... No, that's not a game over yet. Okay. Let this be a reminder that not only am I rusty with what little skill at the super early Mega Man games that I ever had, but I've never been especially great at these, because I just never particularly enjoyed your incredibly limited tool set compared to the later ones. Because sliding is all well and good, but I would always rather have a dash than a slide any day. Right, there is a height limit there, okay. I wanted to give myself as much leeway as I could. Thanks, game. As it turns out, there's a specific spot you can stand where it will shove you off the edge. Today I learned that that is a thing. I think I knew that at one point, because I want to say I witnessed that happen to somebody else before. Now, Marble Madness I actually know decently well. I've never actually played the Genesis version. I only ever played the NES version. So I was really surprised to hear that title track. Oh my god, it has more music now. Like, it always had some music. I wonder if this controls better. It feels like the physics are a little smarter. Like, it's not as aggressive, which could be a blessing and a curse. The whole shtick with Marble Madness is the more time you end each section with adds to the time you have to complete the next section. And if you run out of time in any of the sections, you're done. It's over. It's that simple. You fall too far, your marble will break. You get hit by the wrong things, your marble will break. You fall off a ledge, you lose time. You go into a tube, you end up in Amagon. Fate worse than death. I assume there's people out there somewhere that like Amagon. I find it hard to appreciate this game. I'll just put it that way. I feel like that should have hit him, but maybe I just misjudged that shot. What do I know? That was almost a greed death. I wanted to shoot him to potentially get a power-up, and it's just like, no, maybe don't do that. That's why you saw me duck randomly in the air. Except, you can't... Oh. We are spawn again. It's been a while since we've seen this game. This appeared, I think, toward the end of the last shuffle. I'm just gonna ignore the guys with the fire bottles. Maybe I can't, since apparently they don't want me progressing any further. There we go. Get rid of that one, and I can actually reach, and then we'll deal with the rest of these clowns. I believe there was a cartoon associated with Spawn as well, because I want to say I remember watching a little bit of it at some point. Why do you not have a full health bar? Like, I'm not opposed to that because you seem to be a problem. Like, why is your health bar just starting out not full? Like, I knew why mine wasn't full, but why was his not full? Like, is that just a pity situation there, where it's just like, here, you're doing a bad job already. Let's just give him a health down to give you a chance. Though it seems like this guy is incredibly cheesable, just by doing the classic beat-em-up strategy of jump kick, jump kick, jump kick, leave game. Didn't we start this one? Or is there more than one of these in here and I forgot? There might be more than one of these in here and I forgot. By the way, this is not a good game. To my knowledge, this is actually a bad game. And I'm sure it looks fine right now. Like, it animates decently well, you have multiple moves. Okay, cannot defeat the hand that sweeps with the broom. Okay, that's just telling me what I figured out already about charging, which also just leads you off a cliff. Joy. That's what we needed, right? Well, I guess that was telling me about headbutting, not about charging, huh? Because it only said B, not down in B. Not important. We got places to be. Llamas to potentially de-llama. Okay, it seems like you can't, like, charge jump or anything. Oh, we can spit. Wow, that's great. I'm glad that goes nowhere. T. It also seems to only be a stun, not a remove enemy thing? Huh. You know, I might be starting to get an idea of why this isn't a good game. And surprisingly, the music isn't part of the problem, even though that's not great. At least there are health pickups in this game, I'll give them that. They at least had the decency to give you health pickups. So you're not just completely screwed if you take damage. That sure is a life icon down there on the bottom left, I gotta say. Makes him look a lot more like a bird. Then again, I suppose, no, the head up there in general is a thing. Yeah. Somebody's just learning how to play music and is just mashing things and pretending it's music. Yeah, unfortunately, there's not much I can do about that, but here, I'll do everybody a favor and just turn the music off. There we go. That's better, right? Because bear in mind, if I turn anything down in that game, it turns it down in every game. So, it really wouldn't be any better. Like that's unfortunately the best option in some of those cases. Is just destroy. Or, you know, become Bomberman, because it's very rarely a bad idea to become Bomberman. Yeah, short of constantly adjusting volume every time we shuffle somewhere, some of these are just gonna unfortunately be loud, or some of these are gonna be very quiet. That's just how it's gonna be, due to the nature of how this works. If I put less systems in, I could absolutely have it be less of a problem. But because I went ham with this, that's just gonna be part of the nature of the situation here. We did the thing. We got a Pommy. And we can now ride Pommy around in battle. Bold of you to assume I've been counting. Or have any meaningful way to track it. I can do one thing as far as that goes, and I have to find where I put it. Well, it's swapped. Oh no, that's counting last time, so that's... Oh, right, is it broke? Well, we've done at least 10. I can guarantee at least 10. But it's probably been more than that. Oh, Max is here. Well, bear in mind there was an issue where things broke. So we actually lost, like, I want to say like 10 minutes somewhere along the way there. And you can figure out the math as far as calculating it that way on your own. You have just as much access to a calculator as I do. And it's typically been going for the higher amount, so you may as well just calculate, like, based on the 3-minute, because most of them have been 2 to 3, I think. I haven't really seen too many 1-minute shuffles. Well, you've got your maximum minimum backwards there. But yes. It being the minimum interval would imply that it's the... Oh, if you're going minimum number of swaps, then yes, that logic follows. There's two different ways you could read that as minimal or maximum. That's why the question came up. Is it's the maximum interval between games with 3 minutes, whereas it's the minimum amount of swaps. Bear in mind, after all this shuffling, even only 2 hours of it, there's a certain amount of my mental faculty that's
Congratulations.
not functioning anymore. Oh yeah, no, get used to that happening with Dream Course, because I am out of practice. This is game, yes. This is game. Correct, this is a golf game. Okay, that's how much power that needs, okay. Hello, this is game. This is Kirby underwater. Send help. Kirby drown. Oh no. Oh, Kirby drowned too hard. We left the game. Rip Kirby. He will be missed. Oh, why did I put this in? Oh boy. I've done it now. I've really done it now. That's just a default score, because this is... I don't think this ever was an arcade game, but it was kind of treated similarly. Or it was very much a played for score game. Because I don't know how many people ever actually complete this awful nightmare. Let alone people ever figuring out how to do anything in any of the Shadow of the Beast games, because I believe there's more than one of these. Oh, we found something. Inside a winding staircase descends into darkness. Pausing for a while to allow your eyes to adjust. You make your way down the steps, which seem to deteriorate into makeshift planks. You know, you could have had, like, double-lined text or anything there. But I guess, you know, why would you have nice things? Game over. So yeah, that was the entire run we had there, because you die once, the game is over. Let's try the well. Let's see how bad the well is. Peering over the edge, you discover a rusting iron ladder. It looks fairly sturdy, so you start to make your way downwards. The air becomes a different video game. Oh, I'm glad to get away from that game. Oh, I forgot I put that in there because, you know, sometimes there needs to be a bit of suffering in everyone's life. Welcome to Ghoul Patrol. I don't think it's actually a sequel to Zombies Ate My Neighbors, but it's definitely as much of a follow-up as that game ever gets. Complete with some of the same music being used, very similar character design, and a very, very similar gameplay. Our whole goal here is to go collect all of the people that are alive and get them out of here. As you can tell by all the people screaming, "Save me, this way," and things like that at us. Why it's down to us? Well, why not? There's another key over there, but there's a key up here too. Yeah, Zombies Ate My Neighbors was mostly focused on B-movie horror, zombies, and things like that. And we'll get to more explanations than that after, or we shuffle back to that eventually, potentially. For now, it's time to figure out how to make this jump. Wait. That's also gonna be a matter of like which sound are you looking for. If you mean the sound effect, it did play, it just took a bit. But I assume you caught that based on the follow-up there. Oh yeah, there's already been a couple repeats. Like, I want to say we ended up back on... I mean, well, technically we didn't end up back on Castlevania because that's the one it broke for, so it ended up being repeated a different way. This is a repeat game from last time. Same with the repeat of Kirby's Dream Course from last time. I don't think there's been any that have repeated within the current session yet. You might want to spell that correctly. That may make it easier for the bot to be able to do the command. There you go. This is very easy to set up, and way to go, Pitfall Harry. You just decided not to jump properly. But it's fine, we're leaving that reality for a different one. This might be loud because a bunch of the Game Boy Advance stuff has been loud, so mind your ears. No, this doesn't seem too bad. Well, I can't read French, so it'd be rather complicated to accomplish anything. Yeah, this one seems like it's fine. Some of the Game Boy Advance stuff just doesn't understand the concept of audio balance. We'll just skip all of that for sake of actually making progress. Okay. decent enough controls. Okay, we can throw things, throw people. This is fine. This works. We could just loop them by throwing them at each other. I don't seem to have a run, so that's not great, but it's okay. Interesting, we defeated the guy who was throwing rocks faster than the one that wasn't. Now we have the rock. Which seems like it's fitting into his hand wrong, but you know what? It's okay. Have a rock. Nope, from one Turtles game to another. This is fine. Anybody else? Nope. Don't really need that pizza right now because our health's pretty high. Don't waste it though. There we go. But yeah, of course, this too is a repeat from last session, considering we didn't have a title screen. The Pitfall game was also from last session. I mean, that would be ideal, but I make no promises, because I am beyond rusty at Turtles in Time. And this is by no means an easy game unless you know it. And like, you have to know it well. Like, this stage here is not gonna be too bad, but everything after this is gonna become a nightmare. Start the boss fight. Let's keep the pizza for the boss fight. Hi, Baxter Stockman. I'm gonna kick you in the face now. If I lined that up, I could have actually gotten some real good damage done. There we go. No. I'm supposed to get the good damage done, not you. That's not how this works, and you know it. This is why I saved the pizza, though, because I knew I did not remember this pattern well enough to do great here. And he is a very easy boss fight compared to every other fight in this game. See, fight's over. He exploded now. Bye-bye.
Alley Cat Blues.
Now is where the game starts to get slightly serious. To people that play this game a decent amount, that stage isn't even gonna be that bad. To me, who doesn't play it very often, that stage is gonna be a little rough. But we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. It's time to escape from Mars. There's a lot of cutscenes before we get anywhere with this, apparently. Okay, we got a jump. We got Taz's spin, which makes you go very fast. Ah! That's certainly one way to travel. Eat a box of rocks, because that seems like a great idea. I don't know what that did. Oh, we can spit rocks now. You know what? That makes sense. Makes as much sense as anything else. I did not wish to be down here, but I guess we're down here again. If you're thinking that this controls a little weirdly, you'd be right. Don't know if I wanted to destroy those bombs, but it seemed like a better idea than... Oh, the strays are chasing each other around again. That's what the screeching I just heard was. There's a lot of stray cats around here, and they have a tendency to chase each other around, screech, and make all kinds of racket. Well, I say there's a lot of strays, but there's actually a decent amount of people's indoor-outdoor cats as well. And it gets hard to tell which is which sometimes, because not all of them have collars. But now we're back chasing aliens, and I'm still not entirely sure where the game wants me to go. Yeah, I can imagine it would be slightly confusing. Oh, we ran out of time and everyone died. Oh yeah, no, this isn't even the deep end of weird. Oh, guess we get to watch all of the prisoners die. Which is showing me where all of them were, and I was close to some of them. We almost did the thing. Oh yeah, speaking of weird, here we go. Mark was walking home, and then crazy shit happened. And now he and his bat have to save himself from all this weird shit that's happening. Like men on fire that just throw fireballs at you because they can. And legs that just kick into the air endlessly. And weird plants that you have to play murder tennis with. Like, this was the perfect game to show up after the comment about, like, wow, they did weird shit, huh? Like, yeah, no, this is a pretty spot-on mark of weird shit. What you're supposed to do is hit these back at him, but I keep getting the angling wrong. There we go. That's one. Those are slightly too high. I don't know if the cats outside are picking up on the microphone, but they're doing what cats do best at times like this and making a lot of noise. Well, some parts of this would fly just fine. There's other things that haven't come up in this game yet. I mean, that's fine, yeah, that gets the idea across just fine. I've seen it written both as 3 separate words and as 1 word, and I don't know if there's ever actually been a consensus as to which one is correct. Yeah, that's the other way I've seen it written. Personally, I think it's more coherent separated. But you know, people will do what they do. We also don't actually have to fight that eggplant, and I think I'm just not going to, because apparently I've completely lost my mojo for doing that fight. Because I have played this before. This is actually something we owned. So I can verify that this is a game that does actually exist, and was actually licensed by Nintendo. Which is a hilarious concept to think about. Oh yeah, we can just casually do some drugs and turn into a dragon demon thing. And then, you know, different game now. That demon form makes fights significantly easier, because you don't have to deflect shots to fight anymore.
Where's Waldo?
But for now, let's find Waldo.
Where's Waldo?
Good question, where is Waldo? And yes, this quite literally is just find Waldo. Among other things. Like, there's a handful of things you can find, like these clocks to give you more time, score, a dog. The dog causes a minigame. So yeah, this is a thing. You know, it's kind of fitting that we picked up a pill before we ended up in this game, huh? 'Cause this really does just feel like a drug trip. There's another clock. There's the scroll we need. Because I believe the whole thing is we're trying to find, I think it's like Wizard Whitebeard or something generic like that. Scrolls were lost. And then we lost Waldo while we were looking for those, and now we gotta find him and the scrolls. There's Waldo right there. And each stage ends when you know, find Waldo. And you get more score the more points you have. I mean, well, yes, the more points you have, the more score you have. This is correct. But the more time you have is what I was trying to say before I ended up saying all of the words in the wrong order. And as you can see, some of these scenes are a little strange. Wow, it's just on a roll weird now. Okay, this is great. This is great. This is the stuff I wanted to have showing up. I mean, if you call a hidden object game a puzzle game, then technically Where's Waldo is a puzzle game. This certainly isn't a puzzle game. Yeah, he steals food from restaurants. And, you know, the mafia's involved. Because that's a whole thing. And this freak of nature in the middle here is gonna go fight the mafia to get that guy's daughter back because he owes everybody money. And there you go. That's your plot. And then we left that game for a different game. Honestly, very funny to me that we went to Pocky and Rocky off of Rocky Rodent. Ordinarily, we would not be sliding around like this, but we have these two little demons attached to us that are making us move weird. But I still cannot get rid of. To further answer the puzzle game question, actually, there are a couple puzzle games in the shuffle. There we go. Now they're gone. Now we can move properly again. No, yeah, there's the crazy neck lady in there, which we don't want anything to do with that. I should not have stepped up there. All is as it should be. I think we might be okay fighting this boss with what we have. Doesn't matter. We have gone to a different Mega Man. Oh, the slowdown fucked me on that one. I jumped early and then the slowdown also just ruined everything. Right, it's this stage where these guys keep coming up out of the holes. Right. I remember now. I remember the pain. Because remember, they were very interested in fair mechanics back in the NES era. And if you can't tell that sarcasm, well, I don't know what to do for you. Except go to a different game again. See, now we're getting a bunch of the short shuffles this time. I had to call it out on the fact that it was going long every time. Now it's just like, oh, you want only 1 minute of each of these? Okay, 1 minute, 1 minute, 1 minute, 1 minute. This is thankfully not being loud either. So I guess just only a couple of the Game Boy Advance games were like turbo loud. Can't skip this. Welp. Oh, all fire is ice now. That's weird. I mean, there are some dragons that breathe ice already. You could get used to it. There's definitely worse fates than breathing ice. Does this do something? Wish to land on top of it. I seem to be incapable of landing on top of it. Okay, I can't fall off ledges. That's good to know. Oh, let me guess. Do I, like, knock this over to that? Well, doesn't matter. We're playing hockey. I can't believe that shot worked. The goalie moved out of the way. That man should be fired. Out of a cannon. Yeah, I knew I was giving it straight to him, but they gave it back to me. Haha. Probably like 20 for this. At best. It's a Game Boy game, so it's not high. I can definitely tell you that. But I don't have a readout for it, so I can't give an actual answer. Just remember, this was a tiny portable system in a very early age, so it could only do so much. And this was meant to be played on a much smaller screen. No, the gray ones. The gray ones are me. The ones that are dodging. If you see them actually actively avoiding being attacked by the other players, it's probably me. I don't know where you're getting green from. If you're seeing green on this screen right now, ABC, you might need help. I said gray. Clean out your ears, ABC. I can only do so much for you. I wouldn't really say they were black, because the outlines were black. Like, see the outline around our little wizard here? That's black. That slime, that was also black. I don't have that command because I don't have that many. No, that's a shout out. If you're looking for the link tree, you want exclamation point tree. But it also pops up automatically, which is why I don't bother with the socials command anymore. Because it just leads to a lot of junk appearing on the screen for no good reason. This is also why the shoutout command can only be used by a specific rules, because otherwise things like that would become a problem. Okay. The rest of those blocks are real. That's half of Mylon's secret castle, by the way, is poke all of the blocks and find what actually gives you money and things. And ignore the rest. Speaking of, we might actually have enough money to do something now. Depends on what the prices look like in this version. So I say used to very loosely, but I'm used to the NES version of this game. Also, there doesn't appear to be an exit door, so maybe I'm just confused. There's our inventory of nothing, 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 and no crystals. And a dinosaur. Yeah, and the other reason why I don't particularly bother with the socials command or anything too much is my name is literally written identically everywhere, so I feel like it doesn't really take much legwork to find your way to where I am anywhere, or that I am actually. Just jam that guy full of trank darts. And now we have grenades. I'm sure we will only use those responsibly. Absolutely. Ooh. How do I switch weapons? Aha! Bang, bang, bang. That seemed like the opposite of what I wanted. Oh, doesn't matter. Because we're not done messing with time yet. It's now time for Time Cop. Have I said time too many times yet? Time, 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 time. And I do believe this is based on the movie. Which there was a Time Cop movie. And it sure was a movie. I don't remember it actually being bad. I'm just making fun of it because I can. Look at all the mo-capped actors doing things. Like getting blasted with hot steam and burning themselves. And everyone must do high kick. You can't do anything else. Oh, we do have a gun. I wasted a lot of bullets in the gun. I'm learning that I have a gun. But as it turns out, I have a gun. Now, this may come as a shock, but it probably won't. But I've seen someone play this entire game. And it sure is a game. I can't say it's a good game. But it's not, like, entirely a bad game either. This music sure is a thing. Probably want that, but I can't make my way back, so guess we're not getting that. We're just leaving. But look, we did a stage before it shuffled me away. Hooray! The benefits of skipping the plot. Okay, we're still in Washington. Still in 2005. Oh, we'll worry about that later. It really does like to go on themes, doesn't it? Where it stays in a certain type of game for a bit. Which, admittedly, there's a lot of games of this type in here. So I guess I shouldn't be too shocked. Yeah, we'll stick with Ren. Balanced is probably a good idea. Now, this is the better, I do believe, of the two Pirates of Dark Waters games that existed in this era. Not that the Genesis one is terrible, but it's very incomprehensible in a lot of ways. Why is what lagging, ABC? You need to give me more than it on statements like that, because a lot of things could be lagging and I don't have any information on that. But without more to work with, I can't help you. What? That doesn't... That is also not a helpful statement. What was lagging, ABC? That's all I'm asking for here, and all you gave me was E and a question mark. I think you're just having problems. I think that's a you issue, not a stream issue. Because I've not dropped any frames, and no one else has complained about it. So I think you're just having a bad connection. Unless somebody else can confirm that, because my bitrate's fine, I've dropped no frames, and everything looks good on my feedback on my side. Well, that also is a thing, yes. If you're having audio issues, then that's also a problem. But either way, that is not something I can fix. That, again, I don't know if that's a you problem or a Twitch problem, but it's not a me problem because everything's looking good here. I mean, it could be written either way, and you'd get the idea across, but it's generally written with 2. If you can even hear me tell you that, which, you know, who knows? Okay, I probably needed to use those boxes. Well, the problem with sometimes their ABC is I don't know when those times are, so I kind of have a crapshoot as far as that goes. Of whether you're going to get the information I'm trying to give you or not. Alright, ABC, you have a good night. Slowly walk past the stage label. But if anybody else is having issues hearing what I'm saying, or like if audio balance is out of whack in ways other than specific game is loud, then please do tell me. But just as far as I can tell, there's no major issues. So I just need more than just the feedback of 1 to go off of there. And that is not a slight against anyone in particular on that. That's just, I don't want to go off the input of 1 and then make the situation worse for anybody else instead, type deal. Because unfortunately, everybody's equipment and setups are different, so... Ah, okay, I'm supposed to step on the little robot part there. Also, I guess this is an answer to the is this a repeated game question now, because yes, this is a repeated game from earlier today. So this came up like 4 times last session too, because the Shuffler loves this slightly awful RoboCop game for some reason. Oh, and Rastan likes making me be Rastan. Have we... Nope. I was gonna say, have we beaten another stage? But no. We have beaten another part of a stage. You're not gonna move, are you? Well, fine. I'll go take damage from the other one instead. Ooh. Those look neat. Rah! Oh, that is some attack speed. Okay, I did not tell him to let go of that rope. I don't know if I'm supposed to hold that or not for swinging. I'm not sure if I held it or not at that moment. I feel like I would have reflexively held the button there, but I'm not sure. Oh, this is some platforming I have to do, huh? Okay. With the way these jumps float, this sure is a decision they made. Good thing we have continues and extra lives and things. Nope, doesn't matter though. Maybe something did go wrong. Because now I'm seeing something odd. But I'm not seeing enough continuing information on that, so I'm just going to assume things are okay enough. Now, people may recognize the name Shadowgate because Shadowgate was probably one of the better known NES games for an era, as well as having multiple other versions that may be better known. But I've never seen the N64 Shadowgate, so I put this in as a curiosity. So I'm interested to find out if this is any good or not. Oh, he's got a body. Don't know if that's us, or if that's just a body he's hauling around. Doesn't matter though, we apparently aren't gonna even get to find out anything about the N64 Shadowgate. The shuffler has things it likes, and it really wants to push those today, apparently. Oh wow, one hit, huh? I thought that guy was gonna take more than one hit. I got screw jobbed on that jump. Well, guess we're starting over. Hey, this looks familiar. It's almost like we were here already anyway. I'm glad we lost so much progress. We clearly did so much. That death was such a great setback. Okay. Where the hell am I? Oh, it's in the vine. That's why. Okay. That he didn't grab? For some reason? That one I just fucked up. Like, that one I'll take responsibility for, but the other one where he just passed through it, I disagree. I think I might have to hit the end of the vine, and I hit too high on it. As stupid as a statement as that might be. seems like exactly the kind of game that would make that level of distinction. If for no other reason than to make sure you die. Now, speaking of make sure you die, the suffering that is Game Boy Mega Man. Oh, great, this is just a trap, huh? Love that for me. Also, I advise against looking directly at any of these blinking conveyor belts. It's probably not good for you. Certainly not doing me any favors. Great if some of you dropped health. Like that one, yeah. The one that would have killed me if I had gone for it immediately, because the other one was still there. There we go. Now we're in business. Theoretically, I should stay here and grind until I get an extra life, but that assumes a much greater attachment to success here than I actually have. Come on. Apparently, since he was in there, he wouldn't reveal himself until I got too close. Okay. Everything is fine. I would love to have that, but I don't have any abilities yet, so I can't get that. I'm just happy to be seeing any part of this stage other than in Crusher Hell. I consider that great success on my part at this point. And then our success was taken away from me. So this is a game I can actually do decent in as well. Up to a point. Okay, that skull is not a thing. I forgot whether it was or wasn't. Yeah, that's the advantage for this one, is you can do these super jumps. Morris would be able to use the whip to, like, swing on certain things. And I believe has different attack angles? Like, we can only stab upwards, but I think he might have a diagonal... Oh, no, both have a diagonal attack. Never mind. Ignore me. Just goes to show how long it's been. I think the last time I played this was the last time I tried to show people this game, which was over a year ago, I think, at this point. Which is better than it was as time-wise from then to the last time I'd played it at all, which would have been many, many years. Personally, this is my favorite of the classic Castlevanias, but this is also the one I played the most, so there's an inherent bias there, probably. There we go, we got Fire Spear, which I believe is only temporary. Now, fun fact, there's actually... Yeah, there we go. There's more than one trick you can do there. You can actually launch yourself up and then get hit up to here, or if you're standing in the right spot, you can actually just land up here. And that skips that entire section down there where the water is. Just say to hell with the whole walking near water thing. And dealing with the merman and everything. It's a really handy little thing to do. And from one game to another yet again, this time the other Spyro Game Boy Advance game we put in here. Where we're still stuck in a tutorial, as both of them are just tutorial hell. Okay, doesn't matter what size the basket is. Yeah, there's a basket somewhere that I didn't break. There we go. Yeah, I was scratching an itch on my eye and just steered Spyro right off the cliff. Now I gotta destroy 4 vases. Okay. Seems like the controls are the same between these, so that's good at least. I kinda love the pillows on the walls as like a buffer against Spyro smashing his head into the walls. Except they don't cover the whole wall, so that's a great idea. Okay, destroy training dummies. Some weird layering as far as these giant balls go. Sometimes we're in front of them, sometimes we're behind them, sometimes we're just behind the 8-ball. Professor, you do realize I had to jump to finish your tasks that you gave me, right? Because there were ledges I had to jump up and down. Not gonna acknowledge that? Okay. You know what? Fair enough. Oh, you mean the glide I just used to make sure I didn't miss that jump? Yeah, I can do that. Or apparently I can hit bad rendering and immediately fail. Okay. Except I'll become I'm an agent of MIB instead. I'm sure Spyro's worn sunglasses before. He can make it work. Just get him a nice black suit. Press up. Okay. I think this teleported me back to the beginning of the level. Which is just as well because... Oh no, this can't be the beginning of the level, because otherwise there wouldn't be stars there. Right? Also, I think that was fall damage I just took, and I'm upset about that. I feel like I've been swindled. Yeah, I think that was just a side area that just happened to look like the beginning of the level. And we're dead. Right, this game doesn't have iframes or anything nice like that. Right, you can just have your health drained by something touching you. I remember now. I remember the pain. You know what, maybe Agent K will have better luck. That's totally gonna be how this works. There really isn't very much difference between the two sprites. Which really shouldn't be much of a shock. How much are you gonna be able to do with man in suit that also wears sunglasses? platform? Would you like to go back over there? No? Okay. I don't know why you even had a platform that went over there in the first place when you can make that jump. Now we're back to Stinger. I'm glad my ship has a soul, and my ship's soul flew away when I died. I'm glad. Okay, at least we don't have to restart. They actually are kind enough to give you continues. The Konami symbol, clearly that's a good idea. That has to be helpful, right? Okay, I picked up an L and an R, and that made my shots go backwards. Interesting. Money! I didn't expect him to move backwards. I thought he was just gonna keep moving. Scowl. Nice. Clear screen. And then die anyway because the one guy that was left moved on a pattern I didn't anticipate again. I really need to remember the classic strategy of expect the worst. Also, you can't move past the 3/4 mark of the screen for some reason. Just in case anybody was wondering about that one, I learned that now. Yeah, see, if I just get the L, it shoots left. And if I try to get the L and the R, I play a different game. I'm surprised this hadn't come up till now. Come on. Just thinking about it. Space Station Silicon Valley. Which sure is a choice. Well, there went a bot. Oh yeah, I did one stage in testing. So we'll just go ahead and go over here. Unless the intro's not skippable. Oh, the intro is not skippable. I'm gonna do us all a favor then and quickly reboot the core. Oh, is that the problem? When I rebooted the core, is that what broke the shuffle? No, the shuffle's still there. I'm gonna hit the button anyway, just in case. Which is gonna cause the game to reboot again, just bear with me. I'm just making sure that I don't screw up the shuffler. This is still gonna be faster than waiting through the entire intro of this. Which, short version, robot animals have taken over this space station. Things have gone wrong. 2 heroes were sent there, 1 robot and 1 mostly useless dude. We are the robot, but we were smashed to pieces when our ship crashed because the 2 of them were fighting over the radio station. So now we will be taking over robot animals in order to get anything done. And there you go, you're brought up to date on everything that's happening. That's why the intro doesn't necessarily need to happen. I think I understand. No, you get in that pen. You get in there and you stay in there. Okay, C stick is camera. B jump, A bite. Don't actually want to bite the sheeps this time. If you defeat a robot animal, you can separate yourself from your current animal and enter the new animal using the little robot chips that we are. There we go. In fact, I'll demonstrate that right quick as soon as I remember how to do that. Oh yeah, this actually has volume controls, because, you know, good game design. There we go. So it was that button. Just for some reason it didn't work the first time. Hey, you're very vulnerable when you are in microchip form, so, you know, don't stay in that form very long. Yeah, the sheep can jump way better than we can. We would actually need a sheep in order to get those items. Thankfully, the scare radius on these guys is wide enough that we can just kind of chase them to where I need them to go. Oh good, they deactivated it on their own. Perfect. There we go. We did a thing. But yeah, as far as its overall design goes, look at it kind of like a collectathon, like a Banjo-Kazooie or Mario 64 or anything like that. And then we won't worry about it any further. Because it's time for another bastion of quality that I added to this list. And if you didn't catch the sarcasm on that one, you will soon. Because while this game's not horrifically terrible, it's certainly not incredibly good either. We got a hook shot, a hammer. I thought we had a... I thought we had like a nail gun, but I think I have to pick that up. I think we start with the hammer and then get the nail gun. Yeah, right there. This kind of works like a Sonic game, by the way. If you have nuts and bolts, you'll live. You don't have nuts or bolts, you die. It's that easy. You also don't have the best jump in the world. And good news, they'll expect you to platform. I forget where I'm supposed to use this hook shot. But it's used somewhere. Oh yeah, you also... I don't... Oh, there we go. That's how you aim diagonally. There's a dedicated button for it. Pew, 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 pew. Get rid of the pterodactyls. But it's like a whole... trying to find all missing tools or something stupid like that on various movie sets is our whole shtick here. Is for some reason they were stolen. And in each stage we gotta find a bunch of boxes. Or go to a potentially better game. Lots of intro cutscene. But this is Return of the Ninja, a game I've never played. So we'll find out if this goes well at all or not. It's a Natsume game, so it's probably gonna be really difficult, but pretty good. It already controls decently. I'm not sure how to feel about the slow fall we've got going on. Oh wow, we've even got a backflip if I press down and jump. Look at that. That's impressive for a Game Boy game. I have a plan. Baha! Oh, nope, that didn't work at all. I was gonna be fancy and like backflip over the flames. Instead, we're dead. Oh, this is a one-life game, huh? Oh, goody goody. That checks out for Natsume as well. There's probably like extra lives you can get through some weird process. Oh, well, I used my magic. I found the magic button. Turns out select uses my magic. And I only get one of those. It was until I find a power-up, probably. I'm glad this fire doesn't hurt me. Only that fire hurts me. And we died like feet away from the exit. Go me. And our attack apparently has a really wide angle to it. Like wider than the animation shows by far. Okay. Keep that in mind. Waha. Oh, that was easy. This seems dangerous. Whee! I guess this is why they give you natural slow falling, huh? Just for situations like this, where they expect you to drop down somewhere. Are these? Yep, those are damage spikes. Okay. Since they had the black, like, not transparent PNG bit going here, I kind of figured maybe they were pickups, as they would do that to make them more noticeable. I guess it would make sense for them to do the same with spikes, huh? You know, just as a, like, hey, stupid, this is dangerous warning. There we go. Well, I guess that's one way to get across a waterfall. Drop all the way down to go all the way back up. We got a boss fight just in time to leave. Now, I definitely had one of the Rolling Thunders in the Shuffler before, and I believe that was Rolling Thunder 3 that I had in that shuffle. Because I don't think I've done the first one. But I want to say I have both the first and the second one in this shuffle. Right, can't aim up. Okay. Nothing in that room. Ah, there's the jump button. Because you can super jump for reasons. Most of the reason being you need to actually be able to reach places. You gonna stick your head up at any time, buddy? Or okay, I guess we're doing this then. Oh yeah, they can open doors too. But now we've got a machine gun that I'm going to end up mostly wasting because a lot of these guys are still gonna just be basic chumps. Oh yeah, those blue boxes you see down there, the one that's now red, yeah, that's my health bar. That's all you get. Two boxes. If I remember right, there's a dude hiding in one of these barrels. So I think that might be the guy that would be hiding in here. Nope, there he is. Fucker. Thankfully, contact damage, you'll notice, doesn't actually do real damage. It just kind of messes with you a bit. Which, that's a smart move on their part. Having contact damage be just knockback instead of damage is nice. Meanwhile, getting punched, that hurts a lot. Thankfully, we'll just revive here. He had to go to get bullets too, I understand. I wish he gave me the bullets he got. Because you can't use these doors multiple times. In case people are like, why doesn't he just keep opening the bullet door and get more bullets? Because that would be smart, and we're not allowed to be smart. Case in point, when I stand up into a bullet. I gotta stop proving myself right immediately. Rude. Oh. It's time for a different Alien 3. Space. Full of dangerous, odd things that you'll never understand that will kill you. get ready. Oh, it's this Alien game. Okay. There's a lot of Alien games. Hunter be hunted, pressure point. Oh, there's a bunch of different missions. Let's just go in order here. Quantity. Okay. Go to cell block 3 and I guess get prisoners out. Okay. That is actually like a surprisingly well-modeled face. With decent and actual like mouth movement and such. For a Super Nintendo game, this is actually decently impressive. I could review the blueprint, but let's be real, that's gonna be more thought that I'm gonna be putting into this. Okay, we got a flamethrower as well. Oh, our health bar just appears on our head. Okay. And each button is a different weapon. Interesting. Okay. So, left is flamethrower, up is grenade, right is regular fire. And this is why I didn't want to look at the blueprint. We're leaving that game now. I thought we started... No, we started the other Valis game. Because I did the smart thing and put multiple games and series in here. Mostly because I needed to keep filling space. But, you know. Things happened. Okay, that's how I fight. That button jump, that button hit thing. And I believe one of the other buttons will use those, but let's not waste those. We'll figure that out when I feel like I need them. So I believe the icons are pretty accurate to what they do to a certain degree. Yeah, to my knowledge, the Valis series is actually pretty good. I've just not really had that much experience with any of them. I think other than 2. I think 2 is the only one I played more than a minute or 2 of at any given point. You know, it couldn't be that bad considering it's gotten at least 4 games based on our current knowledge. Which I'm pretty sure there's even more than 4. Even more than that if you count versions of games, because I want to say there's multiple duplicates in that regard, because I believe there's TurboGrafx versions and then other systems as well. Okay, up and attack is how we throw fireball. So I did notice the infinite fireballs we had, I just hadn't quite worked out how to use them yet. We can't jump that high. We can't attack downward either. I don't know if there's a reason for me to go all the way up there, so we're just gonna keep going this way. And just hope for the best. If we just keep running to the right, maybe the game will move forward. Okay, the P is our health. I don't... Actually, did both meters go down, or am I... I think both meters went down. Oh, God. Okay, he's got Boomerang Cutter. Good for him. Ah, okay, B is boss, as one would expect. I mean, if you're just gonna stand there and let me stab you, I'm just gonna keep stabbing you. And never mind. There's like 3 Inspector Gadget games in here, by the way, because I hadn't played that much of any of them, and I'm like, yeah, why not? How loud is this? This feels a little loud. No, it's not too loud. It's a little rough, like it's up towards where my voice is, but it's not too out of hand. There we go. I also figured it was gonna calm down immediately. Or somewhat, anyway. would appear I can't break those. Ah, okay, I do have the other two still. All the other two seem to be able to do is slap things at the moment. Do you have your double jump like you had in the other one? You do. For some reason, Brain has a double jump. And it doesn't matter because we're not playing that anymore. Speaking of things there's a lot of in here, there's a lot of Turtles games in here because there's a lot of Turtles games. Some of which are rougher than others. The NES set being on the rougher end. Both for difficulty and for it just being a little bit jank. Like the fact that just walking near these Foot Clan guys from the front can get you grabbed from behind. No, stop throwing sand in my eyes, you're rude. Oh, that's right, that's the trick to killing these guys fast. Just press down and attack and just flip them over your head and they explode instantly. For reasons. Don't ask why that's a thing, it just does. But that's the key to, like, defeating basic foot soldiers incredibly quickly and easily. Because there's always a trick to these old games, you know that. That's just always how that works. That's how the testers and such get through them. Oh, they got ninjas hiding in the sand. Oh no. Fucking throwing sand in my eyes. Rude. Still don't appreciate that. Never going to, never have, never will. Meh. Oh yeah, they're emerging from the sand. Hurts me too. I forgot. Yep. Get on screen so you can die. I know you're hiding out there. Fine, I'm leaving. I guess he is dead. How did he die? Huh. Well, it doesn't matter. Key West. Do not trust the beach signs, by the way. They may seem innocent enough. Well, it's not gonna matter anyway. I'll just tell you. There's gonna be ninjas hiding behind some of those beach signs and they're gonna knock them on you. And then, you know, join the fight as usual. I thought we started this one last time too. I feel like some of this is just broken. Like, no matter how much fixing I've done for this, some of this is apparently just still broken. Though, speaking of things I'm not going to do that well at, this is definitely going to be one of them, even though I really like this game.
There was a time in the era of...
There sure was a time. And this is a time. This is Einhander. I've shown this off before. This is a very good game. It's also a very hard game. But, like, this is probably one of the only shmups I personally genuinely like. That doesn't mean I'm any good at it. Let's do the easy to fly one. As much as I usually like the multi-gun pod ones, we'll take the one gun pod one this time. And it doesn't matter, because we're back to watching Captain Planet and the Planeteers happen. Because I still cannot do anything with this game for some reason. I don't know why this one's weird. On the bright side, the script didn't break this time. I was worried that hitting all the buttons is why it broke, but I just hit all the buttons again trying to skip this or make anything happen and nothing happened. You know what, this game being broken is actually a good time for me to just step away for a second. I'll be right back while this runs, and, you know, if I end up dying to a shuffle, that's fine. I'm not surprised that it shuffled away in the time I was gone, but that works out in our favor, really. It did, I'm assuming, get me killed in Athena while I was gone. Or did we die before, or when we played this before? I don't remember. It's really hard to say. Either of the two could be true. We have a helmet now. Yay! Protection. You perish. Oh yeah, killing those gives you health. That's the reason to chase after the weird slime guys. Oh yeah, with the helmet we can break the things that are above our head. We got full armor now. There's a shield. Everything's great. There we go. I think that claw might have been like a weapon down or something. Oh, now we're back to the TurboGrafx Darkwing Duck game. Did I just assume I couldn't shoot these guys before and that's why we were having so much trouble? Because I remember having a ton of trouble getting anywhere with this. So I think we do have a finite amount of shots, so maybe that's why I was avoiding shooting them. Well, dead. Game over. Maybe we should try a different stage this time. Oh, the picture's a stage? We'll try the picture. Oh. Oh, this is assembling all the clues we get then. Okay. Let's see what Megavolt stage looks like. Okay, this is more reminiscent of some of the other games. I'm assuming I'll get shocked if I touch that platform, but it also might be my only way to move up places. Yeah, because there's stuff up there. And there's Megavolt himself just sliding around on an electrical wire. Also, apparently the water's electrified even though there's nothing to electrify that water nearby? Interesting. Understood. Everything is danger. I think they got the wrong idea about let's get dangerous. There we go. But yeah, I presume all of these puzzle pieces will then be assembled on the other screen we were just on before. Not that we'll ever reach that point. But if I survive a stage, maybe we'll actually, like, put those that we got down just to see what'll happen. Do you guys, like, ever... No, they don't die. Like, obviously, the gas gun would never kill. Well, really, but... I could hope that it would at least remove them from the screen. Like, are these just, like... yeah, these are fucked up in how they're aligned because that guy's standing down there. That was the problem. Nope, never mind. Oh wow, it's took a long time for this one to come up. Another classic, quote-unquote. The original Bionic Commando, or at least the original that I know of. There might have been an earlier version at some point somewhere, but I don't think so. Okay, there we go. Had to remember how to deploy. Oh yeah, I don't think this game has a jump button. I think you can literally only grapple climb, swing around, and things like that. Which thankfully, when you make contact with them when swinging, you win. So that's good. God, I forgot how kind of jank this was. Like, it's impressive for the time. Just by virtue of the fact that, you know, it's a functioning grapple system that you can do things like that with, except, you know, maybe don't do the dying part of what I just did. Do the cool fling yourself around the map really fast part, but don't do the dying part. Because remember, you can always do better than I do. That is always an option. Computer. I want to say we want to do the wiretapping? Beware of the elevator. Okay. Since they had pink helmets, I'm going to assume they were evil, considering these guys have pink helmets. Oh god. I forgot you bounce off enemies in this game. There's many things I forgot about this game. A lot of them bad. Game over. I thought I could land and shoot him fast enough. I was very wrong. I forgot I threw a random translated game in here. Actually, a couple of them. Because remember, there was that NES translated game that we had come up. I do wish there was any kind of audio as all these screens are coming up, but, you know, it's fine. There you go. Normal versus timer on, sure. That's actually a surprisingly detailed old cutscene. Real shame that we can't actually spend the time to look at that. Otherwise, we will get nothing done. Oh, okay. I was expecting to be able to shoot, not just throw our spear at things. You know what? This is fine. I swear we missed out on so many good things because they just never made it over here. A lot of neat ideas just did not make the transfer to English. It's great that people are actually taking the time to translate these things these days. I don't know why I'm in just charge mode now. Oh, I guess it must have been a power-up that I picked up. Oh god. Those get you stuck. Okay. Well, oh, this is a very drastic graphical shift, isn't it? This is one of the things I love about using the shuffler, is just drastic fucking whiplash moments like that, where we're playing the exact type of game, but it looks and plays so drastically different. And remember that this is just a difference between the Nintendo and the Super Nintendo. There's not even that huge a gulf between those two necessarily. And yet there's such a huge actual result difference between the two. It's kind of wild if you think about it. There we go, got a speed up and a laser up. I think that's an extra life? Question mark? Watch out for the flicker floor. Those that need to look away until I tell you that the flicker floor is gone. Okay, the flicker floor is gone. You're fine. I disapprove of how the power-ups were blocking my shots. And I'm gonna go out on a limb and think that wasn't an extra life that I picked up. Based on the game over we got, I do not think that that was an extra life. Not that it matters, because we're literally in the same spot anyway. Because I've made no progress in this game. In the couple times that this has shown up, I've done genuinely nothing. God damn it. I desperately need those speed power-ups. The speed is pain. Oh, thank God. We're playing anything else. I've never played Ignition Factor either, but I've heard it's good. And it's Jellicoe, so it should be fine enough. Let's see, do we want to do the high-rise building or the factory? Let's do the high-rise building. Pygmalion Productions, target for 1314. Do we really have time for a briefing? Oh, it's a mannequin and fabrics manufacturer that caught fire. Great. 10 minutes to save 6 people. Be sure to plan ahead for unusual fires. Oh, good, and things can explode. The axe is helpful for breaking down doors. Gee, I would never have thought about that. Looks like we only have the 13th and 14th floor to worry about, but it won't matter. Because we're playing another translated game. Which is ironically another Jellicoe game. Wow, a moon base. What? tired him out, I guess. Why is that a thing I can do? What? Why? I don't understand. I got a space helmet? I don't understand. We got more armor, too. You can't really tell as much, but he's got like a full spacesuit going on. No, I guess the jetpack's a very temporary upgrade. Okay. And I think I needed it to make that jump. I'm just gonna go out on a limb and assume I needed it to make that jump. Considering we didn't make it under normal circumstances. But again, this is another case of, this is an NES game that looks way better than a lot of NES games. Oh, speaking of things that look better, hey, we might actually finish the intro cutscene for Tales of Phantasia. Wouldn't that be a hell of a thing? They threw an amulet at him and now he's dead. I think they're actually like sealing whatever he is inside that amulet. Yep, turned him into a statue. Real shame for him. It's always awkward when you get turned into a statue. I've been there before. It's not fun. Then birds start pooping on you. It's not any good. Meanwhile, more plots happening. People are waving wooden sticks around. Meanwhile, people are running around over there. Hey, don't go doing stupid things and dying. You're the only big brother she has. It's a hell of a thing. I'm sure that getting interrupted won't have any negative consequences at all. I'm sure nobody's gonna end up burning this village down or killing everyone or anything. I was worried about you. You almost walked outside and touched grass. You know what that does to our family. Yay, healing item. We have control now, and holy shit, look how fast we are. Nyum. Fuck this village, we out. Where's out? Oh, god damn it. We can't escape. Didn't we just tell you to make yourself comfortable in the house? Why are you just slowly toddling out? Okay. Bye, old man. Anyway, that's the thing that happened, I guess. We got a red dot over here, so I'm gonna assume I'm supposed to be going here. I might have been supposed to buy gear or something, but you know what? Yeah, this is exactly why. Because I knew we weren't gonna be there long. I wanted to try to get anything done. But we can't. We're not allowed. I don't know why this amuses me so much, but it does. So speaking of things that amuse me, this game's gonna be a ride. Don't worry about that message. That message is fine. A bunch of European games have that message at the start of them. We got a bunch of dudes and a kid. I mean, I feel obligated to go with the one that doesn't look like the rest of them and just is much fancier than the rest because I think it's funny. That's a time. That's also a time. We're gonna skip all of that information. It's time to fight. Except it's time for hockey. We don't even get to see gameplay of Crisis Beat. That's a shame. That game is actually pretty funny. Oh, I'll keep what Crisis Beat is under my hat until I'm sure we're not gonna see it. Because it might come back up again. Not that I'm expecting it to, but I'm hoping it will. God damn it. One of my own guys blocked my shot, but it worked out. We did it. This game's barely even started and we're already up 3. Because these guys are just terrible. Oh, that almost went in. That would have been so good. Oh, mine. Stealing this. They stole it from their own guy. That's great. Holy shit. Hi. He just brought that all the way to me, huh? Okay. Interesting. Ah, I thought that was getting through. Yoink. That was an awful shot on my part. I should feel ashamed. Ah, timeout. Sad. Oh, now I'm gonna be confused. As soon as we shuffle back to this, I'm gonna be so confused. Yoink. Mine. Mine. Nope, mine. I think I figured this game out. Unlike the basketball game, I think I got this one. Get him! Kill him! Take the puck! Take his skull! Are you kidding me that made it in? Oh, this is so stupid. That should not have worked. I was just mashing and trying to brawl and ended up scoring. Unfucking believable. Oh, mine. Mine. I am definitely gonna end up hitting one into my own at some point, because I'm gonna forget which side I'm on. Like, that's absolutely just gonna be a thing that happens at some point. Oh god, I can't tell what happened in that blob of bodies. Oh, speaking of can't tell what happened. Why am I in sand hell? Oh right, I was gonna fight Pharaoh Man because I thought that was a good idea. Was it Pharaoh Man? I mean, I would assume it was Pharaoh Man, but maybe I'm wrong. Mega Man 4. No, I think that's right. More than likely, knowing me, I just thought it would be funny. You set my future self up for failure by picking bad choices. You sure do. How you doing? You see me doing ridiculous things as I always am. Why are you in the rain? Why is it raining? Also, I cannot reach this and I'm sad. Whee! I'm glad you're getting better. Pretty sure I can make this jump? Yeah! Get all the things. Oh, just get away from there. That slow down. Ooh. Ow. Well, we may not have any lives, but now we have an E-tank at least. That might save the day, if I actually use it. I made that an emote. I knew I made it, I forgot that I made it an emote. I feel like I've gone in a circle. No, it's definitely forward. Ah! Spinning door is pain.
Flawless victory.
I mean, it's flawless victory for somebody, just maybe not for me. Do I still have that E-Tank? No, doesn't matter. I was wondering when it was gonna shuffle again. It was taking a while. But maybe it just feels like it was a long time. There are things happening. I don't understand any of them right now. But magic happened, and now we're in New York. Yeah. Oh, that's being stolen. Oh no, the sword's been stolen. Oh boy. Based on the way this is moving, this is gonna be a thing. Okay, B is run. Okay, figured that much out. Up jumps. Okay, we got the two things I need. We got run and jump. Oh, that's a wall. Okay. I thought that was background and that was a pit in front of me, so I was getting ready to do a running jump. You know, game, it would be great if you had left me with some music or some anything instead of just the sounds of Laura's feet. Okay, that accomplished something. That accomplished a concussion. Yep. Yep. It sure is a style. I hesitate about the art part. Okay, never mind. We don't need to worry about that anymore. And how you doing, Yura? There we go. Now we got something going here.
Metaforce. Metaparts.
I am sad that the music is gone. That was good music. Nice, nice. Food is important. Long battle time is fine. I kind of like all three of these, but I'm feeling this one right now. Right, this is one of the RPGs, so this is gonna take a bit to get anywhere. Well, that's a shame. Probably not gonna end up figuring out what to do at all here, but you know what? It exists. Far back, make a left. Okay. Going this way. Because that sounds like progress. Wait, there's a thing in a jar. What's the deal with the thing in the jar, guys? What is this? Okay, you're experimenting on Metabots. Good for you. I'm glad you're all doing the same thing. I don't know, being a researcher sounds like nerd work. Which works out well because I'm a nerd, but that's neither here nor there. No, I can run, it just wasn't working initially. I see. I went back into the left and did not accomplish what I set out to do. Maybe it's this way back. Aha, you look different. Well, doesn't matter, because we're not there anymore. This probably was a bad idea. No, it didn't. Nothing bad happened, so you know what? We'll take that. You know, I just realized something about his animation here, and I have questions. Specifically, you'll notice he's switching arms as he wheels his wheelchair, but the gun isn't moving, really. And I feel like some steps were skipped in this animation. Just immediately clips the concussion. You know what? That's fair. Where are the ghosts? I know there are ghosts around here. Where are the ghosts? Are they in here? I know we switched between characters before, but I seem to have lost how. You know what? It's fine. Considering I have no idea where I'm supposed to be going anymore anyway, I suppose it doesn't matter at the end of the day. Does the phone tell me useful things? The phone does nothing. Understood. Which I suppose means it isn't useless, but it's not useful either. Meanwhile, back in one of the two Crash Bandicoots, okay, you can't double jump and then body slam. You can only single jump into a body slam. Much needed extra life. Apparently that's 2 steel. Bang, 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 bang. Whee! Way to go, me. I'm so glad I picked the one space in there that I could have fallen into a pit. Incredible. We don't even get another extra life either, so it's like, no, you wasted that one. You don't get more. None for you. You're just going to waste them. And I can't say that they're wrong. Apparently the slide does not cross this entire gap. Can I go in here? Nope. What does this do? Explode, that's what it does. I probably was supposed to wait till a good thing was on it, but you know what, it's fine. Don't touch the nitro crate or you'll be sent to a different game. We're never gonna get out of the tutorial for that Crash Bandicoot game.
I'm in danger.
Maybe. Are you afraid of bats? How about iguanas? How about acrobats? Nope, there's nothing we can do there. Yeah. I feel like many people are afraid of me. Mostly for not really correct reasons, but you know what? They will live the life they've chosen to live. You know, that seems nonsensical enough to be a fear. That checks out. Look at this strut he's got going on. Just strutting along at first with his eyes closed. He just doesn't care. Well, apparently he sure doesn't care about being in this session. He's just out of here. He's gone. He left already. He's like, nope, I'm done. I'm out.
Congratulations, you played yourself.
Oh god, they're running this as like a Super Nintendo mouse game. Oh no. This could go really badly, but you know what? That's the point. We got a bunch of dudes. Oh, this is gonna be so bad. Oh, and there's so many open doors immediately too. Oh no. Okay, those guys up there are safe. They're not going anywhere. These guys are falling to their death literally instantaneously as far as I can tell. Oh wait, no, the camera scrolls. Uh-oh. Where are my stoppers? Do I not have stoppers? I don't have stoppers. Well, that's awkward. That's really awkward. Oh, and there is down here. Okay. It looks like they don't have anywhere they can die, though, so I think they're okay. They're just stuck. That's fine. And I presume I'm supposed to get them to the tent. That seems like the most likely candidate of where are these fools going. You shall be entrusted with a flamethrower. Is that a bad idea? Probably. Okay, no, it's the sandcastle that they gotta get to. Okay. Okay, that's actually gonna be pretty easy to solve then. You are also entrusted with flamethrower. And then they'll be able to make their way up that bucket and get in, so they're good. Now you idiots, what am I gonna do about you? Also... look at this. That's not the way that fire was supposed to go. That way. There you go. They're just in a little bucket, just like, what do we do? I might be able to get this done. Yeah, but they got places to be. Okay, they don't fall to their death there, so they're fine. Everybody over here's done already. Ah. Well, that one was basically done. All that was left was for them to walk to the exit. So we pretty much got it done before time ran out. Now, people may recognize this as a third-person shooter series. But did you know that there was a Game Boy Advance version? Why? I don't know, but it exists. It shuffled away. They're walking to the exit. There was almost. There was like 5 guys still left walking to the exit with nothing between them and the exit. It just swapped before it got to that. So we basically had it solved, just unfortunately they take too long to walk. That's what they get for being slow. They could have walked faster, but they had no... Oh god, they really actually went all the way with this, huh? Oh boy. Oh god, I have to use the shoulder buttons to aim. Oh no, I can't move and aim. Oh god. They literally made a full third-person shooter on the Game Boy Advance. Why? I thought it was gonna be stupid and be like a side-scroller randomly, like a bunch of the other Game Boy Advance versions of things were. No, they went all in. Oh god. Well, good news, we left already. We didn't even get to play that game, and that's fine. I didn't want to anyway. Oh, God. That's what I get for not looking at all the 500 things that were thrown in here. This I know is good, though. We've played this before. I mean, potentially, yeah. Yes, confirm English. 2046. Only 22 years away. Come on, game. I already pressed the game start button. You don't need to tell me the year again, it's okay. As you can see, they've landed somewhere. One of them is unconscious, which is not ideal. We'll just skip that and come back to them once they can move. There we go. Tank controls away. Okay, that's the exit door. Understood. Eventually we will get somewhere. Exactly. Oh, combat music. Oh no, robots! They've got suits and ties on, but they're apparently dangerous because the music is pretending that they're really dangerous. Oh wait, there we go. We do have a targeting method. Kaboom! Target. We did it. Oh good, they drop bullets. We're certainly gonna need those. I want to say when I showed this off before, I had put the gun away. Oh wait, we got high explosive rounds too? 8. That's responsible of me, bringing high explosives in my little pistol into whatever situation I've walked into here. How did I do that? Oh, okay. Just double tap a direction and he can like backflip and things. Whee! Who needs to travel by walking? Up. And hop. Damn it, I'm stuck. Hang on. Hop. And hop. And hop. Well, I backflipped out of the video game.
Who grew a beard mostly because shaving cream costs tuppence a bag. An old wizard. Ah, a swamp dragon, if my eyes don't deceive me. I thought these things were filled with explosive gas.
This is why you don't ask dangerous questions. Why are you throwing magic around the room?
A very, very aged old wizard with a beard used mainly for collecting tobacco stains.
Hey? A girl. What's a girl doing in here?
I'm not a girl.
Why are you wearing a dress?
Well, we're not gonna find out the answer to that. Oh god, it's this game. On a very similar note to the lemmings from before, we gotta rescue these idiots. I don't remember what any of the buttons in this game do anymore. Okay, I got them to this side. What do I do here? I did it! I saved the stupid people from themselves. Time to go. Just gonna leave a bomb behind. Oh, water's filling up fast. Ew, life preserver. Well, never mind. Worry about it later. This is another one I feel like we started, but for some reason we apparently are starting over. I don't know. I probably tested this and then thought we started this. Or I did the goofy thing where I put more than one copy of it in for different versions because I only partially paid attention to what I was doing. I don't know why these people are exploding. Okay, don't seem to be able to shoot diagonally. I can only jump and shoot. Thankfully, I'm quick on the draw sometimes. Well, I can't deal with this guy at all. Unless I can shoot him from down here. Like he can shoot me from up there. And judging from the fact that the shots stopped, nope. I got rid of him until he respawned. Fuck you. Was that necessary? Maybe. Was it gonna matter whether it was necessary or not? Nope. Hey, stop trying to shoot me in the foot. Rude. That's usually my trick. Ah, there we go. We were supposed to high jump up there. The high jump I totally knew I had. Nope, back to this alien. And we're dead because I hit the wrong button. That's all it takes is one wrong button press and you're a dead man. Beep boop. Oh, well, that was a bad thing to land on. Yikes. Just happened to land in the waiting arms of an alien. Hi, you're free. Run. Leave. Find somewhere else to be. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle up the ladder. Ah. You know, it'd be great if I could see even like a foot further forward, huh? Back. I knew there was one in the ceiling. You could see it. But I can't shoot it. Does this make contact? Nope. Does this make contact? No. Well, whatever. He gets to live. There we go. Free that one. Which, that was the one we were about to save at the end of the timer when we were doing this before. If I hadn't run out of time, he would have been saved. Now, what am I supposed to do here, though? Like, I feel like this is just, like, the wrong path. This is only a, if you fuck up this jump, you go this way type deal. Eventually, we will learn things. Oh, or we'll leave. Leaving's also an option. Sega. Now, this is actually a game I tried to beat once upon a time. I did not succeed. Because the end of this game is nasty business, and there's a maze later on. That without a guide, I don't know how well most people are gonna figure it out, because I certainly couldn't fucking get through it. But I do like this game. Even if it doesn't like me. We're just a doctor walking down the street shanking random passersby. But we now have the best weapon, the cane. There's also a healing potion here, which I don't think we needed it at all, but you know what? I drank it anyway. I tell a lie because technically the cane I think isn't the best weapon, but it's the best weapon that doesn't use ammo. Because I think the pistol or the bombs might be the strongest. I don't remember which of the two would be. But like, you know, they have ammo limitations. I think there might be an item hidden in this wall too. Yeah. Oh, there we go. This, I think, is higher damage than the cane, but look at this range. This range is sad. That range is pain. Like, dodge the bullets by going back down the stairs, but like, you'll notice it's one-shotting these guys. jump up into my UI. Don't mind me up here. I am the health bar now. You can actually spend quite a long time in this room in particular, because that guy will just keep knocking you into the water and killing you. If that sounds upsetting, that's because it is. And if that sounds like I'm speaking from experience, that's because I am. I have absolutely experienced that nightmare before. Just timing your jump wrong and just getting slapped out of the air over and over again. Because there is knockback in this game, but only if you're not on stairs. If you're on stairs, you're fine. They thankfully can't knock you down the stairs. Burp. What's up, Yura? Oh, you've actually beaten Master of Darkness? Well done for that, then. It's a rough one. Well done. 'Cause I spent some time trying to get it through it, but one of the later stages just kept causing me just enough trouble that I could never finish it. But I also only spent like a day or so working at it, so I probably could have spent more time. Yeah, that would definitely do it, because that's definitely a game that favors memorization for sure. I mean, basically, yeah. I would say memorization is half of speedrunning. Which is also another reason... Nope. Out of time. Yeah, that's another reason why I could never be a speedrunner, is because my memory of anything in a game is not usually long-lasting. We got closer this time to rescuing all of them. We only missed 2 instead of 3. And it doesn't matter, because we left that game too. We were there long enough to be told we failed, and then sent on to the next game. Oh yeah, this is one of the ones where you could turn into a robot or stay as a ship. Yeah! Robot form! Oh, okay, instead of a bomb, we get like an invincibility charge we can do. Okay. Okay. I'm down with that. Okay, the harder I mash, the more bullets I can get, too. Mashing harder! As far as Master of Darkness goes, I want to say it was the second to last stage that had the maze that kept driving me crazy. And that's like literally the only significant issue I had with that whole game, is that maze was awful. Like, till you know the path through it, that maze stage is just disgusting. This is surprisingly straightforward so far. I'm waiting for the shoe to drop on my head here. Yep, we're moving on to a different game. And it's frozen because this was another one that had multiple files in a zip file that I did not realize had multiple files in it. So periodically I have to click a thing to make it do the thing it needs to do. How do I... Okay, it's double tap to run. I think? Yeah, there we go. It's just very janky double tap to run. just like everything in this game. God damn it. Jack, you need to stop sliding. Jack, please. This is not a hard climb to make. There we go. Yes, I figured that out already, thank you. I needed to do that to get here. Rolling, 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 rolling. So there's wall jumping. Okay, that's actually decent wall jumping, so that's good. I don't know why the text is like in weird trying to be 3D, by the way. I don't know why the colors are all screwed up, but that is actually a thing I've seen on people who have actual hardware have that issue with this game. Oh. Oh yeah, this is the game I turned the music off because it was really annoyingly loud. So, you know, just enjoy absolute silence. Occasionally interrupted by prank. Trust me when I say that is a improvement over the way the music was. Yeah, the PS1 version is actually a good game. This is not a good game. Like, everything I've ever heard about this version is that it's terrible. And so far, based on my minimal experience with it, I cannot disagree with that statement of it being not good, but I also can't say that it's as bad as people were making it sound. This at least controls, which is more than I can say for some of the things in this list. I guess I need like a key or something to get through this door, probably. Oh, I need to fill a cup. There's the cup. Happy. I'm gonna guess that while that's spinning is while I can go through the door. Yeah, this is a perfect example of why this might not necessarily be a great game, because that's some real bad positioning. And yeah, by the time we got past all that, the door is now shut again. Can I? Trying to be cheeky. Nope, I don't think it acknowledges it because it's off screen. And we're dead. Wow, just getting casually tapped with a broom just kills Kuzco. Who knew? All they would have to do was hit him with a broom, and the movie would have ended immediately. Real shame. Don't need all that fancy poison, just like tap him on the head with a broom and just boom, gone. No more groove. Whee. You know, somehow this is more uncomfortable than the games that don't have music at all. I think it's because I know this is supposed to have music, but it's just bad. Oh, well, there we go. I spat in a cup and became Bomberman. You know, that checks out. He's telling me about trading cards. Who am I supposed to talk to get out of this damn town? Oh, apparently Bomberman is responsible for the monsters. This doesn't surprise me. Will you let me out of town now? I know how to get past you. Oh, god damn it. The dialogue distance is that far, huh? I was gonna place a bomb next to him, but it literally has the dialogue distance to be far enough away that you can't place a bomb next to the townsfolk. I'm incredibly disappointed. Oh, this one's out of the way. I guess we're allowed to go this way and only this way. Don't have enough flame for that, I guess. Balloon. No, don't casually bounce away from the bomb. Just die to the bomb. Embrace the explosion. Why must you just so casually float away from my attacks? We all know that's not how that's supposed to work. You can tell he's doing this on purpose, that he's just happening to bounce perfectly away from them. There we go, now we got a flame upgrade. We did it. We defeated our first opponent, a balloon. Oh no, that didn't make our bombs bigger. Oh. Oh, let me guess, that's probably a component to give to the... Yep. That's a bomb component. Okay, we also have an ocarina for reasons. Probably a nod to the fact that this is incredibly Zelda-like. Well, doesn't matter. Speaking of games I've never finished... The probably most often labeled bad Turtles game, which it's not even a bad game, it's just questionable in some ways and incredibly difficult. Like, it's definitely difficult for reasons that are not reasonable, but there are definitely much worse games out there. Games that are actually bad. As opposed to just like, haha, rude game, fuck you. God damn it. Now, if only I could just make it across this ledge, that would be great. Also, I could just jump up there, so I don't know why I was putting myself through that. First boss fight. Ta-da! We won! And we won so hard, we left the game. And off to weird Plock times. Which I think Plock was in one of the other shufflers we did too. Or I showed this off when I was just doing a mix of games. I don't remember which. But his whole shtick is his flag was stolen. He's trying to find who stole it. And he can throw his limbs, including his legs. That's everything you need to know about Plock. He has weird, like, limb magnetism. I wouldn't mind being able to throw my arms at people. I feel like it would end a lot of awkward conversations. Probably would make them more awkward, but you know what? That's fine. At least I would be entertained. That's not a flag. Certainly not his flag either. As you notice, it looks like a flag with him on it every time we walk up. And then it's not that ever again when we actually look at it. Oh yeah, that turns you into a buzzsaw for a while. If I was facing the right way, I'm pretty sure that would have taken me like a chunk across the board. Oh, speaking of board, back to skate or die, failing to do even basic skating. Whee! Whee! Ow, my legs. I need to relearn everything I learned when we were doing this before. Ah, of which being stop spinning so much. Oh, okay. One tap spins you that many times. Okay. I thought I was overspinning. Turns out, no. Ah! Well, he's dead. Just gets hit in the head with his own board. We did it! 500 points just for actually landing. Yeah, this is the main screen where you decide what you actually want to do. You skate around and do stuff. And there's this skate shop here. Yeah, there is pool jousting. Right. The pool jousting sure is a thing. But let's show that off, because we might get shuffled away before much else happens. Because how this is you actually have to skate and joust. And I don't remember how to do this, like, at all. Oh, he's got it. It's his turn to pull now. Ah. No, he gets the pull first now. Ah. Because I think the whole shtick is you have to dodge a certain amount of rounds through, and then you get to attack. And if you happen to collide with them while you have the weapon, you knock them down. But as you can see, I'm doing a much worse job than he did of making contact. Because he's just way better at closing the distance. And we left that. But, like, it's a really neat idea. Which is why I wanted to show it off. Just, like, actually accomplishing anything with it? Rough. Ack, my butt. Oh right, there's spikes down there with the dog. Because, you know, why wouldn't there be dog and spikes? Oh, I know what to do with this. Yeet cow. Bird explode. If none of this makes sense, don't worry, it's never going to. That's kind of this series' whole shtick, is slightly nonsensical. I'm pretty sure there's a way for me to reach those. Like, well, obviously they're in place, so they have to be reachable. But the how escapes me. Yeah, to hell with it. We're not playing this long term anyway, so I don't know why I'm worrying about that. As far as making distance in this game, I do highly recommend getting as much as you can. And this is exactly what I mean. We're not even there long enough to make it to the first boss. So speaking of games we're probably not going to make it to the first boss on... Oh, is this the wrong one? This might be the wrong one.
Let's go.
Yeah, this isn't even the one I had intended to have, but you know what? We can make this work. I can't say we'll make it work well, but we can make this work. I thought this was the side-scrolling shooter, which I think I do have that one in too. accidentally shot resistance people in the back of the head because I'm trying to shoot the Terminators that they're just sitting in front of. You know, it'd be great if you lot were useful for anything, just sitting there in front of the enemies. Now I can shoot the wall down a bit. That helps and hurts at the same time, probably. Because apparently I can't headshot the Terminators particularly well. Like, I think you can, because you saw that one's head disappear, but actually hitting it consistently seems to be problematic. It's easy to aim just like a pixel too high and have it not count. But if we just stay here, we seem to be just cleaning house a bit. So I seem to be getting low on ammo or something because we're shooting slower. Okay, good, we left that game. Not to a great position here in Kakoma Night, but it's fine. I can make this work. Ta-da! Now, if I wanted to make this shuffler really, really hard on myself, I would involve only things that need a fast reaction every time you get brought into it. Which a lot of what we're doing here kind of gives me leeway. Maybe when I first pop back in. There we go, we did get more of the mirror. We're probably not gonna get all the pieces because I'm pretty sure I missed a few earlier. And that's if we even make it to the end of this game. Not even counting shuffling. Like, this game actually does get rather difficult toward the end of it. These enemies start doing damage by hitting your line and things like that, and it just becomes a whole thing. We did get an extra life and a piece of the mirror there, though. Welcome back. That's fine. Good, we got another extra life to make up for the life I just lost. Gotta get 63% of the screen to qualify. I believe those bullets can hit the line, so we need to be quick about this. Yep, like that. Thankfully, this character can take a hit. But only a hit. The other two characters can't take any hits at all. Oh, doesn't matter. Oh god, I forgot I put this game in. Can't believe I'm doing this to myself. I don't even know if this is any good or not. But it's a movie-based game, so it's probably not. Oh, I have to do 10 missions as humans to play as the dragon. Damn it. Fine, I guess we'll be the shitty humans. Oh, okay, that's how this works. I just have a whole bunch of dudes. We gotta go find food. Okay. Lead the army of idiots against the monsters. Well, this sure is a game. This sure is a thing that's happening. There is multiple versions of this game, by the way. I'm pretty sure there's also a PS2 Reign of Fire game. And it's probably very different from this one. It might not be. Going towards the arrow and hoping for the best. Oh, never mind. We are Captain America again. But in the other Captain America game, not in the one we were playing earlier today. And that's all well and good that you're yelling at him that he can't escape when he came charging at us. Yeah, he's still chasing us, Cap. I don't think that this arrangement is working out the way you'd expect it to. Ah, I timed it wrong. I was gonna just, like, keep cheating him out, but then just running him over and over again. Now he's cheaping me out instead. Oh god, he's spinning. I can't defeat his spin unless I throw things at him. I dislike that he's faster than me. I feel like that's not fair. But I won the fight anyway. We just lost a lot of health. Oh no!
America still needs your help!
Bad things happened while we were dealing with that idiot with a helmet on. Oh no!
Okay, go!
I will once I can see. There we go. Oh, this is great. Just spawned in immediately getting shot. Thanks, game. Love that for me. I would like to get to participate in my video game, please. You know, maybe that's asking a lot, but I feel like getting to participate in the game you're playing is usually an improvement. Fight lasers with lasers. I mean, I try to sometimes. Many games I've played don't allow me to play them. How do I do this game again? Okay, I don't have control yet, that's why. There we go, now we have control. We just push bubble, the bubble needs to leave. That's all we gotta do. It's that simple. Why are we pushing this bubble? I don't remember. But we're doing it. Bubble can't touch anything. Bubble touch anything, bubble go pop. Bubble pop, goes sad. It's that easy. Don't let that happen. The faster you go, the more points you get, as you might imagine. Fire is also, as you might imagine, real bad for a bubble. Even without touching it, you will pop. You just need to get close. How? Oh, right. No, I'm being stupid. Put out the candle. There you go. That's how you bubble ghost. I was real worried I was gonna hit that corner. Put out the candle again. Watch out for all the random shit that's going on in this place, because... Oh god, I meant to push it horizontally and it went diagonal. No. I popped a bubble for not demonstration purposes. I bring dishonor upon my family. Yeah, for some reason, blowing into that device there turns the fan off. How that works, I don't know. But as you might imagine, that fan would push the bubble into the wall and bubble would go pop. Wouldn't be any good. We don't want that. Next, I got a life back. Not a life that brings him back from being a ghost, apparently, but you know, that's fine. Well, we'll figure that out later. Instead, it's time to be a boxer. We fling boxing gloves for now. And then it wore off. Oh well. Hey there, Cinder. Thank you for the raid. What were you up to today? Hopefully everybody's doing well. Welcome to me shuffling games and losing my mind. There you are. How it goes? How was stream? It's just in time for Plock, which is very strange, but you know what? It's a fun game. Welcome in, Column Weaver. Hope you're doing well. Nice. Hope you had a good time with 14. Which, considering you're dragging in people to play it, I would figure you enjoy it. Oh, speaking of getting dragged away, we're getting dragged away to a different game. Excellent. Any friend of Cinder's is more than welcome here. I suppose I should explain why we are suddenly playing something else now. The setup we're running right now is the BizHawk Shuffler, which if you put in exclamation Shuffler, you will see exactly how it works, but the short version is it will randomly cycle games every 1 to 3 minutes, and there you go. Oh yeah, retro is half my whole shtick, so you will be in good company here. If it's old or odd, I got you covered. And I can't even think of the last thing I put more than 6,000 hours in there, Cinder, so credit for sticking to it, but goddamn. Yeah, and it's all freely available. The only requirement really is you have to run specifically the BizHawk emulator, because that's what can run Lua scripts, which is what the Shuffler is. And I could have set the times lower, and at the rate it's gone, I probably should have, at least for some of these. Because we've had a couple things be broken, and a couple things just I'm familiar with enough that I'm not having that hard a time. So it'd be very funny to make it more awkward. His axe has a gun on it. Get back here. You can't run from me. I can jump just as far as you can. Okay, off screen is cheating though. Ah, I fooled you. Oh nice, we got a 1-up out of that. And I'm not gonna get to pick it up because I didn't have time because I grabbed the other two first. Well, that's a shame. And the 500 that's listed up there in the title is accurate. I do have 500 games loaded into this particular shuffler because this was originally for when I hit 500 followers, but I wanted to do a part 2 to make sure more of the games got shown, which I've been mostly successful getting more of them to show up. But, you know, it being random means there still were some repeats anyway. Okay, I can't jump or anything in this minecart, so I guess my whole shtick here is this is probably a bonus stage, and I'm probably meant to just hit as many soldiers as I can. Or maybe I'm not supposed to hit soldiers, because I hit multiple soldiers and then lost. And that time I hit a rock, and I hit it so hard I got sent to the Game Boy. This is what I love about this, is just when it conveniently lines up with something happening, and you just end up in a completely different game. If you want to see the plots or anything of any of these games, this is the wrong time for that, admittedly. because I need to rush, otherwise nothing will end up happening. Which makes the couple RPGs that I let in here get real awkward, because you just see nothing of that game. But that's the whole joke with those, is they're never gonna go anywhere. Like, the Game Boy Advance version of Tales of Phantasia's in here, and we only just barely got to the world map the second time it showed up, before it shuffled away again. It's been a ride. I do these shufflers decently often. This is just the most extreme one I've ever done. I know another streamer who does a shuffler of nothing but RPGs, and all I can say is more power to them on that, because I don't think I could ever do that. Wait. I think I can... Yeah, there we go. It's also worth noting that I don't know what I'm doing in like half of the games that are in the shuffler. I'm making it up as I go along with a lot of them. Hence, like right now, I'm only just now figuring out how to use the grapple to get around in this game. Because I purposely picked a lot of games I hadn't seen, or at the very least, I had only seen in passing at most. Like this game right here, or Tekkaman Blade, which is actually a translated game. We didn't get this game in English at any point, but I found a translated version, so I'm like, you know what, we'll throw it in there, why not? Because it looked cool, and you know what? It's playing about as cool as it looked, so I'm down for this. Oh, well, there goes a life. I do like that throwing the spear actually blocks their shots, and we can block it with our melee attack too. There we go. Oh, you've got a blade too. Who's Why are you calling me a traitor? Are you the traitor? Who knows? Oh, right, that's the other phase of this game. It turns into a fighting game. I completely forgot about that. Oh, you've got a projectile. Can I do that? Well, doesn't matter. All I can do is turn into Solomon's Key. Oh, wait, no, this is Milon's secret castle. Either way, you get the idea. I do apologize in advance, by the way, because there is going to be some jank to the audio balance in places. Unfortunately, there is just nothing I can do about that, because BizHawk only has one audio setting, and that is across the entire all-in-one emulator. So, since some things are much louder than others, it's either have some things be a little loud and some things be a little quiet, or some things are balanced and some things are unhearable. So, I kind of had to go as middle of the ground as I could, which didn't entirely work out. Oh, and since I was doing my whole explanation spiel there, I should also add on, Cinder, if you need to go take care of yourself after streaming, please do so. It's more important to make sure you take care of everything you gotta. I will still be here in my shuffling nightmare for at least another hour or two, probably. Nice, nice. Go make yourself something good. It really is just incredible to watch. Like, I remember watching someone else do this at first, and I'm like, I can't stop looking at this, because even the one doing it doesn't know what's gonna happen next. And that's how I end up doing these for longer than I think I'm going to each time, too, because it just, you stay hooked on it somehow. Like, it's just the right kind of insanity. Oh, we're going somewhere. And I think it's one we haven't gotten yet, because it's having a second. You're good. Food is important. You may or may not miss a couple games along the way, because it keeps shuffling, but, you know. It's time for the Incredible Crash Dummies now. And I have played this game before, but I have no idea what I'm doing anyway, because I played it for only a couple minutes and realized I had no idea what I was doing then either. But you'll notice they lose limbs, and when they lose limbs, their movement changes. I believe you can actually lose all the way down to your head. Yeah, pretty much. Hack my leg. And, like, you can set literally any time you want. I had one for charity that I did that I had lowered down to literally, I think it was like 10 seconds was the long time for it. So nothing got done. Literally nothing could be accomplished because every game would shuffle away within 10 seconds of existing. And it just became a series of title screens appearing and disappearing. But that's what happens when you let people donate to keep decreasing the timer. It became a nightmare of I get like 3 inputs in and then the game's gone. It was so good and so bad at the same time, but you know what? It was worth it because I raised money for charity. That was actually, I think, the second time I'd done a shuffler on stream, and that was a couple years ago now. A friend of mine had asked to participate in a charity week she was doing, and I'm like, well, what's a unique thing that I could do that most people aren't gonna think to do? I know, let's do a stupid shuffling set. That'll be great. And, well, the rest is history. So I was a fool and didn't set a donation amount for the timer decrease. I think I just said literally if you donate, I will decrease it by X amount. So you can imagine how that got out of hand. And that wasn't even as crazy as it could be. Well, that's the best part, is it automatically saves and loads states whenever it shuffles. It's actually built in to do that. Like, see how we're back at Cutthroat Island and back where we were. The one who wrote the Lua script actually was smart and made that work that way. And all I have to do on the user side is just fill a folder with games. And then make sure to run the script when the emulator's open. I think we got a game over. Yep, we sure did. I crashed the minecart too many times. And this is technically the BizHawk Shuffler 2. There was one before it that was a little jankier and couldn't work CD games very well. The second version can actually even run PlayStation 1 and such. That is actually surprising, yeah, because Plock's a pretty rare one. So I will say, get used to not having any idea that something I'm playing existed, because I wander the weird end of things constantly. Is that's the fun part to me, is getting the I've never heard of this reaction. And frequently it'll be something I've never even done anything with either. I just dug it up one day and went, hey, let's look at this. This version of Cutthroat Island is pretty good. There are bad versions of Cutthroat Island. Though I believe there is one version that's better, and I forget what version it is. Grab the one up this time, since I lost a life. There we go. Because I want to say There's a Genesis version, and that's the one I had played? But I'm not 100% on that. Yeah, you spend enough time playing a variety of versions of things, and they all start to kind of run together a little bit. So I think to this day... Oh god, hang on, gotta fly a plane. Gotta remember how to fly a plane. Nope, I figured out how to park the plane, but that's the opposite of what I want to do in a race. How does one fly plane? Help. I have forgotten how fly plane. Oh, wait, there we go, there we go. Plane has left the ground. It's the opposite of what you think. If you press up, you go down. It's inverted, and that was what was throwing me off. I couldn't remember if it was a face button to go up or if it was a directional button to go up. And neither of them were doing anything until I hit down. And I was losing my mind for a second there. Nope, we lost that race again. I've never won this race, and I tried this in testing. And I could not win this race. But you have to win this race to even start this Rocketeer game. Like, I'll get off to a head start like this, and at some point they just speed up and I lose. So I'm doing better than I remember ever doing any of the times I've tried this before, so maybe good things are gonna happen. Maybe this is my time to shine with the plane. Oh, nope, he's gaining on me. And there he goes. He knows something I don't. Oh, and then the blue guy body blocks me. Cheating bastards. It's like, you go arbitrarily faster when you turn in the air, but I can't figure out how to manipulate that in a favorable way. So I just keep losing over and over again. And now that they're ahead of me, I cannot gain this ground. Like, I'm sure there's a way to break this, I just don't know how. I think part of what I should have done was stay higher up, because they seem to stay in the middle-ish. See that, or like fly really low? Well, doesn't matter. We'll deal with that if that comes up again. I'm glad more things that haven't come up in a while, or haven't come up at all, are coming up, though. I mean, it's the first race, though. You would think at least the first race would be somewhat reasonable. But I guess they just get their cheating out of the way immediately, and you know what? I can respect that. Now, this game I only remember playing a little bit here and there, and I could never get very far. But this is also a genre I'm not great at. Which is also why there's so many of these in here. No, that's not actually a reason at all, but it ended up being very funny. Okay, we got like triple lasers and mirror images behind me. Oh no, it's not triple lasers, it's because each of the clones were firing. Okay. It just kept layering over itself so you couldn't tell. Ack. Well, we took more hits than I thought we could. Let's try a different place. Maybe one of these other ones will be easier. Even though you would figure the first one would be the easiest one. Platformers are basically my whole shtick as well, for the most part, which translated into me playing a lot of Metroidvanias. Because that's basically the logical progression from there to a certain degree. You know, Star Fox is a lot more reasonable for sure than a lot of these. Ooh. This will be good. A lot of families did. Especially because, you know, in a lot of cases it wasn't that, you know, it was kind of expensive to buy games a lot of the time, so it became a case of like, okay, let's go what might be the safe choice here. Okay, you know what? I am having a nightmare with this radial. Just, it'll be D, it's fine. But yeah, there was a lot of good Disney games. There were also a few not so good Disney games once upon a time. Still are some questionable Disney games coming out, but you know. The destruction of this building is essential. I mean, that's how you win out really there. If you happen to own the good ones and like only rent the bad ones, you get to get rid of the bad ones. See, that's exactly why I'm doing it, game. Destroying things is fun. Oh, if I break everything, I get a bonus. Break things. You know, you're the first one, I think, that I've heard bring up Little Mermaid as far as it being something they owned. So many people found out about that game after the fact, and the fact that it's actually pretty good. Oh, was that a rental? Okay. On the sliding scale of NES games, it was relatively good. Like, it's one of those, any NES game that was playable enough to complete. Yeah, maybe the Genesis Little Mermaid game's bad, I don't know. I was thinking of the NES one because I didn't actually realize that there was a Genesis one. I only knew about the NES one. Wow, we blew that place up so bad we turned into an acrobat. Some Echo the Dolphin games are good, some aren't. That also really depends. Like, it's one of the 3D ones that's lauded as, like, being awful. You know, that's the first time I've heard a game having swimming being a reason why somebody thinks it'll be good. You got me with that one. I don't think I've ever heard that before. Fair. Child logic can be interesting at times. I've definitely lived that one. Like, I've definitely lived the lie of like, oh yeah, this is in a series I like. That means this will be good too. Ha 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 ha. Yep, that's the one I kept hearing was bad and watched somebody play and oh, it didn't look great. Like, I'm sure there's positives to it, but oh, it did not look great. Like, maybe it's one of those, if you understand it, it's good type deals. Yeah, exactly. If you grew up with it and you enjoyed what Echo was already, it probably is less bad. Like, I haven't touched it myself, so I have no personal opinion on it. And God, there's a lot of games out there that people are like, this game's awful, but they're actually not that bad. And then there's some that are genuinely that awful. Like, it can be hard to tell. I've had it in the 2-try lineup for a very long time. I just haven't had a moment where I'm like, yeah, you know what? I'll play Echo the Dolphin today. Because there's just too many games. There's too many games. And that's a good problem to have, but like, oh god. Well, oh hey, one of the other Crash Bandicoots that are in here. That's fair. That's actually a very good reason to stop listening to what people have to say. Because Majora's Mask is good. I personally am not that big a fan of it because I hate time limits. But that's genuinely the only thing negative I can say about that game. Like, it is a fascinating game on the whole. When half the shtick of a game is it has a time limit, it's not my thing. Yup, it's Crash Purple, Yura. See, that's the fascinating thing I've noticed about Majora's Mask, is everybody that likes Majora's Mask has it as one of their favorites. There's not really like a middle ground like for it, and I find that fascinating in a lot of cases. And yeah, Spyro Orange is a thing. I didn't get to the point playing it enough to realize about slowing time down until after the first time I'd played it, at the very least. Like, I since then went back and played it more, but I'm also not that huge on 3D Zelda at all to begin with. Like, something about it just never sat completely with me. So, like, it had multiple layers to get past. Oh, a lot of things have happened there. But yeah, I didn't know it was specifically because of Europe that it got changed to Crash Fusion, but I was aware that there was one of them that was titled Fusion for both. I just didn't realize those were separate games. I thought those were actually just another game. But I feel your pain on owning something and you're just like, oh god, why do I own this, Yura? I feel that in my soul. Looks at my shelf at the copy of GoldenEye Rogue Agent that was the first thing I bought with my own goddamn money, and I hate it to this day that was what I fucking bought. I learned very quickly to look more at what I'm purchasing. He says having gone on to buy worse things, but it's okay. This is true. Sometimes you need to buy a bad game. Because if you only ever have good games, how can you tell what a good game is anymore without having a bad to benchmark it compared to? Exactly. Aha, there's a ceiling there. Huh, where do I go from there, though? Oh god. I would like to find some secrets. I haven't found any secrets, though. But that entire wall looks like a perfect place to put a secret, and there's no secret there. 0 out of 10 game, not enough secrets. There could have been a perfectly good wall chicken, like right here. You know, that is also a problem. You're right. Wait. I can't believe it. They actually erred on the side of the player here. Standing half on the spikes doesn't hurt you. What is this world? What is this generosity? I think that speaks to the quality of things I've played recently. That I'm surprised when standing half on a spike doesn't hurt me. I don't know how to feel about that. You know, it's one of those, now that I say that out loud, I don't know what to do with that information. Don't mind me as I run through prehistoric times with my machine gun bazooka and then get run over by a triceratops. And in case you can't hear it, there is in fact music, just for some reason this game is incredibly quiet compared to literally everything else. You can hear the beep 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 noise probably. What the hell is this? Oh. I found a time warp scanner. I don't know if it's necessarily a rough patch right now. Just certain companies and certain types of gaming have been having trouble for a while. Oh, I would say. This is also true, though. I feel like there are many groups that have forgotten the roots. And I'm definitely one of those that is in the camp of, like, maybe just stop rushing to push games out so much. Yeah, exactly. I'm mostly in the same boat. There's like one or two things that I'll be like, yeah, I'll still buy that because I know that they'll put out good enough. Because, like, if it tells you anything, I have been a Monster Hunter player for quite a long time, like, since the PSP era, and I'm looking at Wilds with suspicion. Like, that should be the best basis I can point out of, like, yeah, I don't care how much I like a series, I'm still suspicious of the newest entry because shit could easily go wrong. Also, look at how generous this game is. It let me continue from where I was. You know what? You're right. You've got me on that one. As one who was never, like, a Major League Pokemon fan, I can see how that fan base has been betrayed. Like, it's not horrific. Not like how people describe it, but, like, it's definitely going in a direction that seems like most people are not okay with. But that is also a, like, perfect case of maybe they shouldn't have pushed it out so soon. Yeah, exactly. Oh yeah. People will still buy hundreds of it. For the exact same reason we were already discussing, they're fans. There will always be a portion of every fan base that's blind to any mistakes made. And I'm not even saying that to demonize those fans. That's just a matter of they like it enough that they don't notice. Correct. Like, many people I know that really like Pokemon have been in their, like, fan game ROM hack era for a few years now. And I will say this, I have an immense respect, to a certain degree, for those that are willing to still have faith, even if they're fools at the same time. Like, I just wish I had that level of optimism to still have faith. Is kind of the thing there. Like, I think I lost that degree of optimism years ago. And I forget what it was, but there was actually genuinely a specific game that helped kill that optimism. Because I had faith in it, and then I was disappointed. And, like, some people, nah, because, like, I'm not a Pokemon player, so none of the Pokemon failures really affected me at all. I'm just, like, speaking in terms of the industry as a whole. And some people would poke me and say, like, it was Bloodstained, wasn't it? It's like, well, no, I wasn't as disappointed with Bloodstained as a decent amount of people apparently were. And I'm saying that as somebody who kickstarted that game. Like, it definitely could have been better, but it also could have been infinitely worse. Yeah, I like it well enough as well. That's kind of what I'm saying. Yeah, exactly. That's the thing, is I feel like it gets a bad rap because it's getting too harshly compared to what came before it, which it's not reasonable to compare it to because that's not the entire same team. That's just one, yes, notable person attached to that team, but it's still just one name thrown around. And that's where that ends up getting a bad rap for less than fair reasons. Like, yeah, it's jank, but like, it's not got nearly as many problems as people like to say it does. That's the double-edged sword, yeah, is some things of late they've been doing really well. And then other things it's like, oh god, why did you do this? That's a fair statement to make too. Like, if I was more active in using my Switch, I would pick up the Prime remake in a heartbeat. Just on an example of remakes that worked out pretty well. I will say this till the end of days, I still really like the Prime games. And people will poo-poo at that because of the second and the third game more than anything, but just like, no, I like all three. That's fair. And that's the thing, you don't have to, I would say, you don't even have to play a game to acknowledge that they did well making it. And people may look at me like I'm crazy for that statement. But the thing is, there's a certain amount of apparent quality in some of these things that it's like, yeah, they actually did right here. I don't have to have it in my own hands to be able to say that. Because you just look at the quality of animation work and amount of care they put into rebuilding something. Yeah, exactly. This is an interesting conversation to be having with Where's Waldo in the background. What wasn't a relatively recent Pokemon remake a disaster? I say relatively recent because it's been a while now, but I feel like there was a Pokemon remake that was like almost shovelware tier according to the fan base. Yeah, there you go. That's the one. People started off loving that and then apparently turned around after a couple years and said, oh god, this is garbage. And that's the thing I always find very fascinating, because you'll hear an incredible change in decision at some point. And that's the thing that always blows me away. It's like, you guys were super happy about this when it came out. Why are you mad at it now? It's like, well, we actually played it. It's like, well, you know, maybe you should have played it before you went crazy and said all kinds of happy things about it then. You know, just a thought. Because you know what that does? That gives the people that made it the wrong impression that they did correct when they didn't. You know, like, maybe blind faith's a bad thing. Exactly. That is a perfect example of what I'm talking about. It's like, it boggles my mind the amount of people that'll look at a trailer and go, this game's gonna be fantastic, when they have no meaningful information about the game. It's like, congratulations, you've seen something they built specifically to tell you that this game's good, and you're believing them. congratulations, you're a sucker. Like, I don't mind trailers as a concept, because, like, obviously, it's a fun thing for people, but, like, you have to remember, it's designed to sell things to you. It's not gonna tell you the truth. Because the truth is that every game has its bads to it. Like, I will point out the negative even in a game I love, because that's the truth. A game will have bad in it. It just has to be a matter of how much of it is bad enough that it actually upsets you. No, I agree with you. Hollow Cure is good stuff. I don't know if I would trust it being bought. I don't know if I would continue to trust it after that. But the people that... Isn't it just a person that made Hollow Cure, or is it multiple people? Oh, that part. Yeah, no, I will cut something I love to pieces. Yeah, it's a departure from what you enjoyed about Zelda. That makes sense. People have a hard time separating that. Like, oh, you're a fan of a series, that means you must love it no matter what it does. Like, no. See this part here? I like this part. The rest of what they're doing over here? No. No, that's not okay. Like, I can think of multiple times where I simultaneously told people I love this game, but also this is a dog shit game. Like, this game is legitimately bad, but I love it. Is that's a layer that can exist. A game doesn't have to be good to be enjoyable, too. That's another thing people forget as a concept. Because jank can be fun. And exactly, yeah. And it's funny, though, that Breath of the Wild in particular gets brought up here. Is it in an interesting reversal? As somebody who was never like, oh my god, 3D Zelda, I did actually enjoy Breath of the Wild a little bit. I still never finished it, and I got about as far as I would in any other 3D Zelda, but I didn't mind where it was going. But that's because I enjoy open world games to begin with. I enjoy having the freedom to fuck around and go do random things and break things. And that fulfilled those. I see where people who like Zelda as a series would not care for it though, because it definitely is a different beast. Like, it has Zelda energy in there, but it would be better being its own thing, I think, is where my stance has always been for it. See, 100%ing a game is also a perfect motivation for hating something, honestly. Because there are so many games that are disgustingly bad to 100%. And completely changes somebody's opinion of the game. And that's entirely fair, because some games are just too much. Like, either, like you're saying there, it's too hard, or just, like, it's too much game to digest again. I still have a Wii U. It's over there, actually. I don't think the gamepad on it works anymore, but it's still over there. See, the thing is, those are much more digestible games. Even if both of them are actually pretty big, they're significantly smaller by comparison to Breath of the Wild. It's really great when it just happens to catch a screen warp and send us to a different game. I love it every time that happens. You open a door, different game. Go down a ladder, different game. Die, different game. It's like the perfect part about the shuffler, when it's sentient and just messes with you. But yeah, I want to say it was Ocarina of Time specifically that started to make me realize I was not that into 3D Zelda. Which is weird, because as a Metroidvania fan, you would think I would actually enjoy 3D Zelda because it has a lot of the same ideas to it. And there is a confession to this statement, though. There is a other side of the coin to this line of thought. Well, yeah, it is simplified, but the thing is, it's been quite a long time since I've touched any of the 3D Zeldas. It may very well be, at this point in my life, I might actually enjoy them now. I have not given them what would essentially be a third chance, after the way my mindset about a lot of things has changed. I want to put that caveat out there. And I'm not actually that different as far as that goes, Colin Weaver. Technically I played Super first, but I barely played it, and then I only went back and played most of the catalog after Fusion. Fusion being still one of, like, a very small handful of Metroid games that I've completed. I've actually completed it more than once, one of which being randomized. Is as much as it's scaled down and more linear in some ways, it's a much more digestible game once again. Like, I'm one of those weird people that is not huge on like, I'm not huge on Super. I wish I liked Super more, but it never had the same magic for me that it has for the people that really love that game. And I cannot tell you what it is about Super that just doesn't hit completely. Like, it's a good game, don't get me wrong. It just does not have the same attraction for me that it does for a lot of the... That's fair. I could absolutely see that. But what always gets me about the fact that I can't get through Super is the fact that I have played so many incredibly long Metroidvanias. So I don't think it's length, and I don't think it's a lack of direction, because it's really not that actually not that hard to find your way around in Super, or particularly if you're familiar with that genre of game, which at this point I definitely am. I just don't know what it is about it. It's definitely... Like, the physics of it are definitely one of the things, because I do feel like your jump weight is weird in Super. But again, I think that's a case of what order you come to the games in. Because I hear the exact same complaint about people that are fans of Super that go and play Fusion. They say that the weighting in that one is wrong instead, which technically you could argue they would be more correct because of order of creation, but like, on the relative scale of things, that would technically have to be the one that would be wrong, but it doesn't have to be right to be good. You know, things don't have to stay the same. But yeah, no, I've finished the whole Prime series as well, and I'm gonna have people look at me weird again here when I say this, but I also bounced off of Dread. And that's purely to blame on the mechanics they have for the Emmys. If those weren't there, I think that game would be perfect. But I just could not stand the jank aiming for dealing with the Emmys and doing the special beam to kill those and all of the nonsense involved with that, which apparently the game gets way better after that, but I just could not get through that part. I couldn't stand it. Is that's something that is a weakness for me, is if a game has one bad gimmick, I could easily end up throwing that game away before I even get to the part that's past the bad gimmick. Because there's just too many games. There's too many games to spend my time chugging through a gimmick that I cannot stand just for the game to get better. Like, the game gets good in the second half argument has never flown for me. And it drives me crazy when people try to make that as an excuse for the way a game is. So it's like, well, if only half of your game is good, I've got bad news for you. If only half is good, maybe it's not so good. Like, it's the same logic that gets me in trouble with MMOs a lot. Because I'm like, I get what people say when they say that the end game is the focal point for a lot of MMOs, and I understand that, but that just doesn't work for me. If the first, like, half of your game is boring, then you've lost me. I have so many other things to go play instead. And I can't even say, like, oh yeah, I just hate grinding because I am a Monster Hunter player. I can't say I hate grinding without sounding like a hypocrite. But there's grinds people like and grinds people don't. And that's fine. Anybody can like whatever grind they enjoy. I will never hold that against people. There's things I can't do. And that's also a very good point. There are things where, what's the end state for something? The answer, there isn't one. And early access games kind of get a bad rap for that to a certain degree because, you know, the game itself isn't finished. But that's a different situation. Though on the note of things that were in early access that are a lot to digest, Caves of Qud finally went 1.0 today. For those that know what that is. And it kind of blew my mind that that's suddenly full release. Just like, huh, that's been being worked on for so fucking long. But it's another one of those, it's kind of hard to digest. Caves of Qud, hang on, let me get you a store page for that. It'll make more sense. It's that way, because me explaining it is not going to do it justice. But the short version is, it's a very long-running turn-based roguelike. One of the, like, big ones of the genre. Like, that's been around for forever in one form or another, and has finally actually, like, hit a point where they're happy enough to call it a 1.0 release, and has a actual completable main quest and everything. I almost played that today, and then I thought about it, it's like, in order to finish that, we would be there for a very long time. And that's not how my channel operates. But I also wouldn't want to, like, throw just a half story at people either. Because that's what that kind of game is about, is telling a story. To a certain degree. Yeah, 14 is a perfect example of something people can really, really sink into. But I couldn't. I played it for a few months. But, like, I just could not sink into it to the degree others could. Which, part of that isn't even a gameplay thing, it's the fact that I'm just not a big believer in paying out a subscription fee to a game that I only play part of the time that I pay the subscription fee for. But absolutely, full credit to those that enjoy that game, because it is a good game. even if I will be on record saying it isn't a good game sometimes, it is actually good. I just have my bias against MMOs that kind of causes me to say otherwise. Okay, I gotta go to La Pool to get to Urias Temple. Oh hey, we're back to Tales of Phantasia. We might actually get to do a fight finally in this game. That is a weird spot for a statue to be. Ah, it's there for the convenient purpose of tutorial. I understand. Just pull it out of the way. So, you know, he just said it was impossible to move, and then we just kind of slide it casually out of the way. Something about that doesn't seem right. There we go, we finally get a fight. And of course, it's immediately against flying things. There we go, that's how we hit aerial targets. Sometimes. You know, Chester, you could be doing a much better job of shooting these things instead of watching me get my ass kicked. This is going well. Now, let's see if the bot does a better job than I did. The answer is no, he's just kind of standing there. Oh, doesn't matter.
Robe, not a dress.
I knew a girl's dress once. Splendid lass. Very good at pickling. Yes, very good at pickling eels, she was.
Yep, the first Discworld game.
Well, I once knew a girl too.
Of course.
I've read multiple of the books, but I've not actually finished any of the adventure games. I've seen them finished, but I've never personally finished them.
World of adventure. Wine, women, and pickles.
Look, I am out
Huh.
and about.
Well, you can't be too good at it if you're a
Okay,
young air freshener.
It's been long enough since I've read the
Of
books
course, I just used the phrase as a pleasantry, a manner of address.
that I can kind of see it, but I can't, like, fully
How fascinating.
lock onto that.
Who's pickled?
No one's pickled. You started it. I don't even like pickles.
What? Oh, they were wonderful pickles. How dare you cast aspersions on damn, I've lost it. What were we talking about again?
Pickles?
What's pickled?
Wait.
What? What do you mean?
Oh,
eels
well, that would be
are pickled,
why
aren't
then,
they?
because I haven't actually read the entire series. I think I'm, like, halfway through the series as a whole,
Go on, boy, get after them.
and I've just not been reading as much in the past couple of years because I've been so busy with other things.
Try the kitchen.
But back when I would still work an actual day job in, like, retail and such, I read a lot more. Because I would, like, read on breaks or read when I have nothing better to do at my job. You know, why not read on company time when you don't have anything better to do at your job? That's fair. That's a very similar situation. I have a hard time paying attention to audiobooks. Like, I can't put my full focus on it. I could probably absorb it while doing something else, but there will be pieces I miss compared to sitting there reading it. But everybody's focus is different. Like, everyone has a different thing. They're like, yeah, I can just do that, and that's fine. Let's get some new Jaws. Which, this is another case of a game I would recommend, but it can be a bit much to digest. Evo, the Search for Eden. Very weird game. Very good. Fucking brutal in the later half of it. Meanwhile, back to Mega Man. I don't get to gush about Evo or the Search for Eden. Yeah. it would basically be using it in the same place of music, basically. Yeah, that's pretty much what I would figure. But I've noticed about myself is if something reaches just enough background, like it gets pushed just far enough back, there's zero retention. It's just gone. It's like, I could listen to an entire album, for example, when I'm working on something, and I wouldn't even be able to tell you the album I listened to. Because it just wasn't there for me. My mind was not attached to that concept in the slightest. That's just how my memory is, especially at this point, relative to my attention. Like, if I pay attention, I can tell you exactly what it was perfectly fine. But if my focus isn't on it, it's gone. Okay, can't drop through platforms. This is one of the things that engages my mind the most doing this shuffler, by the way, is learning and relearning all these games on the fly. Helps keep my mind engaged in what I'm doing, which is one of the things I like the most about doing these. Because I can learn a game pretty quickly, especially a lot of these old ones, because they're not that complicated. And as soon as I'm out of things to learn with something, I can sometimes just drop out of it completely. That's what kills me with very long games, for example. Is like, okay, I have hit a point where there's nothing that's going to be completely new here anymore. So I start to question, like, okay, is there a point to me continuing to do this? And saying nothing completely new is not the right wording, but it's the best way to get that out in a convenient fashion for people. Like, that thought process is more complicated than that, but that should get the idea to people. Like, it's the same thing that has killed many a run of a long RPG for me, because it's like, your plot's nice and all, but your game is doing nothing else anymore. These battles have become just, I sit here, mash button until fight end. Is you're not creating anything that is a threat to me as a player anymore, so these fights are a waste of my time. And it takes a very strong plot to convince me to keep playing after that point. And a lot of games don't got that. At least not strong enough for me. Like, there are numerous games that people swear by the plots for them. Yeah, exactly. Like, ironically enough, Monster Collection games are some of the more grindy ones out there as far as long RPGs go, but they tend to hold me better because there's things I can purposely change to make my combat different so that I can stay engaged. Even if it leads to more grind, it changes the situation enough that I don't mind doing it, if that makes sense. Like, I can bring out something that just provides me, for example, like an entirely different moveset. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. That's the thing. I thrive on versatility. You pigeonhole me into like a 4 character party for 50 hours, you're not gonna keep me for those 50 hours. Unless they have like a really robust skill system where you can change a lot within those 4 characters, you're done. You're done. I can't do it. But the other side of that coin is if you only make like one type of thing viable, that's just as bad. Like if you can't use something and have it be effective, like in the slightest, that's just as bad as not having those tools at all. Is you in practical terms basically don't have those tools. Because then the only way to use those tools is to shoot yourself in the foot. And that can be fun within reason. Like, there's a balance point in there. Okay, that's how I stab. There we go. Just keep stabbing, he'll lose automatically. Behold, we've stolen the boat. And somehow we ended up in town. That wouldn't surprise me. Because people definitely consistently say, oh, but all these Pokemon are bad, meh, and things like that, and I've played... See, that's the thing, yeah. Is it becomes a matter of how much do you actually want that to be balanced? Because I'm probably in the minority that I would say, just put all the shit in. I don't care if it's balanced. Let it be wacky. Let it be stupid. But I get a lot of weird looks for that. Because people are much more interested in their or defined balanced experience. But as you might have gathered from the fact that I'm playing something like this 500 game shuffler, I thrive on chaos and bullshit, so I understand that that's not for everyone. See, that's also a fair thing to have an issue with. See, that's also fair. Like, everybody has what they want. Yeah, exactly. Let things be bad. But when I say don't let things be too bad, I mean don't let it be so bad that it's not fun to use. Is like, if you just make it a slog for yourself just by using the thing, that's too far. Is kind of what I'm getting at. Is there are some things that are genuinely just unfun to use. If it's just like, okay, this is a little bad and it's a little harder to use, that's fine. But like, there are definitely cases where things just become bleh. Bear in mind, I'm not necessarily addressing Pokemon in particular with that, because Pokemon is a lot more forgiving as far as that kind of thing goes. You can fix almost any Pokemon in the game as far as the game itself goes. Like, that's actually one of the good things about Pokemon, is you can fix almost any Pokemon to be completely viable for the game itself. I mean, that's Kingdom Hearts. People go, like, entirely too deep on Kingdom Hearts on a regular basis. That's basically that fan base's entire shtick. See, that is actually a prime example of the kind of thing we're talking about, yeah? Like, the most fun, interesting things are just terrible. But, like, I know multiple people to use the Pokemon example again, who quite literally go through and do challenge runs playing with the worst things, and it's like, see, it's fine, you can get through it. See, that's how you fix that. Yeah, that's absolutely a solution to that problem, is now everything's equal as long as you're willing to put in for it. That's a good idea. And I'm sure people probably hated that idea, even though it's a good balancing idea. That's surprising, because frequently when a good idea that's framed in that manner comes up, people end up hating it. It's like, wah, I have to put in effort to make the thing good. Wah. Oh wow, this took an incredibly long time to show up. That's fair. Kingdom Hearts is another thing where I feel like I should give it more of a chance at some point, but I also feel like I'm too far along at this point into my I don't care for this arc to turn around now. And that's another one where it's most of the fan base's fault that I'm just like, I don't care about this game. Because that's another series that there's just entirely too many people that don't know how to shut up about it. Yeah, exactly. I have nothing against it, but I don't have any interest in it. Yeah, we're much in the same boat on that one, I think, Yura. Like, about the only thing that even drew my attention to Kingdom Hearts a little bit is learning that it has a randomizer. Yeah. I'm pretty sure I literally have at least one of them, because I want to say at least one was given away for free at one point. And I snap up anything that's given away for free, regardless of whether I'll ever do anything with it, because it's free. You just put that in the pocket, and one day maybe you'll do something with it. Oh, there's some flashing. Watch your eyes. See, that's another thing I heard, is there's a lot of quality of life patches and things like that, and that was another thing in the favor of the randomizer I found out about, is it fixes quite a lot of things that made those games feel iffy to people. Like skipping parts people didn't like, speeding up certain things. And that's one of the wonderful things about randomizers in general, is it trims some of the fat off games that people may not care for, but it makes trimming that off optional to you. You can either leave it in or turn it off as you see fit. Well, I clicked on a screen and ended up going bass fishing. Also, at some point, Twitch increased the ad times. And I'm gonna have to go fix that, because those are supposed to be 3-minute ads, and that's definitely showing more than 3 minutes. I have been considering giving the randomizers a try. The spooky thing with those randomizers, though, is to a certain degree those thrive on having foreknowledge of the game ahead of time, and that's what makes me nervous with doing randomizers of those. Like, I have watched people play those randomizers a lot, because I genuinely find the randomizers of them fascinating. But even having watched it a lot, I don't know if I'd be able to pass the knowledge check. Like, that's not even a quality statement of any kind. I just don't know if I could pass the knowledge check to make those viable for me. the same reason why I don't run the Super Metroid randomizer, is that helps that game out a bit too, is I don't know Super enough and I don't know the tricks for Super to do anything special with that. I would have to run it like super basic, and that just really doesn't do anything. That's the slippery slope with randomizers in particular. Is like you have to find your balance point that works for you between knowing how to break the game and shaking it up enough to make it interesting for yourself. This might go terribly, but we'll find out. Like, another thing that gets people to look at me like I've grown an extra head, or in some more radical cases, get the torches and pitchforks out. Hang on. Let's just let this die right quick, because I'd rather not have any of them die, and I lost a couple already. Can I just, like, restart this quickly? No, I cannot. So we'll just let them splat while I finish this thought. But yeah, another thing that gets me in hot water opinion-wise is I don't care for Hollow Knight. That game has a very bad start. And that's entirely what kills that game for me, is it gets off to a bad start. Mechanically, it is incredibly uninteresting at the start of it. Like, I'm not one of those people that's wowed by charm. And Hollow Knight's got charm aplenty, don't get me wrong. But it's definitely a game where I feel like if it doesn't wow you, yeah, you end up exactly in the same boat I am, where you bounce off of it. It does one of the two. See, now that's entirely fair too. Like, I have had many a game where I've restarted them dozens of times because I play it for a while, walk away, and I'm like, where was I? What was I doing? Okay, just starting it over again. God, I can count on one hand the amount of games I've 100%ed, because that's just not a thing I do. Because even if I like a game, I genuinely don't know how people get through it. Like, very few games are not a lot, for lack of a better way of putting it, to 100%. Like, I just don't understand how somebody can continue to like something long enough to get through that. And that's coming from somebody who the few things I did 100% are really fucking hefty. Yeah, that's another thing. I feel like some of what Hollow Knight has going on is the wrong end of what has basically become the merger between Souls-likes and Metroidvanias. Like, they have all the parts I don't care for of a Souls-like in my Metroidvania, and I'm just like, could you have just not put that in there? You know, I really am getting the impression from what you're saying, Weaver, that we're going to very much get along. You have a lot of the same thought process for these things that I do. That's the thing, is there's a case of respect for the player's time. Like, I have nothing against a game being very difficult. I have nothing against the game punishing you for failure. But there's a line that I feel like some of that crosses, and it's different for everybody as well for that. Like, some people find Souls-likes and things actually not that difficult at all, and more power to them. But I would argue they're also very patience games, and I'm not a patient man. Especially not in this day and age. Like, in some ways I've mellowed on patience, and in some ways I've gotten worse. Like, there are just certain things I have even less patience for than I used to, but my overall patience is longer, if that makes sense. Become mouse. That's also fair. I completely understand that. But yeah, the short list of things I've 100%ed, for example, I 100%ed Aria of Sorrow when I was younger. Back when I was actually playing the physical cartridge of that game. And I cannot recommend Aria of Sorrow as far as a thing to 100% to anyone. 100%ing that game is ass. It's awful to 100%. As much as it's a great game, 100%ing that is fucking garbage. Yeah, exactly. Again, we're in the same boat of that. There are certain repetitions that are fine, and there are some repetitions that are just like, this is completely pointless. Why am I doing this again? I've proven that I can do the thing. Just let this stop now. Oh god, what did I say now? What is the realization that's happened here? Or are you just one that understands the pain? Oh, okay. I just hit the right note with that statement. Okay. Cause like I have that moment with like any fight I've lost against any boss where they're like one hit away from dying, and then you have to do the whole fight again. Especially when they like make you go through a whole multi-phase boss fight again. It's like, I've already beaten this boss phase. I can literally hit list this boss phase. Can I just skip this and get to the part that matters, please? And just like, nope, you gotta do it again. Why? You have 6 phases. Why do we have to do all of them? 6 is an overstatement, but you get the point behind what I'm saying with that. Oh no, I've seen the further parts. No, you're correct. I already dislike the fact that you have to get that many people together to do that in the first place. I'm not that much of a people person to handle the concept of raiding to begin with, let alone what it leads into. This is why MMOs aren't for me. Like, this is another layer of why I don't do that. I can do large groups, but only in small doses, and those are not small doses of large groups of people in order to do that kind of thing. Like, that's why there's an innate failing point to a MMO for me, in that it's a massively multiplayer game, and I'm not a massively multiplayer player. This is an inherent issue that I can get past in some games, but not in others. Yeah, exactly. And if you fail, good news, you're restarting this 5-hour cycle again. Good luck. The 5 hours is only an overstatement in some cases. But I acknowledge that it is an overstatement. I think I hit the wrong button. Turn the bus around. That one. I need to go make money, though. Yeah, exactly. Like, the other biggest thing that kills me with MMOs is I don't have this thing that people seem to have where I can run that same dungeon 100 times. Just like, I don't know how people do it. I run a dungeon like 3 times and I'm like, I can't see this place ever again. It will make me scream. Just to exist in this location again. And like that's what I mean with there's a difference in the grind people can tolerate and the grind people can't tolerate. Oh yeah, no, I've lived that nightmare. I made that mistake once. I won't make that mistake again. About the only way my friend could convince me to keep playing that game was by sticking with me. Like, I needed at least one reliable person that I was talking to play that game with, or I could not stand it. Like, between being one of those people with an unfortunate amount of anxiety and just not having a tolerance for random players, it just was very bad. And I can see an attraction for doing that. But just like, It's again, it's not a thing for me, but I do have an incredible respect for those that can like figure out the way to perfect things like that. The dedication required is impressive. It just is not something I could do. Like, I'm pretty sure I've had this discussion with Yura before about the concept of speedrunning in general, just like, I could not do that. That's just not something I could do. A game I love to death, I would not be able to perfect to that degree. And I have, like I said, endless respect for those that can, but I just... Well, yeah, and that's the thing. But it doesn't change my point, but yes, you are correct. There are plenty of runs of things people don't like, too. But the thing is, sometimes it starts out as a game you like and turns into a game you hate in the process of learning the run, too. I've seen that happen to many people. Oh, blew up the robot, ended up in Jurassic Park. Yeah, exactly. See, that is the exact kind of thing I have endless respect for there, Yura. Is the spite run. The spite run is a concept I love. That's probably the one way I would end up speedrunning something. Because those that have been around long enough know I am a being of pure spite. You give me something that's powered by spite and I am fucking going. I am rolling. But yeah, exactly. That you did the thing you set out to do and now you put it away and move on. That's the healthy way to handle that. And like, I'm fascinated by glitches and such conceptually. But another thing people that have been around here long enough have noticed is glitches happen to me regardless of whether I want to find them or not anyway. Like, I attract the fucking things. So, that's also its own special hell to live in. That is also true. Like, speedrunning is a very varied community. And I know I probably sound like I'm oversimplifying it to approach it the way that I am. But I'm approaching it from, like, the layman's external view here. For lack of a better way of explaining it. Right, because you would rather go for... I would presume to phrase it as a skill-based run versus a shenanigans run. Whereas, you know, finding and manipulating glitches is a skill in its own right. But you get the point to what I'm saying, hopefully. Yeah, exactly. There is a satisfaction to unsticking yourself in that manner. I do remember having to learn something very specific to unbreak a run I did off-stream of the Prime Randomizer. Is there's actually like a really wacky thing you can do involving the scan visor and momentum, where you can actually like steadily just go faster and faster the longer you're side hopping with the scan visor up, I want to say it was, and eventually you just can launch yourself skyward just by jumping. This is a simplification of what it does, but it gets the point across of how ridiculous that is. And the other issue with glitch runs and such is obviously you're limited as to what copies of the game you can even use for them, because it takes specific versions of a game to be able to do those glitches. Well, that's kind of the thing, is the being good at it comes after the part about hating it in some cases. Like, you hate it, but you sit down with it enough to become good at it anyway. And actually, I can think of a couple instances of that. I can think of a couple that are spite, and a couple that are because other people wanted me to participate in that. Like, a perfect example of the other people wanted me to participate in it is I used to actually be a very, very, very good Heroes of the Storm player. But I hated that game even back when I was good at it. Like, as a game, I always hated it. But I knew many people that wanted to play it, so I'm like, fine, I'll play this to play with the people. Hey there, Snork, how's it going? And yeah, that's also a thing. Like, that's the level of perfecting that I would never be able to do. Like, the moment I reached that point, I would be done with it. I couldn't. There we go, we made it through that time. Oh, okay. I think I misunderstood what you're saying there then. Why did I do that again? We've done that like every time we've loaded back into this game, as I charge that one of those carts and throw myself off the cliff. The answer is I still want to hit that cart anyway. Fuck you. God, the silence is deafening. If only this game's music wasn't deafening in comparison to literally everything else. But, you know, this is the price of working with so many things sometimes. Hack. Ooh, sorry to hear that, Snork. Hopefully things get better after the fuck-up is gone. I'm doing fine. Slightly losing my mind because shuffler shenanigans, but you know, that's nothing new. Oh, what? They just, like, aren't putting any menu options into their games at this point? That's something I don't see brought up very often. But I wouldn't be surprised. They have this weird thing where sometimes they go backwards in their designs, and it's weird to see. That's incredible. Like, that's terrible, but that's also incredible. Oh, we're back to the Batman that I can't figure out how to go anywhere with. Yeah, I assumed you meant Brothership. I just kind of rolled with that. Yeah, Brothership is the right one. Because you're talking about the new Mario and Luigi game. Yeah, I don't end up watching a lot of, like, this is where things went wrong, or where this company has started making mistakes and such type deal, but it's just like, oh, that's what you're supposed to do here. This is solid. Okay. We spent a long time trying to get literally anywhere when we were playing this a little bit ago. Okay, and you can attach to some things. Okay. Oh, I did see that video. I did not watch it, but I did see that. That did appear in my feed. Yeah, no, I think I've seen that pop up like 6 times when I've looked at YouTube on varying days. I just never clicked on it. Okay, yeah, it's one thing to fuck up and it's another thing to lie about fucking up. Just accept the fact that you fucked up and admit it, and that's better. And that's fine. You can spoil it all you want. I probably was never going to watch that video anyway, because that's just not content I consume. I want that. There we go. Behold, I am samurai now. And then I've been abducted by aliens. Why am I here? Where am I? No, based on what I'm looking at here, the better question is probably when am I? Sounds good. And yeah, that's kind of a thing that ends up happening with a bunch of those, is they get a little long in the tooth about getting to their point. Like, obviously some of that context is necessary for some people, but it really varies how much of that context you actually need. And another thing that I constantly notice with that type of content in particular is it's very hard to filter the ones that actually have a meaningful, useful point from the ones that are just throwing around clickbait titles to get clicks. And I just can't be bothered. Like, I can't be bothered to filter that crap. It's like, everybody's got an opinion on things, and it's just like, I'm glad you have an opinion. Now, if only your opinion mattered. Okay, I did remember right, the bird was the screen clear. Which I, for some reason, no longer can switch off of. Weird. You would think with this crazy, like, homing lightning we have, we wouldn't have to worry about anything, but no. Since this game's built with crazy homing lightning in mind, it's actually not nearly as strong as it may seem. Meanwhile, back to Turtles. can't quite reach. Welcome back. I've lost the train of thought I had earlier. Like, there was something else I was gonna finish my thought on, and it's gone now because of the shuffling. Apparently this place was only for a full pizza. The health gain from which I probably lost all of. Make that definitely lost all of. Thankfully, being able to freely swap turtles gives you many health bars to work with. Yeah, I think that can be pointed at as like a universal constant with a lot of those. Given that we popped out here, I think that's one we used to get over here. So we probably want to go to one of these. Oh, there's the crusher. And it might be that their other videos get to their points better, but it's hard to beat a first impression, unfortunately. Like, I've ended up backtracking on a couple creators that gave me a very bad first impression, because I ended up clicking on something of theirs later and then went, wow, this is actually way better than the thing they did before. So I wonder if, you know, you start to wonder if that was the exception and not the rule, but which way the exception went. And obviously that doesn't always work out either, because there are definitely some people that are consistent and just consistently not content you want. And that's fine. That's one of the pluses to just how many creators there are out there, is that if you look far enough, there will be something for everyone. It just may not be easy to find. Because Lord knows I'm fucking picky as hell. And I will say that without any qualifiers. I am incredibly goddamn picky. Help. I'm getting stun locked. And I can't stun lock him in turn because his iframes are better than mine. Oh, and we're flying. That's fair too. That there is definitely content fatigue. It's like, I already consumed this from 15 other sources. Why would I need a 16th? And that's entirely fair. Like, I'll be real. Personally, the majority of the stuff I watch on YouTube these days is a lot of people's VOD channels. Is I still struggle to actually be an active viewer in people's streams, especially people that are a certain amount large. Like, big creators, I cannot be in their streams. I would lose my mind from anxiety just existing in an audience of a couple hundred. I just could not do that. So I end up consuming a lot of VOD content from that size of streamer, for example. Yeah, there's a lot of good shorts content out there as well. I have a harder time with shorts to a certain degree just because YouTube has a very bad habit of, I click on a short I want to see, and then it immediately sends me to some garbage I don't want to see afterwards. Like, it cannot figure out what I want, I've noticed. Which is fair, because I don't know what I want. Yeah, exactly. And I just get tired of doing that every few seconds. That's just... that just drives me crazy, which is another reason why I consume VOD content so much, is it's a video I can set up for a few hours, and it's like, okay, I have good background noise now for a few hours, and I don't need to think about it anymore while I go about doing everything I'm doing. And I understand that I am not the average as far as that goes, especially based on what I've noticed of how my own VOD channel has ended up going. See, that would keep me awake. Yeah, exactly. But it's like the constant changing would be what keeps me awake. It wouldn't even be the content of the shorts. Oh, there you go. That makes a lot more sense. Having something else to ensure that sleep happens definitely helps. And I have considered melatonin, and I even have a little bit that I was given over on my cabinet there. I've never convinced myself to actually use it. I don't remember what these capsules do. Yeah, that's the other thing, is you lose a little bit of control of when you actually fall asleep, which that's always a bit of a crapshoot anyway. Yeah. And that is still a fact, though, is melatonin's not a universal solution. It will not fix every sleep-related problem. So it really depends on what your sleep issue is. Like, realistically, it probably would solve mine. But just something about the idea of using something like that to solve that problem messes with me, and I cannot put my finger on exactly why. Oh god, we're back at Shadow of the Beast. Oh god. Yeah, and that might be the other thing, yeah. Wait. Why can I not go to the bottom of the well? But he just stops there. I guess maybe I can't go here yet. Oh, guess I'm climbing all the way back up the Snake Eater ladder here. Yes, actually. It's actually in this shuffle. It came up earlier today. And I had actually played it previously as well. And I think I got like 3 or 4 stages into it when I had showed it off as part of a mix I did before. Okay, we're gaining strength. I don't know what that does for me in this game, but you know what? I'm gaining strength, and that's probably a good thing. Punch the weird bubbles. I feel like I'm not supposed to be going this way. Going this way just screams bad idea to me, but I'm going anyway. Because I need to know. I need to know what's over here. Because we went to the left and died. We went down the well and went nowhere. That leaves going to the right. Yeah, that might not have been the most kid-friendly thing, but at the same time, I don't think it was that bad. It's a bit mean. I had more trouble figuring out some parts of what it wanted from me than it actually being particularly difficult from what I remember. Aside from a couple parts that are just like, wow, this is just mean for no good reason. They're like, haha, newbie trap, fuck you, die. Or what am I supposed to be doing? That was the two feelings I remember having with that game. Well, bear in mind that this is me coming at it from having played it recently, and I'm also very just kind of used to the idea of games knocking me in pits, so that might not even register. It's like, oh yeah, the game's knocking me in the pit again. Okay. It's like, this was an entire era of haha, go in the pit. Technically, two entire eras if you think about it, because the NES did it, the Super Nintendo did it, everything in both of those eras loved doing the haha, fall in the pit thing. And like when I showed it a bit today, I got knocked into the river a couple times right off the bat because I didn't even think about the fact that he could blast that bridge out from under you and kill you while you're standing on it. I thought you got knocked back automatically on that one. Nope, you could just fall right in the river. Just like, well, guess I'm dead again. But like, this is another case of where my patience ends up being weird, though. Is I have, like, so much more patience for knockback these days compared to what I used to, but I still have no patience for contact damage. Like, if there were ever a mechanic in gaming I would go out of my way to find a way to strip as a concept from reality at all, it would be contact damage. Just rip that concept out of reality and burn it, destroy it. See, that's the fun thing. The funny thing, anyway. At least in that first stage. Those dogs caused me zero issues, but I seem to recall there's another point where dogs show up and they become an actual problem. There we go, live up to your name, Chuck Rock. So first Rock Umbrella, then Chuck Rock. There's the jump button. This is a perfect example of a game you may have no idea what's happening, and I have even less idea why this has a sequel. But not only is this a game, but this is a game that got a sequel. Isn't it wild once you think about it more and go like, huh, you know, this seemed safe at the start. Now I'm starting to wonder. See, that's fair. That's fair. But I don't know if Chuck deserves the sequel. Dinosaur maybe. Chuck, eh. Especially when you learn more about that game. Oh god, yeah, Dynamite Headdy is a fucking thing. Ristar's are good. Dynamite Headdy's very weird. I can't say it's a bad game, but god, I had a bad time with that game. But it's not a bad game. It's a fucking trip and a half regardless of how you feel about it, though. Oh boy. Yeah. Oh, there's some real fucked up things in Ristar, though. Do be mindful of your eyes in this one, because for some reason they designed this that when Johnny's firing his guitar gun there, it makes the entire screen slightly flash. So just be very careful looking at this one. Like, I really don't know why that was a decision they did for this. Both for the PlayStation version and the Saturn version both have this problem. And I don't know if there's any other versions of this game. but I played the Saturn version back in the day, and this is the PlayStation version for convenience. Some versions of Earthworm Jim did that a bit, but not to that degree. Not the entire screen, most of the time. I think you are right that there is at least one version that did do that. Let's hire some ninjas, get a monk in there, get us a mystic. There we go. Is how this game works is you actually control this entire team here. And they can get stuck like that. It's a thing. All 4 of them can take damage. You can rearrange your formation with the B button. And just do your best. And to think, this is a game that existed on the Game Boy. Oh god, I don't think we're dodging that one. But yeah, no, back on the note of weird choices though, Earthworm Jim as a series is full of weird choices. Like I was talking about that earlier when one of them came up, it's like, half of this series is, don't worry about making sense. Is this funny? Okay, we're doing that then. Oh, we're on a Game Boy kick again, apparently. Which I feel like I have this game in multiple times by accident. And I'm pretty sure this came up last time, that it was in there multiple times by accident. And I will say, as far as Saturn games go, because Saturn is a thing that functions within the shuffler as well, to a certain degree, I almost put Mr. Bones back in. Even though I said I was going to swear off that game after the issue we had getting through it when I tried to actually beat that game. I almost put it back in anyway. Yeah, no. To be fair, it would be near impossible for most people to get some of the good stuff that was on the Saturn, because it basically, like, got no printing. I mean, as far as playing it safe goes, there you go. You see Sonic and it's like, yeah, that's probably fine. Except, well, Sonic 3D Blast certainly is a thing. Oh wow, we literally just went right back to this, huh? I noticed the was on that one. I'm going to guess that that's not true as much anymore. Okay. There's the but. I was anticipating that. That's fair. I'm going to assume you meant to say forces, because that's one I know a lot of people skipped. Yeah. The game that was definitely much more of a meme to most people than a game. Because I gotta say, I haven't played it, so I can't form a real opinion on it, but it sounds like a good idea on paper. With the proliferation of Sonic OCs in the world, a game where you can actually make your own seems like a winning choice, and then the game actually happens, and then apparently that's where that goes wrong. There's just a gap where things didn't happen. That's fair. medicine, sushi, or tea here. I don't remember what any of these do. We'll buy the expensive one. Okay, that restored my troops. That makes sense. They probably, like, restored different amounts of troops, probably. Colors is actually really good from all I've heard, yeah. It's a little janky, but what Sonic game made since 06 isn't janky? Like, even the ones people say are good got some real jank to them. Though, admittedly, Sonic Adventure 1 and 2 were both hella jank, too. I remember many a time falling through the world in Sonic Adventure 2, because, boy, they did not QA test that fucking game. I swear they didn't. I'm not saying it wasn't. It's jank. It was fun, but it's fucking jank. Like, that's the thing. But I do see your point, because a lot of people have kind of turned on the adventure games at this point. Sometimes it just doesn't happen because there isn't one to buy. Like, that's something I didn't understand for the longest time. It's like, why don't we buy this thing? It's like, well, no one has it. What do you mean no one has it? What do you mean this isn't a thing? Oh yeah, flashing warning here too, because it's the classic NES. Oh, we have thunder and lightning. Guess we might as well blind our player base. This and most notably off the top of my head, Strider both have this issue in a stage where they're just like, yeah, fuck your eyes. You don't need those. Which the remake for this that is still a constant shock to me that it exists. That came out like last year, or was it this year? It was either this year or last year. Still blows my mind that it exists at all, but it's actually pretty good. I've played it for the channel before, and it kicked my ass. Kind of like this guy is right now. God, this guy's fight is so much easier in the remake. It's kind of disgustingly easier. And then he exploded. Yeah, no, the Dreamcast is another one where there's like a decent amount of good stuff, and then, God, there's a bunch of bad on it. But so many that ended up being really good as a joke came about from it, too. Like, I don't know if I could ever take Blue Stinger seriously after the things I've seen about it. And then the voice acting and the actual writing for it also don't do it any favors. There's in terms of being able to take it seriously. Yep, back to sword, because I didn't pay attention to what that pickup was until too late. Yeah, it's a game. It's a game that exists. It's definitely a perfect case of we have Resident Evil at home. And I can't even say it's bad. It just... It's weird. Illbleed is probably the one you're thinking of. Though there's also Overblood. You could be thinking of either of them. Yeah, Illbleed thrives on being fucking weird. I swear Illbleed knows it's weird and does it on purpose, and I have endless respect for that. Even if it's probably a game I will never play, I have endless respect for the fact that it's like, yup, I'm fucking jank, and you know what? We're gonna keep doing it. I don't remember how to play this game. And that's probably a healthy thing for me. not remembering how to play this game. There's also a lot of versions of this game, by the way. Most notably, there's a CD version of this of some kind. I want to say it was Sega CD, but I don't think it was, now that I think about it further. But there's a CD version of this that exists. Yeah, no, that's actually a very good... That's a very good summary of what Illbleed is. It definitely has that exact kind of fucking weird to it. Okay, we do still have that E-Tank. Like, it's a game that manages to be coherent and you're not sure how, is another way I love to describe that. It's like, somehow this is holding together and making just enough sense, but we're not sure how we got there. I wish I could remember the name of it, but there's I believe it was a PS2 game that has much that same energy that I remember only seeing once, and I've never been able to find it again. It's something about, like, some kind of island. Yeah, it's just a series of events like that. Like, oh, this is a thing that's happening now. Okay. I guess we're going with that. It's like, it ends up being one of those, like, this should be so tongue-in-cheek and funny, but no one's laughing. And it just makes it very strange. I forgot I put both of these in here. Why did I put both of these in here? The answer is I needed to get more games. That's why I put both of these in here. Yep. There's the SNES version and the Genesis version, and they're both in here. I'm glad that you understand. I'm glad that you understand why I'm like, why did I do this? This is also true, Snork. That's a much fairer statement. It's like, I know this. Oh god, they tried to put the voice line in for this one. Yep, these are exactly the same. Okay. Except this one I think is managing to be worse. Wait, the kick animation is... That's a different kick. Why am I noticing this, for one? For two, why do they have two different kicking animations between the two different versions of this game? Why is that the thing they changed? Why is that the thing that's different, and why am I noticing that that's different? I now hate that I've noticed that that is different. You know, I don't know why I thought that was a good idea. Except the fact that I want it out of here. Yeah, no, 100 levels checks out. That shouldn't be a thing, but no, that does check out. Also true. I think this also speaks to the degree of shuffler madness I'm hitting at this point, where it's like, you know what? Jumping off the bus seems like a better idea than staying on the bus and fighting the ninjas. Because that does seem like a very Tick thing to do. These sure are jump animations. Am I really gonna be... Oh god, he has a twirl. Of course he has a fucking twirl. Why wouldn't he? Why are these things just appearing from off screen with no source? Why is this a thing that's happening? The answer, ninjas. Oh, thank god. We're leaving. We're going to a different game. A better game. You know what? That checks out too. I feel like that would actually be an in-universe reason. That is also a good point, Snork. I don't know why I ask these questions. Because I should know better rather than to ask these questions. And yet I do it anyway. Oh. Because, oh, that's why. What is the burning question you have on your mind? There may or may not be a real answer to it. Oh god. You have to know of whether someone has played this or how long is this. Yeah, no, that checks out. I'm sure if we looked at speedrun.com, we probably would find runs for it. There's probably also a long play out there, because there's long plays of everything. Good or otherwise. That's either a funny you should say that of there is, or you just found that. One of the two. Yep, there it is. The one video. Please tell me it's called Why You Shouldn't Play the Tick. Please, let that be the reality. Oh, there you go. Yeah, that's because it's probably from that one specific channel that does long plays of literally everything. That's the format they always use for their titles for that. I know a couple people that use those as a benchmark for how long a game is they go look for the long play of it. Fun fact, this is another game I've never played, let alone even seen played, so quality assurance is not here. Though the fact that the UI reminds me of Castle of Dragon concerns me greatly, which I feel pain for anyone that knows what game I'm talking about when I say Castle of Dragon. Because that is a bastion of quality I grew up with, and I would not wish that pain on anyone. Yep, that sounds like the right long play channel. I don't know if it's one person at this point. I want to say there's actually a couple people that get uploaded to that. I'm not certain about that though, because I've not actually interacted with that channel myself at all. I just know that that is actually like a reputable source people use as a benchmarker for both how difficult a game is and how long a game is. Yeah, no, these are sentient fucking snowflakes right here. They are out for blood. I wish I knew what that meter that's flashing at me over there did. I filled it up and I have no idea what it does. Oh, I guess we won't have to figure that out. Oh, that might actually be a different channel then. Because I want to say there's one literally just called Long Plays that's out there. Speaking of seeing Stranger, though, there we go. Welcome to Airzonk. With all the strange that comes with this. So I should probably wrap up soon. I just realized I've been going for 7 hours. I may or may not have lost time like 4 hours ago. Oh yeah, I'm sure it works out great for everybody watching, just I may or may not regret the length tomorrow. It's more the thing. I've also still got to finish preparing something for Saturday. Because the plan for Saturday has changed. Just due to the nature of who's available on Saturday. We will be most likely doing another Lethal Company session, which means I'm going to have to arrange a Lethal Company mod set before Saturday. Oh yeah, I've been having a great time, which is why I've been, like, not noticing how time has been passing. Exactly. With an emphasis on the something something part. Okay, can't deal with the statue pieces. I probably wanted those Ghostbusters logos. Stunned. I gotta love how it's got a little ticker message telling me, hey, you've been stunned. Hey, you've been slimed. Oh, okay, I shoot the Ghostbuster logos. I'm not supposed to catch them. Okay. Hack. I think we have a time limit. Judging from the clock down there, I'm going to assume we have a time limit. I'm just going to start spam firing like this. Because if I fire at the right angle, I think I'm protected from like half the things to worry about, other than the statue pieces. Oh no. Yeah. Movie tie-in games, honestly, are still something. Like, even today, you have, I would say on the generous end, a 50-50 of a movie tie-in game being good. And that's not even saying that they'd be great. Like I said, on the generous side. The other 50% is that they're god-awful. No, I'm just in a good mood. Okay. I couldn't remember if the little flashing ball was a pickup or a bullet. The answer? Bullet. This thing will die eventually. It's starting to blink. That might be a good sign. Ow. I was too distracted by the fact that it might be dying to worry about dodging anymore. Hindsight being 2020, when it's almost dead is probably a better time to be dodging than when it's at full health. I think it got bored of me and left. Oh, there was a power-up. Guess I'm not gonna get to have that. Good thing I picked up that extra life moments ago, huh? This is going well. Ha. Remember when I said this was going well? Yeah, that was a lie. There we go, that's better. Correct. Bold of you to assume that I think people are paying attention. And when I say all these nonsensical things that I say. Well, it's never too late to do it now. That's the wonderful thing about emulation. is that you can play all the things you missed and realize, you know, maybe some of these things could have stayed missed. Oh, gee, I wonder, should I be shooting the big crystal weak point? That seems like a good idea. I shot the weak point well enough that we got sent to Spider-Man. Bold of you to assume I have sanity, Snork. Why do you think I do the things I do? I mean, look at what I'm playing now, for example. Oh yeah, he's got a real move going on there. That walk animation might be the best part of this game so far. Oh good, I figured out how shot web. I don't shot web good though. I did a like double jump thing before. There we go. It's at the very height of your jump and nowhere else will it allow you to double jump. Well, he went into the fetal position in the air and then vanished. That's probably for the best. Oh yeah, there's just like a giant people magnet off screen that the second they get detached from the ground. That game sure was full of decisions. Just like it's the decision to play the Game Boy Advance version of this game instead of the Super Nintendo version. That's an LJN game. Really makes you wonder why you played it. Okay, none of these are stages. Where are the actual stages in this game? I feel like I'm lost. Do I go in the cave? No. Unless maybe I have to talk to Wrinkly or something in order to progress. I might have to talk to Wrinkly because there doesn't seem to be anywhere else to go. Banana birds. Sure. Well, you said before or I leave, but well, I've left completely. I've gone to a different video game. I do the same for the most part. It can be impossible to avoid some of it infecting your thought process. So I just realized I did a thing. People who have been here the whole time may realize that was the same intro sequence the game had earlier. That's because I accidentally put the US and the European version of a game in and forgot that they're the same game with different titles. And yeah, no, AVGN gets a couple things a little overblown about how bad they are, but anything LJN made, no, he's right about that one. He's got that one nailed to the fucking wall correct. That company never made or published anything good that I have ever heard of or thought of. Well, good news, we're playing the same game, but it's in 60 frames instead of 50. What a difference. Look at me tank control into the walls the same way anyway. Sometimes I do the greatest testing. I know how freeing that is to have 10 more whole frames. And a bunch of people will have different names probably because the entire title's different, so everything's probably rewritten. You know what? You can tell it's the American version because the first thing I got was high explosive rounds. That's how it immediately makes sense that it's the American version. No silly regular bullets for us. Nope, high explosive all the way, baby. Now, if only I remembered where I'm going in this game. You know, it's funny we talk about frame rate, though, because I'm one of those weird people that unless a frame rate's really, really bad, I actually can't tell the difference. But I have a qualifier statement to that, though, in that I spent a long time playing on a laptop and dealing with incredibly terrible frame rates of things. So I feel like that destroyed my perception of such things to a certain degree. And obviously, I'm way better off that way. Is being able to perceive the difference between like 30 and 60 and things like that must be maddening. Like, there are some things I can tell the difference between like 30 and 60 and things like that. But a lot of them I'm like, I don't really notice that much of a meaningful difference here. And people are just getting worked up over nothing. Like, past 60, there's very few things I've ever encountered that I notice a difference in. There have been a couple things. Okay, you know what? That's fair. You're in a similar boat there, then. You know the pain that is trying desperately to run things and ending up with, like, 5 frames. It's like, I spent a long portion trying to run a lot of things I had no business running on a really junky work laptop rather than something that was designed to do anything. Like, that thing had an integrated card. It didn't even have an actual card to speak of any description, really. And I still tried to fucking run everything. And you know what? It taught me a lot about how to optimize things. So there was that. And yeah, that's more or less the same boat right there, yeah. But you know what? I got that fucking laptop to run Crysis. So you know what? I won. At the end of the day, I won. It didn't run it well, goddammit, but it fucking ran it. And that's mostly a joke about how everybody used to use Crysis as a benchmark before anybody's like, that doesn't really mean anything. Like, that's the point. That's the joke. And yeah, exactly. Frame rate, there is frames. How many? Some. There are frames. They move at a rate. Is it a good rate? Well, you know, good is subjective. There we go. We've offloaded the POWs and became Mario. Never has there been a stronger upgrade than suddenly transforming into an Italian plumber. I mean, then again, that guy had a great move there. He turned into a bomb. Turning into a bomb is a pretty good move, too. Maybe we'll find Pinocchio. You know, the amount of games where you end up either inside a whale or inside, like, a large dinosaur or such is way higher a number than you might think. Oh, God. What can I put this into? Why did I put this version in particular in this damn shuffler? Yeah, it's because I'm an idiot. I figured saying it that way would probably trigger at least one memory for somebody. Speed. Who need walk when you speed? What's up, Snork? What's the question? Why to which part? Because there are many things that there could be a why for here. And only some of them are you gonna be able to get an answer for. Yeah, exactly. It's one of those, it's mixed results as to whether not hearing Gex's voice is a good or a bad thing. And I feel like to a certain degree it depends on if you get the jokes he makes. And honestly, I wish I didn't get some of the jokes he makes. Hey look, I'm pretty sure the last stage of the game's just over there. I probably should actually, you know, play the game, huh? But I feel like I'm better off just running around like this. I'll probably have more fun. They sure are. A bunch of the jokes are definitely of a time. I'm glad we're on the same page. If, you know, maybe we shouldn't play that game at all. Maybe we're better off just engaging Roomba mode and riding around the room. Yep. That's the PS1 version of the same game we were just playing, actually. And it makes jokes that don't hold up anymore at all. Like, I'll just be playing with it. There are... Oh, it's worse than that. The takeout box part's the fucking tame part of what that game is in that stage. That's the fucked up part. I figured you didn't have any doubt. But just for those that didn't know, let's just leave it at that's the tame part of how bad the stereotyping in that Gex game gets. And yeah, there you go. Just take that information as you will, and that should solve any questions anyone has about how that goes. Once upon a time it was? These days, I don't know. I don't know about those jokes anymore. Because it's not even well done from what I remember. It was very, very badly done. But there was a time where people just laughed at it because it was stupid. Yeah, you're better off forgetting that most of the things Gex was doesn't exist anymore. Like, I'm pretty sure the first game is still okay, but... like... there are things done in the later ones that's just like, you know, maybe that's best left forgotten. I mean, that's also true. I just meant from a will this get canceled just by existing standpoint. It's at least a much more passable game in that regard. Because the jokes still were pretty bad, but there wasn't anything I can remember that was genuinely offensive to anyone in there. Yeah, that's also another good point on that. He had less of the really, really annoying character traits he gets later in the first game. They were still figuring out how badly to fuck him up as a character. He was just kind of a questionable one-liner machine in the first game. If you want me to be real, I wouldn't be surprised if there are some in there that would be worse. Like, it probably would be a mix on that one. Like, some of it would age better and some of it would age much worse. Oh yeah, it's not even a question of whether they aged poorly at all. It's just which one would be worse, and that is a whole. Yeah, I put this in since we had beaten the first of the GBA games. I'm like, you know what? Sure, we'll put this in as a fun little thing to break up some of the, oh god, this is awful, that would be showing up. I didn't get all the things. Oh, I know what I need to do here. You, come with me. Your assistance is required. There we go. Well, thankfully there's the collection of the PS1 stuff that made it to PC. So that would be a great way to at least experience some of the franchise. And there's translations of a bunch of the ones we didn't get, too, that are out there. Yeah, I remember seeing that you were doing runs of that. This is definitely a series I could see people managing to do really good work on cutting down the time for. There's actually one specific one that I think I can only get a translated version of that I do want to try still too. I want to say it's even actually on the Game Boy Advance, just like these two were. And we're going to something less good now. We're going to another, why did I put this in here? The answer, because it's weird. The Ooze. Another game I had. Wish I didn't. I had it. Oh yeah, there's a lot of green. We are green. We are green and we are goo. Because we are ooze. I want to say it's like a whole corporate espionage thing, like we were betrayed by people we work with and turned into this. We are now straight up ooze. Is that how I think that's hurting me, actually. Blah, blah, blah. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah. It hits. That's the one good thing I'll say about this game, is the music is actually pretty good. And like, characterization-wise, they did really well with this. This game's just fucking stupid hard and really hard to figure out in a lot of ways. And really fucking brutal. Like, this game's fucked up. But, you know, the point should already be made by the fact that, you know, this guy got turned into a literal puddle of ooze that's sentient. Like, that's already a little fucked. until Lily broke out, I'm pretty sure they were keeping him in a jar and he just happened to escape. And that's why they're trying to kill him now, as Busy escaped. Oh yeah, the haunting starring Poltergeist, yeah. I almost put that in the list too. I had that in a previous shuffler list, I know that. I don't think I put it in this one? I might have. I genuinely don't remember. It's almost like remembering 500 games is difficult. But yeah, notice how those lasers burn a trail across the ooze? If you get separated from your ooze, you lose it. Oh, hey, back to Plock. Water bad for Plock. There's one of those places you can fall off of and you actually can find something down there. Apparently that wasn't one of them. This sure is a game. I should probably just start avoiding these fake checkpoint guys instead of fighting them. That would be much, much better for my health. Oh, well, I guess we're down here now. Sure am. Not for too much longer, though. But we've been going. It's the same thing that happened last time I did this, where I just didn't pay attention to time at all and just kept going. And the thing is, you're right, those aren't like serious fake checkpoints because they're almost always really close to a real checkpoint, and you get the real one before the fake one almost every time. At least until later. I don't remember about later. But anyway, we're going fishing now. Gotta go find some bass in the water here. There's fish out here somewhere. Where? I don't know. Somewhere. Fish finder ain't finding shit, so that's a bad sign. I think they gave me a bad lake. Ain't a goddamn fish out here. It's almost like running a motor constantly through the water might be scaring off all the fish or something. Maybe if we sit still for a moment. Oh, well, if we sit still for a moment, it becomes a different game. Then why? Why did you steal all my fish? Final fight, otherwise known as... And let's not forget... Blah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you gotta have the bad games because it's funny. And the best place to put bad games is in a shuffler like this, because you know you're only gonna have to deal with the bad game for like a minute to 3 minutes. It's perfect. You know the pain will end somewhere at some point. This way we can raise awareness that these awful games exist so that no one else plays them. There is an Echo in here. I don't remember if it's Junior, but one of the 2D Echo games is in here. There might even be 2 in here. Is it perfect for this format in that that's the bad one, or is there... something nicer about that. Because I feel like with the conversation that just came up, that's exactly where that joke's going. Okay, good. Knife. Yeah, wow. Why do I feel like there's multiple bad echoes? But what do I know? Oh god, speaking of bad, why are we here again? Why does the Shuffler like this game so much? We keep ending up back here in Alpha Mission. I wish I had movement speed. I mean, short and simple levels are definitely perfect for this. That is definitely true. No, the laser. Dang it. Again, I haven't played it myself, so I will never say something is guaranteed to be bad. But boy, what I saw somebody play of it was suffering. Like, they were not having a good time at all. But at the same time, it may just be they approached it wrong, because that definitely happens with people. They approach it wanting one thing and it doesn't give them that, therefore they don't like it. Which, I've definitely done that too. And like, I will never call anybody out for liking something that is listed as the bad game in a series. Because I will defend to the death Castlevania Curse of Darkness. Because I love that game. Though there's a lot of people that are like, that game's terrible. It's like, well, it really isn't. Yeah, no, I remember some of the plot of that one, because that's definitely one of the ones where it's just fucking aliens of some description. And I remember the aliens being kind of fucking dumb. But yeah, no, bad controls will definitely be a very easy thing to chase people off of something. Like, even if they're not bad, but like poorly described or poorly explained controls can be just as bad as bad controls. Yeah, that's true. I momentarily forgot Echo the Dolphin has always been fighting aliens. Which, for those that don't know, yeah, that's exactly the whole shtick with Echo the Dolphin, is he's defending the world from aliens. And that's all you need to know. That pretty much... That's your starting point. I would love it if I could grab this vine. We've done this so many times. Why are you not grabbing the vine now? Why, Harry? Why do you desire to fly off the cliff instead of grabbing the vine? Oh, that's right. Time travel is involved sometimes, isn't it? Or, I shouldn't say sometimes, frequently. Speaking of... Oh no. Oh yeah, you have to mention Atlantis. Atlantis is the important part. Yeah, but some of them take longer to get about that than others. They hide it a little bit instead of just like, oh yeah, this is just immediately a thing. So fun fact, this is the version of Ghosts and Goblins I played the most. And I've never beaten this one. But I've beaten some of the other ones now. on stream. Because I hate myself sometimes. Like, I want to say, but specifically the Genesis one is the one I can guarantee I beat on stream. Like, this is the wonderful thing about video games, is that you can rattle off a synopsis like that, and I'm like, yup, that checks out. No questions here. That's a fucking accurate synopsis right there. Rip. I need to get rid of this bow. This bow is gonna be the death of me so many times. I think I'm not quite hitting it. There we go, now we're getting it. Oh, great. That's what I want, yeah. Give me the fucking torch. Probably the most universally disliked Ghost and Goblins weapons. See, now that's selling the game right there. Horrible alien nightmare beasts. You know, there's something I've realized about the soldiers we're fighting, but I'm just not gonna comment on it. I'm just gonna leave it at that thought. Now, is Defender of the Future the Dreamcast one, or is there a separate one on the Dreamcast? Wait, why are we back in the Primitive Age? We're in a different Primitive Age. Okay. There's more than one version of Defender of the Future then, and that might be why there's a difference? Yeah. That's what I was gonna say. Maybe the PS2 port is just worse? Maybe that's why there's a difference in opinion there? Because the PS2 one is the one I saw somebody play. The PS2 port was better? Which one are you saying was better? I need to backtrack on that for a second, just to make sure we're on the same page. It may also be that it emulated poorly. That's always a layer that exists too. Like, maybe that's why they had a bad time. Oh god, speaking of quality games, there's this fucking thing still in here. Dr. Livingston, where are you? You're not in this house, there's a lady there. Wow, you're saying Junior's worse than that, huh? Okay. Now we gotta go to the Kelka. Wherever that is. That's fair. I generally don't criticize kids' games because, you know, they're designed for kids. But yeah, no, that's frequently the case. Oh god. I don't know if we're up for this fight. Quickly, climb the tree, flee! And get eaten by a spider instead. And that is instant death, by the way. Getting caught by a spider is just death. I wish I had a helicopter in my backpack. also accept the Inspector or Gadget helicopter hat. So it would be so easy for something like that to just end up ripping your head off if you use it wrong. Having disposed of the Explorer, the Tiger leaps into the abyss, never to be seen again. Oh, you have done both, though. Okay. So that... I would say that's reasonable verification that there's not a major enough difference, because one who has played both would notice. It's time for another translated game to appear. Concept art galleries are nice, though sometimes they have a little too much in them. Side B insert. What? Does this just not work? Am I missing a component of this? You know what? We have been going a little over 7.5 hours. I'm gonna take this as a sign to stop. Okay, that is pretty good. I do like the actual, like, thematic ones that they've actually put more effort into than just, hey, here's a slideshow or just a room full of images. Because, like, a lot of them literally just have it, like, as a little menu option, like, here's a bunch of images, some of which in really crunchy, awful quality. But having them be either unlockable or, like you said there, which is actually in a good fancy menu, which, let's be real, that museum, from a mechanical standpoint, is just a fancy menu, but it still gives it a much better presentation. And presentation can make a very big difference for something. So look at the museum, but not the exhibits in the museum. That's what I'm hearing. You know what? I can get behind that. I've been to a couple museums where the museum itself was better than the exhibits in the museum. I need to remember that one now. I like that. I like the look at the museum, but not the exhibits. I've never done that before, but I like that one. I'll need to remember that. So, sometimes I just say something ridiculous that's just like, you know what? I like this. I like this sentence. I'm gonna hold this in the pocket and then say this randomly again. Ooh. Yep, nope, this is exactly what I expected. Now that I've stopped actively doing the thing, the tire just immediately slams. I'm just quickly finding us somewhere to go. But I will absolutely be back tomorrow, starting at the same time of 2 p.m., doing... I'm not sure what. Overthrown came out today, and it even ended up on Game Pass, so I might do that, because it's running better than the demo did, and that game was pretty funny and pretty fun. But I do have a ton of other things lined up that I might do too. But in terms of relevance, that's probably the highest priority at the moment. Is I think Path of Exile 2 you have to buy into the early access for, and I'm not invested in that enough to do that. Even though I really enjoyed Path of Exile, I don't care enough to spend $30 on that right now. So that's probably not going to be a thing till later or on. And I have no interest in Marvel Rivals, which I know people have been going crazy about. No. They did not remake this. No, I'm seeing things, right? Nope, that is a thing. I'm just gonna put this right here. Why is this a thing that got remade 22 years later? Like, I heard rumors that this was happening. I'm like, no, that's not a thing. And there it is on Steam, out today. It goes from a 1982 film to a 2002 game to a 2024 remaster. Almost exactly 20 years each time. I wish this came out 2 years ago so it could have been 20 years every time. Because that would have been so good. That would have been so perfect. The only reason the thing was on my radar at all, yeah, is I was actually gonna play the PS2 game at some point. I was actually going to do it during Halloween, during October, and I just didn't happen to get to it. But it's actually, like, apparently a pretty good follow-up and everything. And yeah, that's the thing. It's like, where did this come from? Why is this a thing that's getting remastered now? Like, they blew my mind already by doing the Legacy of Kain Soul Reaver remasters. Just randomly. Now this is a thing that's happening, and I'm like, what's gonna get remastered next? What are they gonna fucking pull out of the vault and go, we're remastering this now? And you know what the fucked up part about that remaster existing is? I was telling people when I played Soul Reaver, which I did not finish because I started getting aggravated with it, but that's neither here nor there, that I was pretty confident that that was not going to get a remaster. Because it had been so long, and the IP had been abandoned after the Nosgoth game failed. But apparently they brought it back. And I'm happy it's getting brought back. But I really, really worry that they may not have ironed out some of the things that frustrated me with that game. Even though I love the world and everything, there's definitely some real parts to Soul Reaver. But it's almost certainly going to platform better than it used to. If they can't manage to make that platforming better, then I have so many questions for what the fuck they did. Like, if it's just upscaled and not made smoother in any other ways, that's gonna be incredibly disappointing. But yeah, exactly. I'm withholding judgment until it exists, because it's not out yet. And I forget exactly when it said it was coming out. And I can't look at my wish list on Steam right now, it's broken, so I'll worry about that later. Oh yeah, that's the thing. I'm fine with it being incredibly faithful and looking better. I'm not asking them to change the physics or change much, it just needs to be a little bit smoother. Because the movement was very stiff, and even without changing the game, they can unstiffen that a bit. That's more what I'm getting at, if that makes sense. Because I want to say the PlayStation version suffered some of the worst as far as that goes, and that was the version I played, because that was the version I played when I was younger. And I tried to get the PC version to work, but it just did not fucking work for anything. And that if nothing else is going to be the biggest benefit to this remaster existing, is it's another accessible way for people to play the game. And I'm over the moon about that. Because I'm just happy that the game can get played. Like, in a way people can actually get a hold of it without having to jump through a bunch of hoops. Because God, trying to get the old PC versions of that game to work is a nightmare. Like, I haven't tried again recently after I changed hardware again, but a couple hardware sets ago, it just would not fucking work at all. Like, that's a game where there's a lot of debate over which is the best version, and I'm just like, you're probably all wrong, but also all right at the same time, and I don't really know how to say that in a way that makes any more sense. I would assume that if they're making a remaster, they will take the best of all versions, but we'll see. Sometimes remasters end up taking only the effects of one version and carrying that forward, depending on what the ones making the remaster like the most. There was something else I was gonna say on the topic of remasters. Oh yeah. The fact that the Thing remaster is being worked on by Night Dive gives me faith, by the way, that that's gonna work out. His Night Dive does good remastering work. I just wanted to roll back to that thought because I saw that and meant to mention that. Because they did really well with the System Shock stuff they did. I don't know about the quote-unquote new System Shock that had come out. I didn't actually play that, but the enhanced editions and such they've done of some of those have actually been very good and very faithful. Exactly. Like, they just do really well on capturing the idea of something and then pushing it forward and making it a bit better. So as long as they keep that record going, even I might actually play the Thing remastered. But I may play the original first just to tell whether it's a game I'm going to care about first, rather than spending $30 on that. Because if I don't like the game as it is, I probably wouldn't like the remaster, and survival horror is a very mixed bag for me. Now, before I get distracted again, where am I sending y'all? Like, I have a bunch of choices here, and that's why sometimes analysis paralysis kicks in. Rated them not too long ago. Actually, you know what? No, that's probably the... No, but I rated them not too long ago, too. God damn it. I hate my rule about not re-rating the same person consistently, if I can help it. Trying to, like, at least keep a loop of people I raid, instead of, oh yeah, we just rated this person last time, we're gonna do it again. Is the one I was talking about that does the RPG shuffler is on right now. So they would have been a natural choice, but it's like, I think it wasn't the last stream I did, but it was like a stream or two ago that I rated them last. I'm like, that's too soon. When was the last time I rated you? I know it was recent-ish. But they do know about the thing I'm doing already. Okay, yeah, it's last 30 days, but not recent. Yeah, you know what, that'll be fine then. Okay. Decision paralysis broken through. We'll go raid Vale. Who, for those that don't know, I do a Monster Hunter Freedom Unite collab on Mondays. She is one of our trio for that, the other one being JK Pazzi. Both good friends of mine. Vale may or may not also be participating in Saturday's Lethal Company session. It depends on how things shake out. I've got quite a few people I've been talking to for Saturday, So that should be an interesting time. Like I already mentioned, I'm not 100% sure what I'm doing tomorrow, but we'll do something. And I will, of course, be active again Tuesday after the Monster Hunter Freedom Unite collab as well, but I don't know what I'm doing that day either. Like, there's a lot of, I'll figure this out, but I have not 100% figured out everything I'm planning to do. Absolutely. I'm just glad people enjoyed my chaotic bullshit that I've arranged here. Like, this is twice now that these 500 game shufflers have popped off in a big way, and I am immensely grateful that people actually enjoyed this nonsense. But with all that said, be good to Vale. She's wonderful, and thank you all again for your time. I will see you tomorrow. Good night. Likewise. Bye, everybody.
Accomplishment.